The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network.
Hey everybody, I'm Rebecca Gunter, and you're watching episode 5 of Business in the Raw. Oh boy, y'all, we're at my favorite part of the process. This is where I take 3 very different positioning statements that I created and present them to Janine for her review. We're going to look at one that's a little vanilla, one that's a little butterscotch, and one that's a little avant-garde. Together, we'll go through them line by line, and she'll identify what really resonates with her. We'll pick out the best of the best, and we'll leave the rest behind. When we're done, we'll have one single positioning statement that answers the following questions. Who are her people? What do they need? Who is she? What does she deliver? And why is Janine Payne special, different, or the one? Follow along on a ringside seat, fly on the wall perspective as we carve out a bold and beautiful brand for one entrepreneur, because the world is our oyster. Okay, Miss Janine, look, today is your day for defining what this thing is. Today is your day. I'm excited for you.
I'm excited as well. Yeah, and I have to be honest, I got a few little butterflies going on, and every time I check myself, I'm like, wait, what's going on? You know how you go through your day and you get this feeling, like, wait, something else is on your mind. What is it? And I keep going back to this, and I'm like, oh my God, that's right. This is so cool. This is a reveal. My God.
When last we left our heroes, we went through the discovery process of trying to come up with the answers to the following questions. Who are our people? What do they need? Who are we? What do we deliver? And why are we special, different, or the one? So I asked you oodles and oodles of organic questions. I took tons of notes, and then I synthesized that information into 3 possible positioning statements that we will explore today. That's what we're going to do, is look at what could it possibly be. I'm going to share a document with you. It has 3 positioning statements laid out already. Version 1, version 2, and version 3. One's a little vanilla, one's a little butterscotch, and one's a little avant-garde. I'm going to read all of those to you out loud, and then I'm going to turn the mic over to you, Janine, and you're going to respond. I love this. I hate that. This one feels right. This doesn't. And generally, what we'll come up with at the end of the day is a hybrid between the best of the best. A little from column A, a little from column B. It's rare that someone's like, that is the one right there in total. That happens every once in a while, but it's generally unusual. So don't feel like I like something from A, but something from B, and I got to pick which is the better one. We get a chance to create a version 4, which was usually the cream of the crop of all the things we liked.
Creme de la creme.
Anything that strikes the cutting room floor, essentially, but still is good, we drop that down to a messaging bucket. So it's still valid. You're not going to lose anything that you love. Everything will show up. Are you ready? Are you ready for some football? Are you ready for some football?
I'm ready for some football. Oh my God.
Okay, let's do the thing.
Okay.
So I'm going to share my screen. Do you see this document?
I do see this document.
Okay, fabulous. Positioning, as we've discussed before, is an internal thing. And the reason it's important to remember that is once we start thinking about who we're going to turn off with our positioning, am I going to offend somebody? Is that going to be a turn off? Or is everyone going to see themselves here in this brand? Then it becomes less authentic and genuine because you're second guessing what a buyer might like instead of being true to yourself. So if this statement never sees the public eye, it's perfectly fine. I've done one for people before where it's 4 grown-ass women who need to get their shit together, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't really come out public facing, but it helps the entrepreneur with their own North Star. And then I've done some that are that direct that do come out public facing, which is pretty cool. All right. Like I said, I'm going to read each one to you, and then you're going to respond to them appropriately.
Okay. I'm going to
or not appropriately. That's you're going to I'm going to read each one. We're going to turn it over to you, and then we'll do a response.
Thank you.
All right. For version 1, for audiences everywhere, who need to hear voices with heart and soul in order to make a connection. Janine Payne is the voiceover artist, songstress, and audio actor that delivers the sound experience and energy in vocalizations, storytelling, and song for digital media and creative/commercial endeavors, because branding is a feeling. Version 2 for podcasts, platforms, and programs that need to sound authentic and accessible. The Janine Sound Experience is the voiceover and branded audio design studio that delivers enchanting engagement in a high fidelity and a royal roster of talented and spirited Black voiceover artists ready to bring mighty messaging to life and hit your people right where they live, because every brand, community, or movement needs a familiar voice. Version 3 for companies, causes, and communities that need communications and commercials that exude feelings of peace, protection, and possibility. The Janine Sound Collective is the voiceover artist, actor, activist agency that delivers the moral and maverick cohort of collaborators with diverse voices that ooze the smooth soothe and express ideas to showcase brand and make messaging mean something, because every script, song, and story needs a human heart.
Wow. Wow. Oh my God. So it's so interesting. First of all, I love your introduction to what these are all about, and that 100% is if it feels like me, if it sounds like me. The authenticity is really important. So I thank you for that, because it is really easy to hear something and going, oh, I don't know if that's how someone's going to view me and whatever. No, is it you? Is it me that I hear? And or that I hear described. And it's interesting because yes, I feel each one. I don't think any one of the three are incorrect or off base, or just don't reflect who I know I am. I the first one, if the first one felt more soft paw, I don't know if that's the right way to put it. And it's interesting.
That's the vanilla one.
Vanilla. And I like the vanilla one because it is more comfortable. But comfort is not necessarily what I'm seeking. I have to believe it. And I love the way Janine Payne is the voiceover artist, songstress, and audio actor. Is that speaks to who I am. Yeah, it definitely does. And all the rest of the words, it describes me. It describes me, the experience and energy. And but I'm also speaking to an audience, right? Whom I want to see these words, feel it. And you mentioned feeling here. And see, that delivers the sound experience and energy in vocalization, storytelling, and song for digital media and creative commercial endeavors. Because branding is a feeling. Gosh, that line, that sends me. And yeah, so that the crux of that I love. Thank you for highlighting the stuff on the screen. Gosh, version 2, and I'm just
Yeah,
gonna.
this is a great way to approach it, Janine, is to just tell me the things you love. I'm going to highlight them. It's also important that you identify things you do not want to use.
Thank you.
I hate, that's not me, or please don't use that in any of my copy, so that we can strike it and it doesn't then seep over into your brand expression. So just continue like responding. I like this, and I'll keep highlighting. If something's a maybe, and sometimes it's just a matter of a word, we'll highlight that in yellow.
Okay. Thank you.
So, yeah.
I love in version 2, the sound. Okay, for podcast platforms and programs that need to sound authentic and accessible. I think it is the authentic and accessible that I like most. Although I understand that the first part is an opportunity for people to identify if I am who they're looking for. Do they need a podcast? Do they need a platform? Or is it a program that they are working to? Wow, what was that all about? Oh, or if it's a did you hear that?
No, the world doesn't hurt it. That never happened.
Okay.
We're gonna erase history.
I don't care. It's me. You know what I mean? I breathe. Oh my gosh, no, you don't. Yes, I do.
Yes,
Um,
you breathe. The first one is for. Go back here a little bit.
all right.
I'm here. The first one is for audiences. The second one is for the thing, platforms, podcasts, and programs. And then the third one is for entities and communities. The first one is like for audiences. And the second one being like, okay, if you have a podcast platform or program, then you need the thing. That I just dream. There we go. Back at it.
That's right. That's great.
Yeah. So that's really the approach of the positioning. We're coming at it from different angles. So this one is reinforcing what needs a voiceover, these platforms.
Yes, I got that. And for podcasts, would that be podcasts that I produce or a podcast that someone may want to use my voice for production?
It works for both, so it doesn't shoehorn you in. You can interpret it. You can interpret it as for other people's podcasts or for your own podcast. It doesn't define that, which leaves you open.
Ah, okay. The Janine Sound Experience. I love your note. It is a comeback kid. The Janine Sound Experience is the voiceover. I love the word experience in this language. The Janine.
Me too.
Uh-huh.
Why would we why would we not use it's right in front of our faces? I always love that. And a sound experience, and then eponymous named after you.
Yes.
Eponymously
Yes.
named after you is also important to me. So I changed it to collective in the third one so we could look at it that way. But fight me.
Yeah,
Fight me,
that.
baby.
I heard that. And it's so funny. And I'll talk a little bit about the collective, and I'll tell you why I love the sound experience. Sana is a voiceover branded audio design studio that delivers enchanting engagement and a high fidelity and royal rooster. The royal rooster made me laugh. I'm sorry, roster. That's why it made me laugh, because I thought rooster. Okay. That delivers enchanting engagement and a high fidelity and royal roster of talented and spirited Black VO. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yes. And in high fidelity, yeah, I said A, didn't I? Ready to bring mighty messaging to life and hit your people right where they live. Because every brand, community, or movement needs a familiar voice. This one sings to me. I think
this one is the agency, and the one above it is just you.
It's just me. I know.
So there's nothing stopping us from using both of these. So let's just say we love this one, and this was the final. Then this would brand the agency. So the top one, then version 1 is you. So the agency at the top, and then yourself within the company, positioned within the company, and who your voice talents are. And when we add a second person, they have a unique positioning. And when we add a third person, they have a unique position. There's a way to weave these all together that doesn't make them mutually exclusive in any kind of way.
Thank you. I think you know me probably well enough that it's easy for me to begin segmenting. Wait, this sounds like me, but this is the company, the organization. So I love everything about number 2, honestly, version 2. And
you could be one of those rare birds where we nailed it right there.
Yeah,
but I know you so well. So to write these, it just took me into my Janine space. And I don't know if you know this about me, but when I write for somebody, I write to music that I think represents the brand.
Oh, wow.
Very well. I don't know if I can do this, but I started with you with India RE, and I switched to Jill Scott pretty fast. So Jill Scott really informed version 2. Like I was just feeling that buoyancy of it for sure.
I can feel that. And I love the hi-fi, that wording.
Oh my God. Engagement in high fidelity.
Yeah.
I put a cherry on it for a while because I just was like, enchanting engagement in high fidelity.
Oh my God.
And a royal roster of talented and spirited, which I thought spoke to your spirit, your faith, in a way that didn't pigeonhole you into only gospel or
Exactly.
only Christian spaces or only this, but spirited still meaning either passionate, alive, vocal color plus the spirit as a capital S.
Yes, that's a capital S as well. Exactly. I get, yes, it's the heart, and you're speaking to the heart of who I am. I love it. I do. I love this. So
It feels amazing to
it
yeah.
it actually does. And there's a part of me, as you were introducing this segment, I thought, okay, so don't just dive into one. That's what I'm telling myself. Make sure you absorb and feel it. This one, honestly, it jumps out at me for all the reasons that we've just discussed. So,
I
dun, dun,
love this
dun.
one for you as well. The third one then is a little bit more towards radical the radicalness we went into. Do you remember when I said I think your voice makes people feel less oppressed and we both
Yeah,
clutched our hearts?
yeah, yeah.
So how could I do that in a way that didn't center
Mm,
whiteness and didn't center blackness,
like that. Yeah,
but still be just the realest of the real about your value proposition?
yeah, they're real.
So I think there is, I think moral and maverick is such an interesting juxtaposition for you.
Mm.
Whether you want to position yourself for that way, this piece here, moral and maverick.
I love that. And presently, I'm not looking at the words. I am now.
Sorry, Janine.
No, it's fine. Listen, because sometimes it's good to hear you say the words without having them in front of me, because then you can get distracted with everything else because you're trying to pull it all together. But I like moral and maverick because it does speak to me. It actually does. Yeah, because I do believe that the more we are who we are and we have where opportunities are given for us to put a stake in the ground and say, no, this is who we are. I think it's important people get to know a little bit more about you. So I love that cohort. So it reads, the Janine Sound Collective is the voiceover artist, actor, activist agency. And I love the Janine experience, the Janine Sound. I forgot how it read, but the Janine experience. But anyway, the Janine experience, I'll just say that, delivers the moral and maverick cohort of collaborators with diverse voices. I love that. That oozes the smooth soothe. Wow, how do you do this? That ooze the smooth soothe, inspire interest, and express ideas. Okay.
I cannot even begin to tell you how much that tickled me.
How in the heck?
At first it was ooze the soothe, and then I was like, oh, it's ooze the soothe, the smooth the soothe. That's a challenge for you as a voiceover artist to be able to
Yeah,
say
it actually is.
But
That would take about 10 takes.
I was like tickled a lot.
You should have been. Yeah, that ooze, the smooth, the soothe. Funny. Okay, inspire interest and express ideas to showcase brand and make messaging means something because every script, song, and story needs a human. Now, what speaks to me is that latter part of this, showcase brand and make mess. Yeah, I mean, because every script, song, and story needs the human heart. It reminds me of something else that you wrote, I think in version 2, brand feeling. I think it was the creative because branding is a feeling. It gave me that same sort of sense of, I don't know, almost complimenting what people already know, but they need to see the words to help describe what they're looking for.
That's how it works, mama.
Wow.
It's exactly how it works. Exactly reinforcing that. And then your because only becomes the tagline, which is cool. So I will share that if you choose branding as a feeling, there's someone I'm going to have to ask for permission to use it because way back in the Wayback Machine, you and I were associated with an entrepreneur, and that was her tagline. Branding is a feeling. Now that person, she no longer has a brand strategy agency. It's long gone. But if you choose that one, I'll have to ask her for permission.
Got it. No, and
which is
totally
fine.
get it. I totally get it. Yeah. And needed that latter one because of every script, every whatever, it gives me that same pull of heart. Yeah. So
that doesn't, if we decide to use it in messaging, not so much, but if we make that the major tagline that's on the cover of your website because you know her and I know her,
yeah,
we'll just need to ask for a blessing to take that one. But it was very accurate for you, and I'm sure she would say yes.
She has that heart. Yeah.
I'm sure she would say yes. So we'll go back over here.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I said I would say something about the Sound Collective or the Janine Collective. So the website, and I won't give it right now because I think all of that is going to change, but the website related to the collective, it was, I think I've described it to you as my sandbox. So it basically represents all of the various sort of interests that I have, hobbies, and so includes music and gardening. And at the time, I was feeling a little just I needed to have a voice around the whole voting situation in what was that, 2021? Is that when we last voted?
2020.
It was 2020. Yeah. And I just wanted to have a voice and not to change people's I didn't have to know who they were voting for, but just to get people engaged in the conversation with less anger. And so it was my space also to play with words and to offer. I did poetry and I sang and did things like that. So that's what's on that website. So the collective in and of itself is different than the Janine experience. But I was excited to hear you say collective. I'm like, oh my God. And she listens all the time.
I've always loved that brand name for you.
Thank you.
I can't, I'm like, why would, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, that's it. I love it. I actually love it because my LC currently is the Janine Sound Company LC, but that would just be a shift of the name, but we're not even there yet. So it's just amazing how buoyant or self-fulfilling, I don't know, some of those words are, because it means a lot to you and then to me as well, or has that impact.
And it's such a powerful, why would you argue with that? Yeah, it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's
So put it any way they want. I also really liked Audio Design Studio for you.
Yeah.
The third one, which has this, let me get back over there. Add to stream, figure it out. The third one that has this brand, this alliterative, this whole one is alliterative. Companies, causes, communities, communication, commercial, peace, protection, possibility, moral and maverick, smooth, smooth, all of it. The voiceover artist, actor, activist agency, I think is cute. We could make va-va-voom out of it pretty easily. But honestly, I think that voiceover and branded audio design studio is so expansive. This is so you can grow into this
I agree.
or as little as you wanted to.
Yeah.
So of those, this one is absolutely my favorite. As the way to describe you.
Thank you. Yeah, that I'm saying thank you to you, but you wrote it, but you felt it and just designed it based on everything that you've heard and seen.
I recently had this done for myself. You really have to get a facilitator to do it. I recently had it done Jill did it, and so you'll get a chance to meet Jill. And I didn't know how profoundly it affects you to hear it, to see it, to experience it. I'm not gonna lie, YouTube fam, I cried like a baby, and there were tears of joy. Like it's just so profound to be seen. So I don't want to skip over that and be like, yeah, I wrote it, I do this all the time, which is how I was before I experienced it myself. So holding space for kind of the mirror, holding up and seeing yourself and seeing what you can expand into is super powerful.
Yes. And finding it within myself to say, yes, that is who I am. The agreement matters as well, because it's easy to deny, although this sounds like Janine, how crazy is it? But it happens. You deny that this is who you are. But this mirror is truly looking back at me, and I'm in agreement with what I see. Gosh. It's in our last session, and what was it called? The
Discovery.
The discovery. I should know that. In the discovery, after we finished that session, I was in tears. I was in tears because I felt that this next step, what I'm seeing now, I knew that it would reflect who I am. And that agreement, I have to tell you, with the heart, mind, soul, that is huge. And to know that I have a partner who, in you, who is willing to take a step back and to merge everything or strip out what doesn't necessarily work, or is, no, this is not what she said this. And to make it into something that I can agree to is huge. So
I think that's profound for you because your number one thing is integrity.
yeah.
I would have liked to have worked integrity into the positioning statement, but it didn't. It felt like it just almost sterilized the
I
humanness
get
of
that.
it. So I left it out. But nothing we will write or do or say for you will be out of integrity, because it is, to me, that's one of your core values. And anything that isn't out of alignment with integrity will be off brand.
Thank you. And I think you're right to have to use the word integrity. And obviously there are times when you use it in branding and all that, but to have to use it in this sense, given everything that we've talked about, you've identified other phrases and descriptions that speak to integrity, the importance of integrity in my life and work. Bravo. Thank you. This is so exciting. I'm just, hey, for folks that are watching, it's something to have someone that's working with you as closely as I am with Rebecca, and that you see this result of your conversations. It's not all for naught. It's not that it truly is worthwhile doing the work and responding to her number of questions. It is. And very rarely, and I'll speak to my life, have I had someone who would take the time and to do the work and to walk it out with me. And then I have this product. I'm just speaking to you all out there. It does work. And this is I'm just being very supportive of,
We're
of
not
the,
feeding. We're not being fed lines. It's
we're
really
not being fed
happening,
lines. That's it. Yep.
which is
Not at
awesome.
all.
Thank you for that acknowledgement, honey.
It's true.
I appreciate it. All right, let's get back to you then, shall we?
We shall.
You shall. All right. It seems to me like you are pretty happy with version 2 if we just would change this piece. And maybe it's this here.
Ah, yes.
And it just wraps it all up for you.
Yes, it does.
Let's just take the highlighting away so we can read it. For companies, causes, and communities that need to sound authentic and accessible, the Janine Sound Experience is the voiceover and branded audio design studio that delivers enchanting engagement and high fidelity, and a royal roster of talented and spirited Black VO artists ready to bring mighty messaging to life and hit your people right where they live, because every brand, community, or movement needs a familiar voice.
That's it.
Is every piece of this a fuck yes for you?
Every piece is a F yes for me. Every piece. And it definitely carves out. Yeah. Oops. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Doing a little bit too much dancing in here. But yeah, every word. And it's interesting because the Black VO artist, initially when I saw it, I thought, will it only be Black VO artists? And that is the niche. That is the focus. But then I thought, what if I change that and it's minority voices that are represented in this space? Would I need to change that? Yeah, I probably would. But then does it take away from who we're saying, or the purpose of, I don't know why I was looking up for the answer, but the purpose of this process, it's who am I? What change am I moving to affect? And it's to get our voices in spaces where either they haven't existed or that we want to create a bridge, or for that to fill the gap. And so then there's that influx of Black voices. What I don't know, and this is a question for you to help me with, do you feel that there might be people who are, and not offended because I'm not going there, but who will feel perhaps slightly different than I do, that they don't want to be boxed into that space?
That other voiceover artists?
Yeah.
One, you can shop it around. Find out. Would you be interested in a voiceover agency that was very loud and proud about by us, for us type of vibe?
Yep.
Or would you feel that's limiting? That's just a simple question of a couple people.
Yep.
Other reminder that friendly, that this is internal. So we don't ever have to publish that if we don't choose to. And then the third piece here is that Let me get back to that screen. The third piece here is that it would be easy just to add brown and cover both of those. One thing I don't want to do is call you, and I don't want to call your royal roster of talented and spirited voiceover artists a minority in any kind of way.
Right. No.
I think that centers whiteness.
Me too. So do I. Yeah.
You see nothing here that's about inclusion. You see nothing here that is about, I did have diversity in another one, but not front and center. You see nothing here about inclusivity or variety. It's on your own merit of talented and spirited voiceover artists who are ready to bring mighty messaging to life and hit your people right where they live.
Yep.
We say nothing about it other than that. And I think that elevates us from centering whiteness,
exactly,
minority or BIPOC, or something I've heard recently is the global descendants of the global majority or people of the global majority, which I think is also interesting, but it's not common enough to know, and it's politicizing everything.
That's right.
We can just stand on our own merit of who we are, and that is it. Case closed.
That's right. And it's interesting because I know that I've had these conversations with my colleagues. I work in public health. So the Black and brown even, and I know this is what we're playing with, and this can remain internal or whatever. But even Black and brown, the brown, sometimes there's question about, but wait, who are you describing? And to your point, the more you begin to not necessarily just dissect, but you gloss over what you're really trying to say. Is it people of color? Who are the people of color? What are you talking about? So I do think, I know I'm going a long way around, Black and brown is probably the best marriage in trying to describe the audience, not the audience, but the body of other artists. So
Obviously, I'm coming to it with some filters of my own, obviously, but those words are always the ones I find to be the least high load.
Yeah.
We can strip it out, by the way, if we wanted to. I'm going to take us back to that tab here for a second and look at it. It wouldn't really see it without it.
Honestly, I like something there, because this points back to our conversation about losing or not enough Black artists, the voices being used in product promotion and so forth. So I think it needs to be there. It just needs to be spirited Black, but I think Black and brown is good. I really do.
I agree with you.
Seriously, I really do. Yeah.
I agree. It's not limiting.
Yep.
It's expansive. It's not centering otherness or minority or centering how this not that, this ain't that. Episode 3 is this ain't that, which is fun. So I agree with you. I think that taking it out makes it accurate and it's still fun positioning, but putting it back in makes it disruptor status. This is your Moral and Maverick together.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I agree.
It personifies it, doesn't it?
It does.
Yep.
So I think that this very easily stands as a whole with as the studio itself.
Yep.
Version number 1 can still stand as who you are within the agency itself.
Yes.
And then version 3, I feel like we're really going to drop down to messaging a little bit. Let's see what I think. Not that you have to adhere to what I think, but here's how I think messaging could go. And if it's not a yes, if it feels gross, we're going to take it out.
All right. Wow. You are so good.
Janine.
Yes.
Am I muted? Okay, good. Is your because only every brand, community, or movement needs a familiar voice? Or is your because only because every script, song, and story needs a human heart?
It's the latter. I think it's the latter. Okay, hold 1 second. Let's see. Here's the people when they love it, because every brand, community, or movement needs a familiar voice. Okay, and the other one is because every script, song, and story needs a human heart. Wow.
I think it's that.
Yeah, I do too.
So let's just move this down. Good. So look, you did get a hybrid. You weren't straight up to number 2.
Wow.
We pulled some things for 3 and we're using 1 in its entirety almost.
Good gravy.
So now that's not that. Showcase, I think these are two separate things. Make messaging mean something is huge.
Oh, it is.
I think showcase brand is on its own, and make messaging mean something is huge.
I would agree.
Familiar
would agree.
voice. See, this is softer here, but it works in messaging. And then there's one more thing. Yeah, ooze the smooth soothe. That's like your tagline already.
It is.
I got to put that up top.
You got to use that. Oh my God.
We are so using that.
Ooze the smooth soothe.
Okay, so now this one goes away.
Yeah. Wow.
And this one becomes the final.
Amazing. Amazing.
And then this one becomes Janine only. Yeah, overall or main.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, actually, we're going to do it this way. The Janine sound experience.
Yep.
And this one is just not the just. There we go.
Yeah.
Now up here. Now this one. And final that one. And strip that.
Wow.
And messaging. So let's look at it.
Yeah.
All together. For Janine. For audiences everywhere who need to hear voices with heart and soul in order to make a connection. I think that's very accurate. Yeah. Janine Payne is the voiceover artist, songstress, and audio actor that delivers the sound experience. We're tying the company in now, and energy in vocalization, storytelling, and song for digital media and creative/commercial endeavors, because branding is a feeling. We can keep it there for that. If we're going to use it for the overall brand, we'd need to get blessing.
Got it.
Then for main positioning, for companies, causes, and communities that need to sound authentic and accessible. The Janine Sound Experience is the voiceover and branded audio design studio that delivers enchanting engagement and high fidelity, and a royal roster of talented and spirited Black and Brown voiceover artists ready to bring mighty messaging to life and hit your people right where they live, because every script, song, and story needs a human heart. That's hitting you right where you live.
It totally is.
Ooze the soothe. Communications and commercials that exude feelings of peace, protection, and possibility. I spent a lot of time looking up antonyms for oppression.
You hit it. Okay, got it.
The moral and maverick cohort of collaborators with diverse voices. Inspire interest and express ideas. Showcase brand. Make messaging mean something. Every brand, community, or movement needs a familiar voice.
Oh my God. Those are fantastic messages. I see in the fourth line, I think where you say where they live because something, I think you have to take out one of the becauses.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
I almost started singing because
of the wonderful things she does.
Yes. It's amazing to see how these things flow, but I keep using the word agree, but they agree with me. There was nothing in each of those areas that didn't feel like or communicate. And I loved where the word diverse fell. And I think it's in the messaging. Without saying, and a diverse pool of artists or a diverse, because you talked about that. So you really contemplated about using diversity. But I like where diverse is placed because it still speaks to who we are. Oh my God, I just said we.
And and it gives you room, because we're not saying that diversity is necessarily divided along racial assumptions or categories. Exactly. That diversity could mean do you have an older woman as an option, like in their 80s or 90s? Yes. Do you have teenagers? Do you have people who have done voice training for gender affirmation and gender affirming lifestyle? Do you have all of that? Diversity can play in here as well. Right. Which is
love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And I'll say one more time, and I'll just try to sum this up. I love it. So how do you, I don't know. I don't have to ask how we got here because I know that, but I just think it's amazing that especially the messages and how those were pulled out of the other positioning statements and then became the messages, but that they are spot on. I just oh my god. You're muted, or I am, or I can't.
No, it's me because people are talking in the background.
Oh,
Zach.
good. Oh, oh, it's live.
This is the work that we're not really live though. This is the work that we've been doing. This is what we've been leading up to. How do we position? Who are your people? What do they need? Who are you? What do you deliver? And why are you special, different, or the one? We can articulate that, and now we can go out and sell it. We've branded it. Now we can sell it.
Yes.
So our next session, you actually are with Jill, which is exciting.
I know.
So with Jill, you and Jill will take this positioning and start to vision out how can an actual business, what will an actual business model look like based on the assumption of this positioning. And so it's marrying like the theoretical and the practical
and the practical. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we come back and we start looking at asset development. Get your assets in gear. That's what we'll be doing. So
Okay.
What does a website look like?
Yes.
Do we have a good headshot? Do we have a logo? All of those things are really the first stages of getting a marketing mix together so that you can actually follow any opportunity that you want.
Absolutely.
At your own pace.
Oh my God.
However you decide to do it.
Oh man, I'm telling you what, I'm like at the barn door kicking. I used to watch, what is it called? I think roping. Is it roping? I think when, we lived in California, and it's this whole community, and really across the West Coast. I don't think as much in the East Coast as far as I know. But when I finish, you'll see, she really doesn't know anything. But when cattle are let out of the gate, and then you have that expert, that professional who is, and I don't know all the terms,
Yeah, I think it is robot. I've been watching Yellowstone.
Oh, you have? Okay.
That's all they've been doing.
We used to go to roping events in, I don't know if it was Santa Maria. I can't remember where we would drive, but I loved it. And I watched a lot on television. I find it very relaxing and but also exciting at the same time. But that's how this feels. You took that lasso and then you finally kind of nail it and kind of pull it in and you do something with it. And then you win, score.
And then we do what, Janine? We brand it.
Bam.
That's it. Bink. You got
it. That's exactly what happens.
When we brand it. Yeah. You have a good one.
I love it. I cannot wait. I am excited. I'm looking forward to the session with Jill. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the session with Jill, and it's going to be great. That's on the 8th, I think, Monday the 8th, or whatever that Monday is. That's in May.
Yeah.
So
that'll be great. I know. I'm super excited for you. Things are moving along. This is such a corner turning moment when it's finally defined. We're not just talking about what it could be. Yes. And we've got a really fine point on the pencil and
no fear.
And no fear.
I'm seriously no fear.
I love it.
Thank you.
Thanks for your good energy today. This was super fun. What a tremendous delight to bake a cake for you like this.
Same here.
I'm super excited to see where we go. All right, Miss Lady. This is it for this piece. When we first sat down with Janine, as you know, she had all of these options in front of her and this real blank slate. She got to invent her business from the ground up. Our discovery took a couple of sessions because we had such a gardening bevy in front of us to pick and choose from. And we went back and forth pretty hardcore between this kind of like gardening inspired, hyper local community development project that allowed people to kind of learn about gardening, learn about singing, like just kind of this real cultural experience center. And Janine like basically passed out from exhaustion just thinking about the lift on something like that. It was super exciting to her, but the lift was like, I need a grant, I need space, I need partners, I'm never going to make any money, I have to figure out merchandise just to turn a dime. It sounds like a big undertaking. which is awesome for somebody who wants that to be their undertaking. But for Janine, she really wants
Sure.
something she can control, turn the faucet on and off of, and, step her full breath into it.
Mm-hmm.
So the good news is that we've landed in this wonderful space that is voiceover, branded audio, original song. She does these beautiful audio packages that she's formerly called Legacy Story Gifts, where she'll go and interview like the matriarch or the patriarch of the family and include pictures and storytelling and create an original song, blah, 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 blah. Now we've been able to marry those two ideas between the community aspect of it, kind of gardening, the ancestors, every year if you invest in this garden, it bears fruits, this roots to fruits concept, and the recording studio, by focusing solely on two important aspects. One, that the result of the recordings, or the audience interface, does no harm. Meaning, she doesn't want to record commercials for cigarette companies. She doesn't want to support or endorse, like a lobbying effort for, for destructive stuff.
For whoever.
For whoever. And she wants to focus on something I think would be extraordinarily powerful, which is Black voices. Where do you go to? Where do podcasts, webinars, commercials, movies, documentaries, training programs, where do they go to get authentic Black voices, if that is in alignment with their audience? So a perfect example would be a nonprofit whose major constituents are people, Black and brown people, who are not going to be motivated by white voices in a voiceover. They'll be motivated by Black voices. So that's where we're at, Jilly.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds like you've made some good progress here.
The best thing is Janine just getting super excited about her focus.
Yeah,
where before it was like, oh, I can do that. Oh, and I can do that. Oh, and I've got this talent. And I've got this piece over here. And I've always wanted to bring this. Now she's got this singular focus that
it's interesting, isn't it? I think she needed to get all of that out, though. That's really important, was probably for her to feel like she'd got every option out so that she could then actually look at what's on the table. I don't think it was ever that she was going to try and build something that incorporated every single facet of her interests and talents and skills. So I think it's lovely that you've given her this way to get everything out and then sort it a little bit. We often use that sorting hat, don't we? But yeah, I love that she's kind of going through that at the moment.
Yeah, it was a difficult coaching experience in a way, Jilly, because I'm very used to people coming to the table with strong ideas and a strong mechanism, a strong notion of who their clients are and what they want to do. They're just in a pivot moment, or they want to expand their brand, or they know that they're talking about it in ways that aren't exactly resonating with their people. So this took a while.
Yeah, this was definitely a pure coaching exercise. This was not a situation where you could say to her, hey, Janine, here's the right answer. This is very much coaching her. Yeah.
Well, how do you do it? How do you do it? How do you hold space for people who have so many ideas? How do you keep folks in line with their own? How do you reconcile having the wildest, rewilding your business, or having the wildest vision and the pruned, cultivated garden? How do you help your clients do that?
That's a great question. And I think it starts with the fact that every idea is attached to a vision. And what I mean by that is that on some level, every one of these ideas and things that Janine's interested in, on some level inside her head, is attached to a future vision. So I guess the coaching part of that is to really get her to think from an elevated perspective, from being in the weeds of the ideas to trying to look at what the vision for the fully completed beautiful garden is, and to then come back from that back down to the ideas. Which of these ideas then aligns with that final vision, with that big vision of what life could look like for her? How can she get clarity on what that is, what that looks like? Then come back to the ideas and sort through them and say, okay, so this idea absolutely could feed that bigger vision in this capacity or with this little bit of tweaking. But this idea really sits outside of that vision and isn't something perhaps that is a part of what we're doing right now. It doesn't mean that any of her ideas or interests or skills ever need to be put aside forever. But it does mean that getting clarity on the final vision is what will allow her to sort through the ideas and work out which ones she wants to focus on. I hope that
the good news is
that question.
Brilliant. The good news is we're going to do this all through the art of triangulating those 3 lovely positioning statements that I like to present in this work. One that is pretty straightforward, one that's a little vanilla, a little butterscotch, and a little avant-garde. So she'll get a chance to explore all of these different entrees into her business and hear it articulated in words, not just like, oh, well, we could have a community center. Oh, well, we could do voiceover artistry. There's a market for that. Now she's going to see them in 3 very distinct ways, and we'll be able to pick and choose what words really resonate with her and what reflect that wild vision and the cultivated garden at the end. Your advice is spot on. Will you come back and join us?
Sorry, I was just wanting to add also that to your point about the positioning piece of this, the magical thing about the positioning that you do, Rebecca, is that hearing you read positioning statements back. So you've positioned my business many times, offers in my business many times. And it's an amazing experience, because what happens is that hearing you read the positioning statement back, it either cements a vision or it gives clarity that it's not right. So I think that process is going to help her get really clear as well. Just hearing these 3 options of positioning statements is going to, she will absolutely know when she hears you read them, which one is her.
Jilly, will you come back next week and get a taste of what she's picked? I can't wait to show you.
I would love to. Thank you. I am invested in this journey now. I think you're getting us all invested in Janine's journey, which is, it's exciting. I want to be part of this. So yes, please.
I can't wait to have you. Jilly, come back and join us next week as we see what Janine thought about these 3 very different positioning statements. Which one spoke to her and where we're going to go from there. I can't wait to see you.
I can't wait either. I will see you next week.
Super excited to see where we go. And if I don't end this recording, I'm going to kill somebody in my background.
Exactly.
You should know better. Tony Pareco, you know better than this.
Is he there?
Yeah. Come here.
Tony.
Come here. Not you, dog. Now they're quiet. Hold on.
All right. This is home. This is home.
Oh. Y'all are cutting up on my recording. You would kill me if I was at your house. She wants to say hi. Yeah. You would hang.
I didn't know you were recording.
I'm recording.
Tony!
Okay. Yeah, just talking to you.
Janine, it's great to see you.
Oh my God. Tony, it has been too long. How are you?
Real good. Oh, gosh, your room is incredible.
Thank you. You know what? It's great to be in this room and doing what I'm doing along with that sister there that you know very well. And as a matter of fact, Y'all are beautiful. You ended up here with Keenan and I through Rebecca. This relationship, this thing we got going on is awesome. Yeah, it is. It is. You doing all right?
Doing real good. Thank you,
Good.
Janine. I appreciate you.
Good. I appreciate you. I'll see you soon. Rebecca, you may not know, when I shared a lot of the photos and stuff like that, real quick, one of the photos that I shared is of me, Tony, and Keenan. Is in the whole shebang.
The whole shebang,
Yeah.
just like the chips.
Oh, that's right. Rebecca can't hear us. Okay, so anyway, I'm glad to see you. Thank you. And give
Thanks,
Rebecca
Shane.
another hug for me.
You
And
got
yeah. And kiss, yes. And
Yep.
we will talk soon.
Sounds great. Have a
Okay.
great session. I'm gonna get to be quiet now. Sorry about that.
You would kill me if I was at your house.
I didn't know. You could have told me.
I told you 3 times I was recording with Janine at 11:30. Okay, I'm recording. I'm live.
Okay.
I'm live. That's it. That's my life. You're here
I love
for
it. I love it. I love it.
Get
Because you know what? None of what we do is just so bloody sterile, thank goodness. It's just not. It isn't.
Thank goodness is right.
Yep.
Thank goodness is absolutely right. All right, Miss Lady. This
Okay.
is it for this piece. It's beautiful to not get a ton of pushback because it feels so sacred. It feels so holistic. It feels complete. And the reason we're able to get there is by doing a deep discovery and doing 3 very different positioning statements, as you'll see next week with Janine, when we come at it from 3 different ways. And that way, in my opinion, and I'd love to hear what your experience of it was, in that way, you have triangulated pretty much every kind of pushing your elbows against every aspect of how you could possibly position this brand, and knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that this one is it because you tried on the other ones. What was that like to get 3 different ones? Does it muddy the waters, or does it give you confidence?
No, not at all. And I think there were definitely parts of my positioning statement where I was like, nope, that's not going to work. But I think 95% of the 3 positioning statements used was used in my final positioning statement. And just a little recap of how this works. We get 3 different positioning statements, and they're all a little bit different. And usually it's, you tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think very many people are like, okay, that's the one. They look at those and they say, okay, I want this piece and this piece. And then you're able to build this perfect looking positioning statement that's just so polished off that I can use this versus just you go to use ChatGPT. Okay, here's your positioning statement. It doesn't articulate your voice. The difference is this really shows who you are, and the list of things that you always list off is, you listed them earlier, but it really is able to show what position can actually do for you.
Oh boy, you guys. Does Janine have one hot positioning statement? The Janine sound experience is off with a bang. The Janine sound experience is off like a rocket. The Janine sound experience is sprouting quicker than beans in July. The Janine sound experience is kicking off with ignition. I can't wait to see where this goes. Me and transformative business coach Jill Mokes get into it as the coach coaches the coach. I pass the baton to Jilly so she can work with Janine to build the perfect business model to match this brand. I can't wait to see how that turns out, y'all. Join us next Monday as Jill and Janine sit down and sketch out a business model that will support the Janine sound experience and give Janine the entrepreneurial dream she's been envisioning.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Are you an entrepreneur wanting to grow your influence but getting overwhelmed by the details? Check out the Resilient Events Show. where co-hosts Marisa Cali, head of production at Be Present Events, and John Harris, founder of Buzzit Event Sites, talk strategy, technology, and execution for using podcasts, live streams, and events to establish expertise in any industry. Don't miss Resilient Events, only on 100 TV.
Welcome to episode 5, the Resilient Events live show on the 100 TV network. I am John Harris. With me is my magnificent co-host, Marisa Cali. Happy to have you here again
Thank
with me
you.
today. And
Yeah, we just talked about live streaming in-person events, and very timely. I just got and probably when this episode airs, I will be in person live streaming an event in a location different than this current location. So
scary. You're
I'm
taking a leap from
yeah,
the online world to the real
yeah.
world. Welcome back.
I've done it before, like on the on a smaller scale. This is definitely a bigger event, and so I'm excited to try it out and really cover all the things that I know and that we've talked about over and over, and really get a new avenue for this repeat client, which I've been working with them for about 2 years. Well, they do in-person events as well as virtual, but I thought maybe let's graduate. So yeah,
There you go.
I'm excited. And to make it very clear, this episode is about how to stream your real life event.
There we
Because
go.
I think we talked about last time why would you
Yeah,
want to
and
do
main
it?
reason why we came down to you don't want to be a dinosaur because dinosaurs aren't resilient. And so unless you want some other organization, some other company or competitor to overcome you, it's time to get started.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
We covered in the last episode, content is king and distribution is queen. We're going to talk about the very nitty-gritty details of how. Hopefully you'll gain some value here. And, there's really a lot of different ways to do this. So we're going to try to make it very succinct. And if you obviously need more info, you can reach out to myself or John on LinkedIn is probably the best way, or, emails.
Or
You'll
go to
find this on-
rizpod.live.
Yeah. Good. Great call to action, John.
rizpod.live.
Cool. So what are we getting into first? What to avoid and how to fix it?
Sure, go
Content
ahead.
planning. I think this comes from a lot of marketing background. A lot of people want to stream their events. They start thinking about this is what they want to do, but they don't think about the style and how that content would come across in a live stream. So the main question is, how do you prepare not to lose your online audience? Because
Right,
you're going to
'cause it's-
have people in person, but also now you're live streaming. So you have to consider both. So
Yeah, and so you got to have those people top of mind for sure. And it's
Mhm.
I'd say it is easy to lose an online audience because an online audience, they are one click away from Netflix,
Yeah.
or YouTube or whatever else. And so
Mhm.
you have a real opportunity as an event planner to win that audience, but you have to keep them once you've won them, right?
Oh, yeah.
So number one thing I've seen, being late. So like saying like it's going to start at 7 p.m. and then like people show up and it's 7:25 and nothing's happened. They
Mhm.
probably didn't last till 7:25.
Yeah.
So key way to make that better is just communicate that with the audience. Like sometimes you're going to be late. We've all worked with events. It's like every event is late.
Mhm.
Just to be
Mhm.
honest about it so that
Yeah.
they know, right?
Yeah. And building in some type of contingency plan if there is something wrong. If you are late, can you have like a video on top, or like can you have we'll talk about the way
Right.
to stylize this, but always thinking about that because you could have speakers late, you could have your AV having issues, you could have just people are late.
In-person audience is just not sitting in their damn seats.
Yeah.
That happens,
Yeah,
right?
and you don't want to start with a fizzle. Start with a
Totally.
bang.
Start with a bang. And that's why I tried to make the best intro I've had yet for this show today. So we're just talking about it. I'm going to start our show with a bang, right?
Yes.
And so it's just, you can start, just know when you're going to start, not like aggressively, but just be excited, have energy. And even if the in-person audience hasn't got to their seats yet, just be like, whoa, everybody, try to get to your seats, please. The show needs to start. And that way it creates some excitement. as well for the
Right.
online audience, especially if you have the room mic'd. They can hear
Mhm.
that, and that adds to the ambiance, that adds to the engagement, right?
Yes, and preparing your MC, or if you don't have an MC and you were just going to going live, having some type of visual for the virtual audience that you're gonna start soon, or like there's a placeholder slide or something like that, and building
Right.
that into your content, not thinking that there's a bunch of people walking around in a room. Like, no, I'm sitting in front of my computer waiting for this to start.
Yeah.
And I know there was a big issue with a Netflix live special for Love is Blind was
Yeah.
going to be live, their finale show, like their reunion show.
Yeah.
And something was wrong with the feed, I think,
Yeah.
because everyone on Twitter was blowing up like, why am I watching this? Like, it's not going live. What's going on? And they ended up streaming it late, like 45 minutes. And
Wow.
then
Yeah.
it was then just on demand. So it was kind of, I was like, oh wow, this happens to everyone.
Yeah, it's no matter the level, right?
Yeah.
And yet then like just one little trick from a program we use a lot, StreamYard, that I've
Mhm.
seen some clients use before. They'll have the room mic'd so that you can hear like background chatter as an online audience member, and then they
Mhm.
put like a light kind of like background filler music over top of it, and so
Yeah.
it kind of gives the sense that you're in the room almost, which is
Yes.
like, and then as long as you have a ticker at the bottom that says we'll be on in a few minutes, just wait, then people know, and that's like just more
Mhm.
comfortable than radio silence, right?
For sure. Yeah. You're like, what am I watching here?
Yeah.
What's going on? So
And then same thing for if you're going to be late, same thing for if you're going to have gaps like in between speakers, or like audience needs to do, like in-person audience needs to do something, just plan some filler material for that so that the audience has that context. They know that you're going to be back, right?
right. Exactly. Yeah. You do that if you weren't live streaming an event, you do have gaps. You have someone who has the gift of gab,
Yeah.
someone that can like really just kind of fill those moments and not have awkward silence. So think about that when it's a live stream of your virtual event. And then remote presenters.
Yeah, this is one of the toughest things for
Mhm.
anybody that's like really getting into like a full hybrid style. If you're having to planning to have in-person and online presenters, like
Yeah.
that's just ends up being relatively difficult. So something you need to practice, and like the right AV team or the right producer can help you. But that's something you just want to just like don't wing it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Don't wing it.
Don't make it an afterthought if you're going to live stream your event. So how do you make your virtual audience feel welcome?
You know what? I think you're the pro at this. It's like number one thing we like to say, like don't go on stage naked. Like don't have a naked live stream. Because it's so hard to give people context and just to engage people. Like unless you're like President Obama or like Oprah or something, or like the most engaging person in the world, it's really hard to have just a naked video and have people be able to just jump in and be fully engaged and just stay there and listen forever, right? And so that's why people like us who just have zero personalities, we have our labels right here at the bottom. And so like if people come into the stream late, they know who we are. So that gives context, like immediate, like called like instant context. So we know what's happening. We don't have to figure it out. We don't have to hear the whole conversation. We can be like, okay, these people might be talking about this.
Right.
And then other things that are included in programs like StreamYard.
Yeah, I just want to mention one thing. I've seen a live stream of a panel discussion, and they may have introduced the presenters in the beginning, but then they were going through the questions and there still wasn't information on what I was watching. I jumped in like halfway through and I was like, what is this? I could read the description, but what am I watching? Because you've lost me almost within the first 30 seconds. Because I'm like, what am I listening to? What question are you asking?
Yeah.
What topic are you focusing on?
And so
and you could do that in a virtual
sense. That's why on like ESPN or CNN, like it's funny. That's why they have it on in airports. People will sit there and watch CNN for like 90 minutes straight but like you don't have to come into the show having seen the intro to know what's going on, because they always have like one ticker going this way and then
Yeah.
another thing going that way, and then like a label of like the person's name up here or something, and it's like it's
Yeah.
immediate context. So it's like it's really easy, even if you've had to step away for a second, you can still be
Mhm.
knowing exactly what they're talking about, right?
You don't even need the sound. You could just
Yeah,
read lips
barely,
and
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
oh, that's an interesting topic. Maybe I'll look at that later or something like that. Or read
Yeah.
the closed caption, which is another thing that is important for
Right.
virtual streams.
And so that's like working on the stream, and then the next level is like trying to actually engage that audience by having them participate as well. So with a program like Buzz It, or even if you're just streaming live on YouTube, you can at least take in questions from the audience, right?
Right.
Or you can have them talking to each other, kind of cheering people on. Congratulations are really, really popular on a lot of streams, right?
Mhm.
And so giving those people the ability to interact, not just watch, right?
Right. Right. Interaction is super key. And maybe that's not needed. That's not what you're focusing on, the in-person, but there's still ways to think about, what that looks like in terms of your content. Here's a scenario. You spend all this time on your virtual content, or how it's going to be presented, your show, everything, but you're not considering how it will look to your replay audience, because if you're going to already live stream, it's most likely recorded and you're going to be able to use it later. So if you're not thinking about not just the live audience, right, with some engaging material, with all that, if you're not thinking about your replay audience, then there's going to be no point in you reusing this video. And so you have to think about, what would I take from a 1 hour long event or even a 90-minute event, and how would I break that up into using it later on? So building that type of experience in a content perspective, but also an engaging perspective, you can use this for a replay. And a replay could be, you pay for it. I mean, we talked about this last episode. Is it live stream plus replay? Is it replay only? Is the replay free after 24 hours? I mean, there's so many different options, but thinking about not just putting a video on your YouTube of this event without context.
Easy.
Eventually we'll get to the banners and tickers and what this episode is about, but there's a lot of different ways to engage the replay audience as well.
Yeah, makes sense. And then finally, like big things, what can really go wrong with live streaming? The worst thing, easiest to find, is like bad audio. People will handle some poor video quality, but bad audio turns everybody off right away. And so there's like a million ways this could go wrong. So it's like having staticky or poor connections. So maybe you're using wireless mics, but like maybe the receiver is too far from the sender, right? Or maybe it's just a piece of junk, right?
Yeah, and that comes into play when you're doing the planning. Like, how important is the audio is more important than the video, but how can you build in some checks if you're doing if you're bringing in like outside sources, like someone test the AV beforehand, like test the speed, like what equipment do you already have there? What do we need to bring if that happens? Always having another mic or another option, a backup plan, even if it's not presented to you, is super important. Or not having like a blown out mic. Like, are you just putting your iPhone up and like streaming it?
Right. Which,
but
for
it's too
some
far.
situations it can work, but you just don't want to. You need to test that first, right? So the other thing with bad audio is not enough mics. Like, it's one thing to have, like, if I was just going to use this mic to stream an event where I was on stage, nobody would want to really watch that because they can't get the sense of the room. So having the room mic'd is important as well. And obviously, if you have a panel, you want to have at least have the host have a mic and the panelists have their own to pass around. So there's like not gaps in the audio too, right?
And if you don't have that ability, like they're not spending all this money on this big production, where is the mic sound coming from, and please don't put your laptop, your source where you're getting that audio, like right on top of it,
Right.
because it's just gonna sound like, I don't even want to do it here because it's gonna mess up the sound, you
Yeah.
know. And testing all of that.
Fair. And then other things for sound, so unequal mic volume, like make sure that they're mixed properly. You don't want to have one loud person and then
Yeah.
like
Right.
everybody else at a lower level. That's just painful. And then visuals you get more leeway on, but want to make sure you have a strong internet connection. So ideally you're plugged in, right? Or at least you've very thoroughly tested the Wi-Fi and maybe have a backup. Because we know how spotty it can get without it.
Yeah.
And then if you're like most events that we work with, there's going to be a presentation slide. So like PDF or PowerPoint, whatever. Put that computer also into the studio if you're using StreamYard, so that you can have the slides directly up on screen. It's like if you see a presenter and he keeps being like blah blah blah, but he's pointing to something you can't see, again, you have no context, right?
Right. And they might not be necessary all the time. You might not have a presentation slide because you want to focus on the really good audio and like banners that are more engaging than presentation slides. So it has to be talked about prior to the day before, because you want to make sure that you have enough support, both there but also in studio. And then poor recording quality. So everything can go wrong with tech. So you kind of have to prepare for that. And from a streaming standpoint, when you're recording, test the speed test. Make sure that the upload speed is more than 20 megabytes per second. Mine right now is 300 because I have fiber. So it's like really good. And I don't have an issue with that. But like I also have a backup if I'm in person to utilize my phone, or like, make sure they have good Wi-Fi already in the room, or you need to hook into the Ethernet, and know that before the day before, what are the options and what do you need to bring? What tools do you, or components do you need to bring? Do you need to bring multiple devices and stuff?
Yeah.
Like
And then
that?
to know what components you're going to need, like finally, like how do you do it right? And then if you're doing it DIY, and it sounds like, I'm not surprised Marisa has a lot of interest in doing the DIY stuff. So it's just practice. Practice it. Like, and if you've got an event coming up in a month, just practice with your kids or your dog, throw a mic on them, whatever. Just start connecting the mic to the phone, or the mic to the camera, or the all the stuff into the mixer, or the mixer to the laptop, and just build it and tear it down and do it again. And just learn like what that dynamic is like, because you just don't want to be figuring out, I'm like, oh, this time it didn't connect, and that's event day, and you're like, oh, it doesn't actually connect. I ordered it from Amazon and it should have, but it's not.
Doesn't connect.
Like, what do I do? But if you practiced on your kids and your dog, then you might have it. Right. And
exactly.
so just be familiar with the tools. And then for doing it right, like the other way is to hire pros, right? For professionals to work, like if you're going to start live streaming on a regular basis as like a part of your business strategy, to get a good quote the first time, be very clear about your needs up front. Have examples of what you're looking for from other events. Know how many hours of streaming you want to do, and how many camera angles, and what engagement material. And if you can be that clear, you're going to get a better quote. Because every AV pro I talk to, it's like they don't even want to give quotes because people just keep throwing things in at the last minute.
Right.
So that's why they'll all quote you really high when maybe it can be a lower priced option. And then once you do find a good AV partner, make them a constant partner. Right.
Yes.
They're kind of like dating. It's high context. You don't know a lot going in. Hard to communicate everything you want. When you find someone that's right, stick with them. And then it might get less expensive over time. because
Yeah.
they know exactly what they're doing, and they can be like, okay, we don't have to go through the whole rigmarole of like learning and like planning for contingencies. So unlike
Right.
dating, it gets less expensive over time.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. And that's very key to almost any relationship in business. You have to, sometimes hire the professionals, but also learn from that and how you can build your network. And my advice is always start small. Don't overcomplicate it, especially if you're like in my position. If I'm the main person that's responsible for this, like don't overcomplicate it with too many options, because if it works right, they're not going to know what it is supposed to, or what it should be with all these other bells and whistles. As long as it streams live and you can hear people, great.
Yeah.
I mean, or
Yeah.
and you have like some branding and build
Yeah.
that in. But yeah, I think it's how to do it right. DIY. I'm a very DIY. I'm a mix between DIY and professionals,
Yeah.
because I can understand all the things, but sometimes the budget doesn't allow for
Absolutely. Yeah.
$5,000 for an event.
Yeah,
So,
and let's be clear, like you don't have to have a perfect event the first time. Start small.
Mhm.
Baby steps, right? Don't be a
Mhm.
planner, be a doer. And
like us, we're doers.
yeah, the value is there. Like as you just said, if you at
Mhm.
least have decent audio, decent visual, and you have people that would rather not drive the hour and a half round trip, then you're
Mhm.
creating quality content for them, and that's helping to
Mhm.
grow your business, right? So don't try to get it perfect the first time.
Yes. Yeah.
But so
Don't
how would
and
you yeah, how would you start? Like if you were a planner that was like thinking like, when should I start this?
Well, I'm gonna practice. Thank
Yeah.
you for asking me. Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
practice on some things, but I'm also like I also talk about contingency plan and like what happens there. This is the style. I have to be over communicate. Basically, this project that I'm going to be working on is actually transitioning from a full virtual event, like virtual webinar for an hour, to
Yeah.
like an in-person thing. So there's all these things that they're going to have to think about: in-person event. But like I'm coming in with that extra virtual add-on, right?
Yeah.
And so, I want to be very clear on the expectations of what that stream looks like, what I need from them to even build get the right tools. Cause I have I can put my camera on one of those like GoPro type things. I can do that, or I can have my laptop. Like I can have multiple things. I have different tools, but do we want all that, or do we want to focus on one main feed? So
Yeah.
asking the right questions ahead of time, and don't just assume they know
Yeah.
that they're going to answer that they're going to give you the answer you need. Don't just try to sell it like, oh, we have to do this because it's the cool thing to do.
Yeah.
We have to start streaming.
Yeah.
Everything starts somewhere. So
That's right. Yeah, and so the right reason to start it, we talked about in the last episode. Number one, it's the right thing to do for like accessibility standpoint. If you want to reach everybody in your community, it's really the only way. Like if you're a planner that has a boss to report to, like for budget, let them know like if you don't get started, you're going to be the dinosaur, and a competitor is going to pass you by, and that just. It's really just converting a 1-day major expense for an event into like a permanent marketing asset.
Right.
So it's
exactly.
like, how much can we get out of all this work that we're putting together?
Yeah, and considering that in just the long-term vision, like, okay, how many events are you going to do, and like, are you going to do this every year or every quarter? Can we utilize elements from this marketing asset to promote the next one, to get like create FOMO and stuff? If we're not doing something like that first, how are we ever going to innovate and be resilient
Exactly.
in this world of events? So
Yeah. So final question people probably want to know and don't know: how much is this going to cost me to live stream my in-person event?
Okay, so My normal answer is, when we first start talking about it, is it depends. But I want to be a little more intentional with sharing this information. I look at it from a day rate perspective. If I have to go to your event, whether it's local or not, what am I blocking out my schedule for that time? So that
Right.
would be, whatever your day rate is. In production, anything could start at like 1,000. They could go up to 5,000. It really just depends on the scale of the event.
Yeah.
But you can implement some DIY things, like, do you have AV on site? Do you have staff?
Totally. And so what I've seen people do like hybrid events for as little as $32. So it was like the cost of that Gorilla Grip, the GoPro thing you mentioned. I would love I had the picture of it ready, but like literally their hybrid setup was a new iPhone on a chair on top of a donut box on top of a Gorilla Grip that was pointed at the stage and the slides. They also had the laptop plugged in, so that didn't cost anything. And they had the mic. The iPhone was actually on top of the speaker for the room. And the quality of it was for $32 for DIY. The quality was up there.
Yeah. And the lucky thing with software like StreamYard or the other ones that are not named because we're not using them to record our show, that you can have multiple camera angles and multiple audio devices. You just have to test and practice and make sure that you're not getting any echo or anything like that. And that's up to you as a
so I guess that's why
planner.
You really would hire AV if you're like it. I don't want to test it. I just want to know it's going to work. That's what you're paying for. Is the it's like you're going to a doctor or lawyer, you're paying for that expertise, right?
Right. And they might have like internal people that might help as like with extra camera angles or extra computers, extra devices. But those questions you kind of have to know to ask, or when you're working with a professional, know, okay, we have these people in-house that can help, and we just need you to oversee it. And I've worked on projects like that before. It's very extensive staff, and I'm just here to do the one little tech thing. So so it can range. It does depend, but we're talking costs minimum 1,000. I've seen 5,000. I've seen 10,000. It just depends on your like the amount of services that they're providing and what the rate is, and also their expertise, and who they're bringing in. So
should we say key takeaways for this episode? Not just be a planner, be a doer, but also be a practicer, especially if you want to be doing DIY.
Very good.
It's the only way. Mic your dog, mic your kids, stream them, see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, most people have friends in the industry that they, you can. I mean, I'm learning stuff from you because you do a lot of in-person events and you're coaching people on that virtually. So it's and I'm very good at content planning in virtual sense. So there's just a lot of ways. Just ask people, ask around, and if you have to pay people for their time or buy them dinner and a coffee, do that.
I'm open for dinner any day of the week.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if you Canadians have Venmo or PayPal. I don't know. It's like I can Venmo you that.
Yeah.
All right. So, and then how does this make you as a business owner, entrepreneur, aspiring big star, how does that make you more resilient to live stream your event?
Right. Well, you're not going to be a dinosaur, and you're going to be just turning your one day amazing thing into something that can pay for years. Right.
Yeah.
And so just having permanent living content instead of one day bonanza. Right.
For sure. Yeah. So lots of things to cover in the how to stream your real life event. I think we can definitely break this down further, but we appreciate you listening and watching to Resilient Events. Visit rizpod.live for all the resources and show notes and everything you can ever want from a live show. John, do you have any final words?
I can't believe we made it to the 5th episode. Good for us.
Yeah, we're awesome. Thank you for being a great co-host, and We'll see you next week on Resilient Events, only on 100 TV.
Till next time. Bye.
Bye.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Business in the Raw, where the world is your oyster. Welcome to episode 6, Take a Jill Pill. From the very first time I sat down across the Zoom screen from Jill Mokes 2.5 years ago, I knew I couldn't live without her in my life. Having a business bestie is one of the greatest gifts to entrepreneurship, which can sometimes feel very lonely. I encourage you to find your own pod of professional people who are in radical alignment with the way you do business, and you'll never work a day in your life. I was so happy when Jill agreed to come on Business in the Raw. In fact, she couldn't just come on Business in the Raw. She had to become the resident coach for all seasons moving forward, and I couldn't be more for it. Jill has a unique way of approaching business. Everything she does must be validated against what I adorably call the Mokes method. I won't get into it too much because you're going to see it for yourself in conversation with both me and Janine. But suffice it to say, that Mokes magic is something special. This episode is all about Jill and Janine. They sit down independent to the work that Janine and I have been doing and take the positioning to a whole new level. They do this because Jill validates every single initiative or idea for business development. And she pits it against a matrix that assures marketability, recognition, visibility, and what's more, actual clients. This is a collaboration that builds upon the work Janine and I are doing, which is a very cool way for other creative folks out there who are looking kind of across the playing field to see who could they bring to help Janine develop her business and achieve her goals is definitely a win-win-win-win-win. Enjoy the fly-on-the-wall perspective of this transformational business coaching session with Jill Mokes and Janine Payne and the Janine Sound Experience, a new voiceover agency about to make a serious splash on the scene, an authentic and genuine voiceover and sound artistry, if you will. Enjoy.
Hey, Janine.
Hey, Jill, how are you?
I am so good. I've been very excited for this session together for Business in the Raw, our Rebecca Gunter show.
She is fabulous. She is a fabulous branding maven, copywriter, editor, everything, all things, I'll say marketing and branding. Yeah.
I love that you said that because she's definitely my everything.
Yeah.
She's my everything. She's my go-to. Yeah, she's awesome. And
she is.
I was beyond honoured when she asked me to come and feature on the show and just bring what I do to the table, which is around the business consulting part of things, coaching and consulting. And so I'm really excited to come and join this crazy thing that you guys are doing, which is taking you live through this process of creating an amazing brand. How disruptive is that to just film this for a show?
I'm glad you used the term disruptive because in a way it is. But you can't prepare yourself for it. You think you can, and because I met Rebecca a while ago, the answer was yes. And because I not only saw the benefits of, from a business perspective, but also an opportunity to work with her while she does her brilliant thing. But over the course of the last few sessions, I realized, oh my gosh, it does. Not only does it take a lot of work, but it takes a lot of heart work, a lot of thoughtfulness to who I am. What do I really want? Because you think, and I'll speak for myself, I thought I knew. I did. And going about not really creating a business model, not really thinking about, understand the importance and the value of branding, but not to the extent that we're going through and digging down. And that takes a lot of hard work. Heart. I'm saying heart.
Absolutely,
work.
absolutely right. And it's foundational. That what I see happen so many times is people want to start a business. And they already have this in their mind, this image of what that business is. They know what they want to do, etc., etc. They skip this very foundational piece of going deep into their values, their why, their absolute reason why it's this business. They skip that part, and then it becomes so difficult to work towards what they actually want, because there's this big foundational piece missing. And I think that is what Rebecca does better than anyone I know, is to take you deep.
Yes, deep at root level, so that the soil has its right fertilizer, and so that whatever you plant, you know, that it grows and is fruitful.
Yeah.
And I know those are all cliches, but at the same time, it's true. But you don't think about it because you're just ready to get in. I can do this thing. I can do it relatively well. Let's get on with it. But
yeah,
that's not the case if you want to be successful. So I've learned a lot, even over the last few weeks, about myself. And now this is all I think about.
And now you move forward
This
to build
process.
the right business. Not just any
Yes,
business
right.
that you can build, the right business.
Not just
for
any.
you.
Jill, thank you for that comment as well, because you're absolutely right. It's not just a business. It's not just any business. And so I had many ideas of things that really were driving me, things that I love. A lot I'm finding are more passions that can be tied into the business, and perhaps identifying some niche and all that. And you know this better than I do. But identifying those things that, okay, all those are great, but what is your business? What is the core of your business?
That's right.
What do you really want it to look like? And I don't think I actually took the time to do that. So glad to be here. And then to be working with you on the modeling of the business is just, I can
I'm
see
really
how that's going to be
looking forward
really helpful. Anyway, so I'll stop there.
Good. I'm so looking forward to this. So let's just frame our session today a little bit in terms of what we want to achieve. So why we're having this session. You've done a little bit of pre-work, I think, for me, just in terms of bringing to your mind what some of the higher level goals are for this business. And this is something that I would like us to talk about, because I've gone through your positioning statement, which you worked on with Rebecca. First of all, because that positioning statement, this is why that process is so important. You cannot decide on the right business model for your business until you've positioned your business. So I just love that you guys have landed on that. I just want everyone watching to see what it is we're talking about when we talk about the positioning statement that you have.
That's helpful.
Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. So, can you see that okay?
Now I can see it.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Can I change the size of it? Wait. You know how
Maybe, or you could just bring yours up, because it could be that while we're recording you can't see it so great.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, I was able to
Yeah,
enlarge
you could
just
just
slightly.
bring yours
This is
up.
good. Yeah, it's perfect.
But there's two positioning statements here. So one is for you personally, as the owner of the business, you as a person, which is the Janine Payne positioning statement. And then we've also got the Janine Sound Experience positioning statement. And there's a really good reason that these are two separate positioning statements, because one of them does what it says on the tin. One of them is you as a person. The other one is really positioning the brand, the business side of things. And that's the one that I'm looking into at the moment, because the bit I want to highlight is that it's the voiceover and branded audio design studio.
Yes.
So I'm going to come back. Hopefully you could see that. I'm going to go back so we can just talk about it now. So Tell me a bit about how that idea has come up from your conversations with Rebecca. Tell me about the design studio aspect first. And this is really, sorry to interrupt you, but this is really, I'm really interested in the kind of mechanics of this. In other words, what, is it an agency? Tell me a little bit more about what the design studio is.
So I'll start from the future. The future is that it will be more like an agency where I am either hiring or I have 1099 consultants that are also voiceover talent, that they are Black and brown people that are underrepresented in the voiceover market. And but pushing that back to the earlier timeline, it's me building the foundation and designing what I want the future to look like. But it has to start with me as the core voiceover talent.
Yep.
Designing a platform that would allow entry of these other talents in the future.
Okay, that makes complete sense.
Yeah, I'll stop there.
The reason I ask that is that I'll have some questions that I'll probably want to come back to about who is this for? So who are the clients? And whenever there's an agency element, then you've got two different kinds of clients. You've got clients who are the people who need someone from the agency, and you've got people who join the agency to showcase their talent. So you've got two different sets of people there. But we'll come back to that one. Before we go to that,
Okay.
I'd love us to just now think a little bit about goals for the business in terms of, I always divide different goals into lifestyle goals, financial goals, and reputational goals. Because I think those are really, we all have a top three goals, and they always seem to end up, one will be in each of those buckets. So it might be, I want a 7-figure bank account by 2 years' time. The next one might be, I only want to work 3 days a week, and I don't ever want to work at weekends. I want flexibility to travel, so I don't want to be tied to a particular location. Lifestyle goals. And then reputational goals might be things like, I want to do a TED Talk. I want to land a paid speaking gig where I'm talking to an audience of at least 5,000 people. There are lots of different goals that we have, and they all seem to fit into one of those buckets. So I'd love to hear yours.
Thank you. I'll start with the lifestyle goals, because for me, that just really helps to shape everything else. And I may find myself entering the discussion another way in the future. But right now, my goal is by the end of this year, I aim to be able to hire a part-time audio engineer specifically for voiceover work. And then some of the dreamy part of the lifestyle goal, and I know you'll help me determine, is that really lifestyle or is that part income? But
yeah,
anyway,
that's exactly what they'll do. You don't need to worry about where these fall. Just just tell me what the goals are. And this isn't, I need every single goal for the business, because we'll build on these. I'm just interested in the high level where you want to see this go.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you. So high level, it is to be able to hire either contractor or a part-time audio engineer, because I really need that. And obviously for the business to be successful, because I don't do my own editing. So I'll stop there. And then, but part of that is also to identify and secure, I'm going to be honest, a part-time gardener that I can work with for my gardening space that I'm working on. And that ties into income, and the income goal, which is I need to make a certain amount of money in order to do that. And so I envision close to where I was before I left my past employer, gave them their job back. And so looking at about 150 or so thousand, but that about 120 would go to for me, but then the rest will be broken down. The majority of that the other portion for an audio engineer, and then for a gardener. Now the gardener, I could probably take it out of the equation, but I'm just trying to be as realistic as possible in terms of how I want my lifestyle to change.
Yeah, Yeah, I love that you brought in the gardener. I think this is really important, and this is actually something that people often don't do. They don't look at this roundedly enough, and this is why I like to split goals, because some people, if they're very money orientated, will tend to stay in that I want to have 10k months to begin with, and I want 150 months, and they're actually not always cognizant of the effect that would have on their lifestyle. If they want to scale to a 7-figure income, that certainly means employing people, whether they're contractors or employees, and that brings with it a host of additional complexity into a business. And if you don't balance what your financial goals are with your lifestyle goals, there can be a real disconnect there. So I love that you're bringing in, okay, if I want to grow my business, I need help and support with other areas of my life.
Yes.
To be able to free me up to do that. So that's so sensible to add in. I know your gardening space is a very important part of your life. I've listened in to your conversations with Rebecca, and I know that's super important. So it isn't something that can fall by the wayside. But it also isn't necessarily something that you can continue to do yourself. That feels like an important one to me.
Yeah.
And absolutely the audio engineer. I think those are the two very important hires for you. Yes. What about your time? Where do you want to spend your time? Is it important to you to be location independent? Is it important to you to have particular chunks of time free?
Yes, it is.
You have hobbies. You have a lot of hobbies.
I do.
And passions.
I actually do. But this process has allowed me to really think about, where do I really want to spend my time?
Yeah.
So it is in the gardening space, but that also means within the community, give back. I had started a master gardener program several years ago. Then COVID happened and I wasn't able to get the intern hours and so forth. So that is still very heart heavy, because it is something I want to do, perhaps work in schools, but I also want to increase women in my county, their capacity and belief that they can grow food, honestly, and that it's not a challenge. So that is where I wanted to spend some time. In order to do that, while still having and running a business, as you said, those other things have to fit in line as well, because I want to grow my own food as well. I want to continue doing it.
Yeah,
so,
but time to do that, and a plan, as far as your business model is concerned anyway, a plan to maneuver you into the space where you have time free to bring these other projects on and to work on growing your own food, etc., is really important. And this is something that we have to remember as entrepreneurs. We get to mold the business model that serves us as well as serving our clients. And really, that brings us on to the business model side of things in a way, because one thing that I should probably clarify is what I mean when I talk about a business model, because not everyone means the same thing. For me, a business model is three things. It's made up of three things. It's made up of your target market. So who are the clients that you want to serve? It's your offer. So how do you want to serve them? Is it so for example, as a voiceover artist, your offer might be, you can buy from me a certain number of hours of voiceover work, or it might be you can hire me for a particular project, or it might be that I can be kept on a retainer by you to be available to do voiceover work for you. So it's how do you deliver that service to that target market that you've identified? And then the third leg of the stool, if you like, when it comes to a business model, is your pricing. It's what you charge. So it's who do you serve, how do you serve them, and how much do they pay you? That makes up your business model. And a business model can be made up of lots of different offers within that. It's not necessarily one offer, but the whole business model is identifying all of the target markets, creating the right offers, which are the exact things that those people want and need. And then it is crafting the price to make it financially viable, profitable, to hit your financial goals. And then it's really looking at it very objectively and tweaking all one or two of those things, price, people, product, until you get the perfect balance that is going to bring those goals, the time freedom, the $150,000 in the bank by the end of the first year, whatever that looks like. It's how do we tweak those three things to the perfect combination that are going to bring those goals to life. So when I talk about business model, that's what I'm talking about. People, product,
and price.
Yeah, because people really overcomplicate business a lot. This is like, you know, Rebecca and I talk about this all the time. People make it like, oh, business model, it sounds so scary. It's not scary. It is literally just playing with your market, your product, and your price until you get the right combination that works for them and for you to hit your goals, to do what you want to do with your business. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to simplify all of this now and really get some clarity around those three legs of the stool. So the first leg of that stool is the who. And you'll have already done some work with Rebecca on this for your positioning, I know. And I know that the sound studio is maybe the future offer. It isn't something that right now you don't have the bank of artists, all the assets you need to sell an offer as an agency, right? So that is something that we can work towards. To bring revenue in now, we need to work with what we do have, which is you. So the first decision is, do you want an offer that's just you at the moment? So you as an independent voice? Or are you in a position to not need to do that and go straight to building out an agency model?
Wow. Wow, Jill.
That was a lot of talking, wasn't it? I'm shutting up now.
Goodness gracious. Honestly, I think the best approach, and I'll support this with some other language here, but is to offer me as the voiceover artist, because I feel that there's a lot of learning in this space that I still need to do. And in order for me to prepare myself for that future, and it doesn't have to be so distant that it's 2 years from now, but to really do the work, to dig in and make sure that the audience or the people are right, the audience, the target audience,
that's it,
or clients, to make sure that it's right, that mix is right, so that when I'm bringing new people on, I'm not all over the place. So I'd rather pilot, if you will, with Janine, pilot while making money as well, obviously. But it's not, yes, it is about the money, but what's more important to me is that I get systems down that make it easy to bring others in, and that others will want to, oh yeah, I want to be a part of that. So
that there is really important. I've got this image in my head, really, of you, like you say, piloting it, spending the time, finding the right people, the people who want what your agency is going to offer. And then when you're ready, saying, hey, this is what I do. These are the incredible clients I work with. Come and join me. Come and join me. If this is something you would like, come and join me. Under my umbrella.
Yes.
And I think that is the perfect way to look at this.
Okay, yeah. That's, and I feel not just in my heart, because there's no way I can lead without those elements in place. And it's great. I don't know what people call it, something goal, but the big fancy goal of starting an agency, maybe for some that it might be better for them to start in that way, depending on what their product offering is. But for me, given it is a voice, I have a voice that I can use to pilot the business. It's an advantage.
Yeah. It
Yes, I'm
absolutely
really-
is. And it's that first step in the commitment to working with the right people, finding the right clients.
Thank you.
This is your time to be able to experiment with that, because obviously once the business model is nailed, once you've decided what you're trying to create here as the first iteration of the business, because this will only be the first iteration. We know that Janine, as a solopreneur voiceover artist, is not the final business model. This is the now business model. And I think the perfect way of looking at it is as a pilot. This is my playground where I experiment. As you move on to market this, it's all about experimentation. So
Thank you.
this
Yeah.
is the time to think, okay, so is there a niche of clients that will want to hire me? What might that look like? What are the kind of clients I'm going to want to work with? Are there any kinds of clients I'm not going to want to work with?
Yeah.
What are my non-negotiables when it comes to a client that's a good fit for me, or a client that's a bad fit for me that should find someone else, not me? Because that's equally as important to know what you don't want as what you do. How much clarity do you
Absolutely.
feel you have at the moment around the types of people you would like to hire you?
And fortunately, some of this discussion I did have with
Yeah.
Rebecca, and digging down, it took a little bit to rise up and realize that I'd like to identify clients that share some of the same values that I have around many of the interests that I have, right? So more, they can be community-based, but community-oriented thinking. So it still can be big business, but has perhaps a philanthropic arm that is desirable, that then marries with where I'd like to be. The non-negotiable space is, and I mentioned to her, like big tobacco. You've heard that term.
Yeah.
Now, there's space in the big tobacco space where you're educating. I'm using my voice to educate public, educate young people, educate to the harms of tobacco, alcohol, or other. I don't know if I'm doing a good job really describing who they are, but it may be more of where I see myself or using my voice to, I'll say, educate the public. But that doesn't mean that I wouldn't also take or hope to build, rather, a client base in the auto industry, for instance. Because again, you have luxury brands of cars, you have but it meets people's lifestyle. And there's diversity in lifestyle. So
Absolutely. I think in terms of diversifying the client base, that certainly can happen when you get bigger and when other voices come to join. I think at the beginning it's really important to get clear on your ideal client. Who is that for you right now, rather than future pacing to a time when you could appeal to everyone, because you would have a talent within your pool that would be perfect. Someone that's perfect for a luxury brand, someone that's perfect for the automotive industry, someone that's perfect for the camping and outdoor industry. There could be someone for everyone eventually. But I think it's probably going to be really sensible to think about who you are absolutely for. And what I'm hearing from you is that it's more purpose driven.
it is.
Organizations. Maybe it's not for profits. Maybe could be some big charities that are on there that could fall within something that you would feel aligned to.
Yes.
And then the education piece, that's really interesting to me. So with the big tobacco, it would be important to you to do that education around perhaps controversial subjects.
Yes, absolutely. And
Now,
and,
this
you
is
know,
very interesting to me. That would, you know how people always say, oh, it's so hard to niche down. And I know it is. And this will probably scare you. But you could absolutely decide that your target market for the first iteration of your business model is education in controversial spaces.
Wow.
Because straight
I'm actually
away
trying to-
then, just thinking about marketing yourself, straight as soon as you get that niched,
Yes.
targeting the right people becomes so much easier. And straight away in terms of business offer, when you're thinking of, because creating an irresistible offer is about creating the exact thing that your target market wants and needs. And so obviously to do that, you have to know them inside out. But imagine how much easier it is to create the perfect offer when it's a niche that narrow. I work with controversial space. I work in controversial spaces. So your messaging suddenly becomes, I mean, Rebecca would just go crazy for this messaging. I can tell you that right now. She'll go freaking crazy for this, because it would all be about very unapologetic. If you are looking for a voice that will change people's minds, hearts and souls on a topic.
Yes.
So that might be something to think about.
Wow. Jill, you and Rebecca, but this is really important that you zeroed in on that and you heard me. And I agree there's an opportunity. I agree that there's an opportunity, but this is even... But I didn't realize that there was an opportunity. Do you see? I wasn't thinking
Totally. And this is why it takes a village to build a business. You can't have all of the ideas yourself. It's so hard to bring the best of yourself out without anyone's help to coax it from you.
I know that now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
absolutely.
So
and you think you can. Anyway, not going back. We are moving forward, but certainly. There is a mindset, and as you know, with entrepreneurs, that you can just do it because you have this passion, you got this thing.
Yeah.
But the village definitely much needed to arrive at. Now I know, and you're right, education in controversial spaces. And my background is my master's is in public health, and I've worked in public health for years, and so it is part of my heart and soul, and it's a reason why I chose that area of work. But to know that there's opportunity to expound upon those interest in
I think it would be perfect for you. And then creating the right offer. And so when I say an offer, that could be, like we talked before, it could be a package of a certain number of hours of voiceover work. It could a consulting package. So basically you could say, okay, I'm going to put together a package for you where I come in, we talk about the issue that you would like my voice behind.
Wow.
We go through it. We talk about the messaging. And here's where you can take what you've learned from Rebecca around positioning. So you take that and you use that skill because you'll have learned it, same as I learned it from her. So you'll be able to take that skill to a company who needs help with a promotion or a education piece, whatever that is. You'll be able to go to them and say, look, okay, tell me about the project, and then you'll be able to position how you think you can best be used to bring that to life, to elevate visibility, whatever their goal is for that piece. So it's almost like you charge X number of $1,000 to come in and do a full consultation piece around it. So first there's like an education piece for them in terms of what a voiceover artist can do, because it isn't just reading a script. I think, tell me a bit more about that. I'd like to hear about that actually. I'd love to hear the real, what do you really do? And try and expand it as much as you can so that we really get a feel for what a voiceover artist like you could do for someone in a controversial space. What could that look like?
Yeah, what would that look like? Because I think you hit the nail on the head. It is going beyond the script. Because often voiceover artists, you receive a script and you read from that script. You submit and they decide if it's you. But in this case, I've also, through this work, I've identified that this is where I shine. I can see myself having identified the right client, so I'm not going to try to go down that rabbit hole yet. But thank you. And I've identified the right client, but I literally am proposing to them that based on what first of all, I need them to tell me what are their goals. What are they trying to achieve through, and not necessarily even a voiceover artist yet, because I need to know what are they trying to achieve. Do they know
That's
their
right.
audience? Do they know their, and then so forth. And then as a result of that, to your point, then taking the time to identify, this is where my voice and my expertise comes in, even from a public health perspective. And not to say that all of the clients are going to be in that space, but a lot of them.
But they could be.
It could be. Thank you.
Niche.
Okay. For those of you watching, that just really touched me in a place, because sometimes you're talking and you don't realize what you're saying, and that you really are supporting who you are. You're supporting your desires, and it takes, again, this village. It takes you to really pick that up. Yeah, because it definitely can be in the space of public health. Yeah.
Yes.
Didn't think about that.
Gosh, that really, really touched you, didn't it? That really landed.
It did. Because
Now you know you're getting close now. You're getting close to the offer that is your first iteration offer of what will eventually become a bigger business, and may have different niches, different talent coming in. But Janine, at the core, at the start, it's you. And it's who do you best serve?
Yes. And I feel that I can contribute more in that space as a consultant, given my background. So I think the startup time, if you will, or the learning curve, will be lessened by me contributing in spaces that I'm most familiar. Yeah. That's
And goodness me, imagine how you would be able to hit the ground running with a company, because you understand the topic, or certainly you understand the landscape of that arena, if you like. Yeah. So the passion and the compelling way you would be able to talk about the issues that they're trying to get out there, you would be able to do that better than any other voiceover artist. Yes. And straight away there, that's your business model. It's what do you do that other voiceover artists won't be able to do as well. And it's, you pick clients where you know what the issues they face are, and you already have an idea of what they're trying to achieve.
Yes.
So of course you're going to amplify it by adding your voice.
Absolutely. That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. And I can see, Jill, side note, I have worked on many, particularly chronic disease topics that affect underserved populations in the United States, and everything from diabetes, HIV/AIDS, to cervical cancer in women, and increasing awareness, education. So the point is, I have touched so many areas, and finally, it feels like this is a eureka moment for me, because finally I can see where the two mesh. Now this this business, but also bringing in some expertise. That is
true
a sweet
convergence, true sweet spot. You hit it on the nail on the head. The true sweet spot for you.
I know we're not done, but
we're not done, lady.
No, I know it. So.
We're revving up. We're just revving up.
I know, I can tell.
But what a brilliant feeling. What a brilliant feeling to have like you said, eureka moment. Oh, hang on. I don't want to try and boil the ocean with every single person out there who might possibly at some point ever want a voiceover artist. Me. No, exactly. No, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. You need to look at who will you, as a voiceover artist, get the best results for. Yes. And it's going to be the people you already know in terms of what they want and need.
Yes.
I bet you would be able to list for me in the air 10 reasons why someone in that space of trying to raise awareness about potentially controversial issues or public health awareness issues,
Yes.
I bet you could list me at least 10, probably 100 reasons why they might want to hire you.
Oh, absolutely. Starting with not only my background, but I think now that we're talking, that would be a selling point, obviously.
Absolutely.
To the portfolio, but also that I know that I can speak to the issues that comes from that understanding, but also that I am a woman of color, and in many cases in the United States and other places as well, there are people of color that are suffering, particularly African Americans in this country, Blacks and African Americans in this country, and Hispanics as well, or Latinos and Latinas that suffer disproportionately chronic conditions. And right now I'm just zeroing in on chronic conditions. But certainly knowing that, I would know how to formulate even the proposal that speaks to the reasons why you would want a voice that can reach your audience, because it only makes sense.
And why it needs to be
Yes.
a black or brown voice.
That's right.
It needs to be, because there's no
absolutely.
point in another white privileged person trying to get the point across, because they won't do it as well.
That's right.
It won't land as authentically.
No, it will not. And I've worked in government spaces, so I've worked for the federal government for 21 years. And some of that work, the last 10 years, was in communications. I worked with we hired consultants who then hired voiceover art. And often if an organization, now that's the federal government, they can afford to take that path and for that consultant to really identify. And for the most part, I have to say, for those of you who are out there and you are consultants to other agencies, they are doing a good job in trying to identify the right voice for the right product, for the right message, and so forth. But outside of the federal government, with private industry, often they miss the beat. And I'm not saying that they don't at least try. I don't know why I'm tap dancing around that, but often you don't hear that voice that's really speaking to those issues, and particularly around education and the spaces that I'm interested in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it is funny, isn't it? Because everything you've just said, there shouldn't be, but there is an element of controversy around this. It shouldn't be a controversy because it shouldn't be an issue, but it is, and it needs the right voices like yours to be able to bring that awareness up. To be disruptive.
To be disruptive. And in a good way. In a way, and I say good, that doesn't mean that it's going to satisfy every listener. Because sometimes you bring awareness and people are quite uncomfortable with the message.
Absolutely.
And that's okay, particularly if you have a client who is willing to move forward in a way that they actually are delivering their message through a voice that speaks to their audience. And that's exactly where I want to
so
be.
Actually, now that's really hit me when you said that, because the more I think about that, the more absolutely this is your niche. This isn't us. It just is. It already is. It's just that we're just seeing it now. This already is the offer.
I did not see it.
Because this is the entire ethos of this.
It is. The ethos. It is.
Wow.
It is.
Yes. This is so right. Those are your people. You are going to be able to identify them so easily now.
Yes.
Do you have a project that needs a confident voice that won't be quietened to put that message across? That kind of messaging has got to come in. Rebecca's going to be, oh my God, she's literally going to lose it.
She's going to go crazy.
She's going to lose her shit. She's going to be like,
can't you hear her right now? Can't you hear
I can.
her going?
I literally can. Shall I tell you what she'll be saying? Damn, girl.
And I hope all of you that are watching this, that you've been following the business in the raw, and you've gotten to know who Rebecca Gunter is. Gunter is.
Oh, yeah.
Because
damn,
you've hit it.
Yeah. Don't worry, she does the worst ever English accent you've ever heard when she impersonates me. It's, hello, darling. You'll all get treated to that one at some point.
Yes, we're back. So this is fabulous.
This is big. This is big. And it's that first part. But the thing, it's the most important part of the business model is the who. Everything comes back to the who in your business. Everything. That's why Rebecca makes us be so committed to that positioning piece. Because everything comes back to the who. You've got to know and understand those people and what they want. And only once you identify who they are can you start working on understanding what they want and need. And then putting together the right packages, products, offers, services that they want. And that's the fun part. Because the way we do that is by talking to these people. By talking to them and say, hey, have you ever thought of hiring a voiceover, some voice talent? I have a few ideas here of things that might work. Can I would you be interested in taking a look at some of these ideas and letting me know which you think might be effective for your business? Would you be interested in trialing something like that with me? Let me give you a free trial. I will give you an hour of my time. I will create a piece of content that you can use to elevate a message inside your business. Let me know what you think. Suddenly you get a testimonial. That's what testimonials are, your best marketing assets. So this is how the framework of the business is going to build now. And again, it's only the first iteration, because I want to go back now in terms of the offers to something you said just now about consultants and agencies. I think you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think you said that the consultants will go to the businesses and then they will come away and find talent from the agency, from an agency. Right?
That's right.
So for you, this feels to me like you're a one-stop shop, Janine. Someone working with you doesn't need a separate consultant to tell them what they need and then a separate talent for the voice. You are that person. They're not going to expect someone with your background, with your expertise in this area, to be able to go in and consult with them on what they want and then actually create the asset almost like straight from the horse's mouth, if it as it were.
Yes.
How amazing is that as an offer?
I know. I'm
like,
I am chuckling inside. Who would have thought? And you're absolutely right. Like a one-stop shop is
one-stop shop. Cut out the middleman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not only do you get a consultant who helps you form what the campaign might look like for the business, but you also are talking to the voice that's going to bring it to life. There is no disconnect. There's no disconnect. They haven't got to rely on the consultant to communicate to the talent what's needed. And then, what might that look like? I don't know. There's no disconnect. It's you and the client.
That's it. That's
the finished
no translation.
There's no translation required. Yeah. And that is another massive selling point for your offer. And again, it's another USP for your business.
Right? And it is, because that is a selling point. That is
absolutely.
It is. Any business, even when we shop, we go to a supermarket, a grocery store, because we know we can get everything that we need from this.
Yep.
Similarly, So I imagine a client would find that beneficial to them. Less time, less effort. You have access to this person. You're talking to the person who then will provide the service. That's
to me that blows my mind. Like, I honestly cannot even begin to explain how important that is. It's massive. It's such a USP. And again, this is why dealing with people in this public health sector, or the kind of more controversial side of things, the disruptive, the diversity, equity, inclusion arenas, all of those things, it just feels that's your space. And that's where the benefit to the client of you being this one-stop shop is just massive.
It's so massive that it's overwhelming to me. And basically, as you're speaking, I'm nodding in agreement with no conflict. No
conflict.
It's
just
as
feels
clear
right.
as the bell.
Yeah.
You say,
It just feels
What did you
right.
say? It feels right. Sorry for speaking over you, but it feels right.
Wow. That's freaking awesome.
I have
And
to
then
stop laughing, but it's true.
I love it. I love it. And then to that point of the business model with the consulting and the talent being separate, let's just future trip a moment to the agency. You still are the consultant if you want to be. You can still be the person that acts as the consultant in different industries, but because you are also talent yourself, you are someone who is able to translate what those clients want to the talent who you pull from your pool of talent in your agency.
Yeah.
It's still a USP. It's still
Yes,
a
it is.
USP.
It is all day, and again, because it's the same model, if you will.
It's the same model. It's
Yeah.
still a one-stop shop.
Yes, it is. It is, and no matter who's performing it, even like you said, it could be me, and
Be you.
perhaps I'm. Yeah,
Could be you,
I could
could
be
be
that
someone
face.
else in the agency.
that's right.
But because you're the consultant, you're the person who has understood the brief like no one else can, because you are someone who
Yes.
knows how to do this. So you understand that brief. You understand who in your pool of talent would do this best if it's
Yes.
you. But for some clients, it won't be you. For
Yeah,
some
exactly.
clients, there will be talent in your pool who will do a better job than you will of doing it.
Absolutely,
And that's how we
the
want
whole-
it to be.
That's exactly right. And say,
Right.
this is actually who you want for this, and then they step in, applying the same.
That's-
Because there's a system, I imagine it will be.
That's right.
an
Yeah,
approach.
absolutely.
But you're absolutely right. And then, so the agency vision is being fine tuned right here, folks. And, which
That's it.
again, you don't think you're going to get there, but in
And
this,
you kn-
yeah,
It's a very smooth it will happen organically and very smoothly, Janine, because what will happen, and I can see this already, and I know this from experience, what will happen. I've run an agency myself a long time ago, not the same kind. I ran a VA, virtual assistant,
Oh.
and online business management agency. And it
Oh,
started
wow.
because I started, my first business was as a VA. And then I promoted myself to online business manager, and then when I got clients that I couldn't handle, I just pass them on to people in my agency. And I think it's slightly different for your model, because it won't necessarily be because it's clients you can't work with. It's going to be for you. The USP for your clients is that I have this spectrum of talent from which one of them is going to be the perfect person for you.
that's
Let
right.
me get the brief. Let me understand the brief. And then I'm going to introduce to you the talent who I will coach myself to understand the brief. Again, keeping it as that one-stop shop and the USP that goes along with that.
Yes,
That's going to be so important.
yeah, that's
And it will happen organically. What will happen is, as your reputation, as this talent grows, there might be an inquiry that comes to you, or that you hear about, or someone gets referred to you that isn't quite in the space that you normally work in. And so right there and then, your mind is going to be, okay, probably not an ideal one for me. Who do I know? Who do I know? Because I've already started building a network of other voiceover artists, which will be part of the growing the business. Who do I know that might be perfect for this person? And
yes,
bringing someone in under your business umbrella to do that job, you've got an agency. That's the
That's
agency
an
model. That
And
is
it's-
the
there's a-
agency model. It's no more complicated than that.
no, it isn't.
So
and it's
organic.
interesting that that you started the VA business, and like you said, slightly different because you had so much work, and I need to have other people. In this case, it is similar in that
Very
it-
similar.
the reputation begins to speak for who I am, right? Working with a client, identifying what their need is, and then saying, I have the right person for you.
That's it.
And sometimes that right person you haven't hired yet, but they become the next hire, if you will, or consultant. I'm not And that's something, and I know we'll talk about all of that. Is it a hire, or are they also independent voiceover talent that would also partner with me, with my firm? Listen to me. I've now called it.
Oh, Janine, did you just step into business ownership right there, live on air? I think you just did. You now own a firm. I love it.
Me too. I think it's great, and I hope anyone that's watching this, it's a feeling of elation, particularly when you don't see yourself in that space, or maybe you desire it, but you just can't see the pathway, the breadcrumbs. And I'm starting to see the breadcrumbs and starting to pick at a few of them. I know there's many down the road, but that's what I'm tickled about.
Oh, that's so insightful, because I think you're right. I think so often we know where we are. We know point A. We kind of know what point B looks like. What we don't know is the route. We don't actually understand what has to happen to move us from point A to point B. And I think we tend to overcomplicate things. Just accepting that it can happen very organically. And the first step will be to start widening your network in terms of peers. And sometimes just talking to someone and say, hey, this is what I'm doing. If ever someone comes to me, I'd love to be able to have you on my books just to refer them to. And they're going to say, perfect. If it's a perfect client for me, oh my gosh, I'd love to be on your books as someone you refer someone to, right?
Yes.
So that's how easy it is to begin. Widening.
And you're right. And that is one of the first steps, is starting to build the network, because without that, you have nothing. And I know there are even aspiring voiceover talent, those who have not had that opportunity yet or whatever, and haven't even created their demos yet. And again, I'm not hoping to be that person that helps them build that portfolio or to build the demo and all that. But at the same time, it depends on the project. They might be the right person for a particular project. Just someone who's starting out and, and have great demos, who's able to show who they are.
Having a show on 100 TV Network is a lot of fun. Please leave me a comment. Send me an email, Rebecca@RebeccaGunter.com, or send me a direct message on Facebook or Instagram or LinkedIn. I would love to hear from you. What do you love about the show? What do you hate about the show? What do you wish you could see? Are you interested in being in a future season? What questions do you have? What interest has this sparked? What innovation has it driven? Or, I don't know, make fun of my haircut. Do something in the comments below, if you would, my friends. I would love to have some interaction and to bring the show out of the ring light and into the mindset. That made no sense, but it's still wrong. I'm a poet. But you didn't know it. My feet show it, because they're long, fellows. Hey there, Business in the Raw fans. Thanks for being here today on 100 TV. I'm so glad to be part of this awesome network. If you want to learn more about the show, please visit businessintheraw.tv. And if you want to know more about me and the work I do with a cohort of other creative professionals at Stone Fruit, visit stonefruit.com. That's stonefruit.com, because no brand deserves to be born. I have absolutely no idea what's going on in conversation with Jill and Janine, but I know it's going to be juicy. Stay tuned next week as we wrap up that conversation and see where it all takes us. The world is our oyster. Alignment is the way you do business, and you'll never work a day in your life. Jill has agreed. Bagel. Jill has graciously come on board to Business in the Raw to participate as resident coach for the coach. Nope. Jill has a very bagel, but suffice it to say, this episode is all about Jill and Janine. It's all about their
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network. It's been a long Monday, but guess what? Now it's happy hour. Sit back, relax, and unwind with a Rewine. Drink with Rick Rewine, only on 100 TV.
Hi, and welcome to the Drink with Rick Rewind. I'm Rick, and this is a showcase of clips and highlights from classic episodes of the Saturday Night Wine Stream, featuring wine reviews and general off-the-cuff entertainment. In this episode of the Rewind, I open, taste, and review a Chianti Classico from Italy. I also tell you what foods I think it will pair with, and explain why I don't trust a lot of 5-star ratings for products purchased online, including wine. So sit back, relax with your favorite libation, and drink with me as we rewind the review of the Poggio Scalette 2017 Chianti Classico. And welcome to the Saturday Night live stream, or I should say the Saturday Night Wine Stream. I hope everyone's doing all well. I am, because I have in front of me a bottle of Poggio Scalette Chianti Classico, and that is what we'll be drinking tonight. And also I have an assortment of snacks to go with it, and hopefully this will be a good combination. I spare no expense with the wine, really, because I mean that is the star of the show, is the wine, and that's what we're going to open up here shortly. So tonight what we have is let me see if I can pull this up. It is there we go. I'm going to be opening a Poggio Scalette Chianti Classico tonight. This is a 2017. It is an Italian wine imported. Let me see where it's imported from. The actual area. And it's in Italian, so I can't really read. I have Italian heritage, but I do not speak or read Italian very much. It is imported by a company called Winebow in New York, and this. Let me get a shot of the back label here. Here's a shot of the back. And I want to read this. This is the Chianti Classico Poggio Scalette comes from grapes grown on the steep sloped vineyards of the beautiful and unique hill of Ruffoli and Greve and Chianti. Ruffoli and Greve and Chianti. Okay, that was a period there. It's hard to read. This is a very small type. Stony and steep soils, but generous and giving qualities to the grapes produced here, even more enhanced by a perfect southwest exposure. Another tribute to Chianti Classico area in which by now Vittorio Fiore has been working for several decades and that has always donated wines of superb quality. And that's what all that says. And if you can't read the label there from this photo, that's okay, because I'm looking right at the thing, and I can't read it much either. So that is what we're going to be opening up. And to open this bottle of wine, I'm going to be using this trusty little opener. I'm really this is the third time. Actually, the fourth time I've used it, because I opened a bottle while we were not live streaming. And I'm going to be using this thing. This is a special opener that my wife got for me. And I've only used it a couple of times. So bear with me. The way it works is we put this over the bottle. We squeeze tightly. Whoop. And this opens right up. It's a little awkward for me because I'm in a sitting down position where the bottle is actually a little higher than I am. And then to get rid of the cork, let me set this aside so I don't cause an accident here. Get rid of the cork. We grab the cork and do the reverse. There we go. It's a very cool little contraption. My wife got it for $5 at a yard sale. No, it was a estate sale a few weeks ago, and it's turned out to be a really nice little gadget. I like it.
Yes, I really like that corkscrew, and I use it a lot until it broke. But that's another story. On to the review. I gave the wine a swirl, a really long sniff, and a taste. Not necessarily in that order. Did I like it? Let's find out.
Anyway, I'm going to open this up, or I'm going to pour this. I already opened it. What am I saying? I'm going to pour this in the glass, and we'll give it a good whiff. So I have poured this in the glass. This is in my Cooper's Hawk glass that I purchased in Orlando last month. It's a really nice glass, real crystal. And that's the way to drink a good bottle of wine. I'm going to give it a nice whiff. It definitely smells like a Chianti. And I can smell a hint of black cherry. Yeah, definitely taste black cherry in here. And let's see what this is supposed to have in it. What it's supposed to taste like. Yeah, it's supposed to have a flavor of black cherry and some blackberry. I don't know that I can really taste the blackberry in here, but I can definitely taste some black cherry. It's a 2017, so it's not real old. Let me give this a good whirl. Twirl. And let's see what it has for legs. There are some artifacts in here. I can see a couple of pieces of cork I got in there. Or is that sediment? I can't tell. It looks like cork. Yeah, it's cork. A little cork never killed anyone yet, right? I don't know. It has a medium body. It's not too light. It's not too heavy. It's at a medium body, and it does have the cork pieces kind of get in the way a little bit of the the rivulets. Can't really get rid of that, but hey, maybe I can just kind of drink the cork right out of there. Seriously. Anyway, it's not a bad wine. It's actually a pretty good wine. I think I picked this one up from the wine store at wine store. I think it was $13, $14 a bottle. Oh, let me see. Okay, $14.99 a bottle is what they're selling it for. That's the net on it, and that sounds about right. It sounds like about what I paid for it, and I think it's definitely worth every penny. $15 a bottle, I think, is a fair price to pay for this wine. It's easy to drink. And I do like it's not too, not real oaky or anything. It's not real, it's actually pretty decent.
I did like the Chianti, and I've purchased several bottles since. Does it pair well with food? Well, here are my recommendations.
It's always good to have something with the wine, because you just drink the wine straight. It's all that alcohol going straight to your system. Something to break that up a little bit is a good thing. I have, and I can't really show it to you too much, but I have a piece of chicken. And let's see, I have some turkey pepperoni and a couple of kinds of cheeses. I have a mozzarella, and I think this was it was one of the Parmesans that I had. I'll try that one a little bit later. This goes good with pasta, by the way. This goes good with pasta, spaghetti, linguine, let's see, any angel hair pastas, pretty much any kind of pasta, ziti, let's see, a chicken parmesan, any of that will work okay. This actually, I think it'll work well with pizza. I've had a good Chianti with pizza before, and it actually pairs pretty well with that. In fact, I had pizza earlier today, and I think this, of course, I didn't have any wine with it, but I think this would go well with a decent pizza.
As I said before, I have purchased several bottles of this wine since my review, and it does go very well with pastas and pizza, so my recommendation stands. Up next, I explain why I don't trust a lot of 5-star ratings for products, including wine, and who you can trust for those recommendations. Stick around, because this Rewine is just getting started. The internet can be a great resource when shopping around for wines. The downside of buying wines online is that you can't taste test them before you buy, so you don't really know what you're getting before you get them. That's true of any product, really. Here are my thoughts on the risks of trusting reviews and ratings when shopping online, along with a solution.
You go online and you see ratings, and this is true of anything, not just wine, but ratings. There was a short period of time, that you could trust ratings online for the most part, because they were all pretty much genuine people that try a product, whatever it was, and they would give their honest review, a rating on it, and they would say, well, I like this or I don't like this. And that was once upon a time, but these days it's very difficult to trust online ratings. Whether it is that you're looking for a restaurant online or a hotel to stay at, it's not easy to. You sort of have to do a little detective work and sort of read between the lines nowadays to figure out which ratings are real, because there's so many fake ones out there. There are a lot of ratings that are fake, and this has been perpetuated in a couple of ways. On Amazon had a big problem with this not too long ago, where you would get, in fact, some of the Chinese manufacturers that would sell on Amazon, they would give people items for free to give their review, but it was the incentive that I'm going to give this to you for free, so give me a good review. And some of those people would just give a 5-star review just because they got it for free, whether it was any good or not. I recall, in fact, that was one of the reasons why Tommy and I started the Free Stuff Show podcast. And this is not a pitch for the Free Stuff Show podcast by any means. I'm just mentioning that this is one of the reasons why we started it, was because we wanted to be able to give honest reviews for things that companies had given us for free, give them honest reviews. And we have an SEC disclaimer on our website saying, hey, we got this for free. We're giving this our honest review. We're not going to, we're verifying that this is something that we've tested ourselves. And the review might not be good. There have been cases where we've gotten a free item and we didn't give it a good review. In fact, there are a couple of items that we've received that we gave them horrible reviews. And of course, the manufacturer, the person who gave us the item for free, didn't like that. But you know what? We've got to be fair about it. We've got to be straight up. There was one in particular that it was for a book about how to get free stuff. of all the crazy things, this was a book about telling you how to get free stuff. And the book was we picked it up and they were offering it to us for free so we could give them a review. And they were selling it for, I don't remember, $3, $5, something like that. But Tommy and I each downloaded a copy of this book. It was an ebook, basically. And we read through this thing, which took us all of about, 10 minutes to read. And it was horribly written. I mean, the person had no, let me put it this way. The writer was not a writer. The person who wrote this book was not someone who had a very good command of the English language, in written form at least, and really had no clear concept of sentence structure, and really couldn't keep her thoughts straight when she was writing this book. So Tommy and I, we were honest about it. We actually reviewed it on our podcast, and we gave it a fair review. This was definitely more than fair. We were being nice about it. We weren't being mean. And we said, this book, we wouldn't recommend this book for free, much less pay for it. It was just that bad. But ours was one of the few, and I mean very few, reviews that were negative, that were 1-star ratings, because most reviews, and there were a lot of them, were 5-star ratings. And Tom and I were just, we saw this and we looked at each other and we said, how on earth is this possible? Well, it's possible if somebody's out there, the person who wrote is giving the book away for free to a lot of people and saying, hey, give me a good review. But that's why Amazon started doing their verified. You notice it was a verified purchaser, and they've taken a lot of steps to clean up a lot of that sort of thing with the fake reviews. But it's still out there. They're still out there. And it's not just Amazon, but it's all over the internet. So just because you see something with 5-star ratings, 5-star reviews. In fact, if everything's a glowing review, I would say if it's perfect 5-star review, you definitely you have to take a very close look at that and do a lot more research before purchasing that item. Do not trust it if it has a full 5-star review. This day and age, if you've got, let's say if you have 3 reviews and they're all 5-star ratings, it's probably all right. But if you see 50 people have supposedly or allegedly purchased this product and they're reviewing it and they're all 5-star glowing reviews, check it out. Now there are some exceptions, like everything else. There are companies that are so good, that are really that good, that they can deliver the service, the product and the service so well consistently that people just love them. And there are companies out there, they do exist. Absolutely. But if you see if you see a particular product, it's 100 people, 5-star reviews, check them out first a little bit before just trusting those reviews. There are too many of them out there that have basically paid for those reviews in one way or another. And there are services out there that will say, hey, you know what? We'll make sure that you get a bunch of reviews for your product or service. You pay us a certain amount of money, and we'll basically jack those reviews. We'll there are companies out there that do that. It's definitely not ethical, completely unethical, but they do exist. So once again, if you're going to buy a product, look at a service online, don't necessarily just trust the reviews. What is better than just trusting reviews is to go with personal recommendations. Your friends, your family, people that you know and you trust, word of mouth, personal recommendation. That's why social media can be a good thing for people that you know and trust, not companies that are advertising on social media that says, hey, this is good, like this is a good bottle of wine, but people that you know and trust. Like, for instance, this wine stream. If I'm telling you that this is a good bottle of wine, there's a pretty good chance you can trust this bottle of wine. You can go out and purchase this wine, and you can trust it because I tried it. You watched me try it on the wine stream. You're watching me drink it, and I'm saying this is a good bottle of wine, and it is a good bottle of wine. I like this wine, and I will buy it again. That's a sort of recommendation that you can say, hey, you know what? If he says it's a pretty good bottle of wine, I'm going to try it. Now, of course, everyone's taste is different. There are wines that I like that you might not like. Like this is a dry red. The Chianti is a dry red wine. It's very, very, this one's a very fruity wine. And if you don't like dry, red, fruity wines, you may not like this one. It's just, but that's a personal taste. Now, just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's not any good. It just means that's not your preference. So if you don't like dry, red, fruity wines, you have been warned. Don't get this one because it's a dry, red, fruity wine. But if you're looking, let's say, for instance, even if you don't like dry, red, fruity wines like this Chianti, but you're looking for a gift for someone who does like that kind of wine, then you can say, you know what? I don't want to try this myself, but I want to give someone else a bottle of this wine as a gift. And he says this is a good wine to get. Maybe I can trust this recommendation, and I can purchase this bottle of wine as a gift. And that'll work. Let's say, for instance, if I do open a bottle of wine, it turns out to not be good, or corked or vinegar, or just not really up to my standards for wine. And my standards are not really that high, but I do have standards for wine. There are some wines I will not drink. There are definitely some wines I would not recommend. But if that happens to be one of them, I'll be honest about it. And I'll open it up. I'll try it. And if I don't like it, I'm going to tell you I don't like that wine. It's going to be an honest review for me, but I'm not going to lie to you. It's just not it. If you're investing some time to watch this and you want to say, hey, you know what is he like, and is it any good or not? I'm going to tell you if it's good or not. If it's no good, I'm going to tell you. So as far as the wine stream is concerned, I'm going to make that commitment to you right now. If I'm going to be honest about it. If it's a good wine, I'm going to say it's a good wine. If it's not, it's not. If it's meh, I'm going to tell you that's that too. So that's that.
It was early in the wine stream when I began to think not only about my role as a host, but as a responsible influencer as well. It was time for a disclaimer.
If you're watching the wine stream, be doing this at home or in your hotel room or somewhere where you're going to be settled in for the night, wherever it is. Don't be doing this. Don't be drinking and driving. Don't be watching this in a bar somewhere where you can go we've had too many of these and then you're going to drive home. I don't want you to do that. I'd rather you turn off this wine stream right now. Right this minute. If you're in a bar or you're somewhere and you're saying, "Hey, I'm going to drink with Rick and I'm going to drink the whole bottle of whatever I have," turn off this wine stream right now. I don't want you to do that because that's not what this is about. This is about getting together, sitting back and relaxing at home, having a great time, having some wine, having some cheese. Interact with me in the chat. Interact with me in the chat by all means. But because I don't want you to drink alone. I don't like to drink alone. But by all means, I don't want you to be out and about drinking, driving, that sort of thing, because that's not good. That's not healthy. Anyway, see everyone next week. And until then, I hope everyone has a great week. Thanks for joining me on the live stream. And I'll chat with you all later. Good night.
To clarify, I do want you to watch the show. I just ask that you watch and drink responsibly. In our next episode, we'll review a Tempranillo, pair it with some cheese, and find out what wines I don't like to drink. I'm Rick. Thanks for watching, and remember, don't drink and drive.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network. It's been a long Monday, but guess what? Now it's happy hour. Sit back, relax, and unwind with a Rewine. Drink with Rick Rewine, only on 100 TV.
Hi, and welcome to the Drink with Rick Rewine. I'm Rick, and this is a showcase of clips and highlights from the Saturday night wine stream, featuring wine reviews and general off-the-cuff entertainment. In this episode of the Rewine, I open, taste, and review a Tempranillo from Spain. I also pair it with some cheese and cheesecake and tell you what wines I don't like to drink. So sit back, relax with your favorite libation, and drink with me as we rewind the review of the Museum Reserva 2014 Tempranillo.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another Saturday night live stream with me as we open up another bottle of wine, sit back, relax, and enjoy one of our favorite beverages. Just sit around and chat and just have a good time. And tonight we're going to open up a bottle of this is a really, really interesting wine. This is, let me get a shot of this. This is the Museum Reserva. This is a 2014 Museum Reserva. This is the Baron de Lay Museum Reserva. And this I picked up at the wine store down here in my local area here in Charlotte. This is a very interesting wine, and I like it for a number of reasons. It is a Tempranillo, and I do like some Tempranillos, and this is it's become one of my favorites. I have tried this wine before. I've tried a couple of bottles, but I wanted to open it up tonight and tell you about it and share it with you. Now, this is an interesting wine because I've seen it for sale. Well, I've seen it on sale for online from anywhere from $25 to $50 a bottle. I don't really think it goes for that much, but I picked mine up for $15 a bottle, and I picked up one bottle, and I thought, wow, this is really, really good wine. So I've been buying it. And what's really cool is that it comes in a cool, I've got to show this to you. It comes in a neat box, 6 of them. It comes in a really cool box. It looks like this. And this, Finca Museum Reserva. And what's cool about this is, I don't know, I just think it's kind of classy. The wood in there separates the bottles. It'll take 6 bottles, and if you buy 6 of these, they provide you with the box for free, which is pretty cool. It's a nice, it's kind of a nice showpiece, I guess. It's something to have on the wine bar or next to the wine bar. It's pretty cool. I rather enjoyed this box. So, but that's not why I bought the wine. I didn't just buy the wine for the box, okay? And this box was actually provided for me, to me from Wine Store. It was nice of them to give me one. But I picked this up, and I'm going to open it up, and we're going to try it out. And, of course, I did not bring my my glass. I forgot my glass. So if I can put it on pause for just a minute, and I'll be right back with you, and I will go grab a glass. In the meantime, let me show you this really nice picture of this really nice burger, because it goes pretty good with burgers. I will be back momentarily. Okay, I'm back. Get back on this camera here. Yeah, believe it or not, I forgot my glass. I had to run all the way downstairs and grab my glass. First time I've ever done that. But of course, you might say, well, Rick, you don't need a glass. If it's a good wine, all you have to do is just open it up and just drink it straight from the bottle. And I bet everybody would like to see me do that. Maybe one day I will, but not tonight. Tonight, I need a glass because it's been a bit of a day, and I think I just want to sip this and enjoy it rather than just chug it from the bottle. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and open this bottle of Museum Reserva.
For the record, I have not tried chugging it from the bottle to date, nor do I plan to do so in any future wine stream. I may not have a lot of class, but I have enough to use a glass. Now, on to the opening, tasting, and the review.
So, I'm going to use my fancy cutter here. This is the one that my wife Chi provided for me. It was part of a set that she purchased for me. She got it from an estate sale. It's part of this set here with this opener. This is a really cool bottle opener. The way it works, put my little clunch it here and pull it right out. It's a nice, easy, simple way to do the cork. And also, to get the cork out of there, I just go through it again, but just do it in reverse. And there's the cork. Very cool. I love this contraption. It's really cool. I I wonder how long it took them to come up with this. Really neat little opener. Anyway, this is the bottle of Museum Reserva. And this is 2014. Oh, let me get you a shot of the rear here. This, according to the bottle, the old Tempranillo wines, some of them more than 100 years old. Poor pebbly soils at more than 700 meters above in the Castilian Plateau. Low yields in a harsh continental climate, with dramatic thermal contrasts between winter and summer, night and day, all contribute in making a museum a unique wine. The hand sorting of the bunches, a careful elaboration in order to preserve the fruit, and as long the wine demands, aging in French oak, result in a wine that is generous in nuances, with hints of cherries, plums, fennel, body, and aftertaste. Matches roasted lamb and suckling pig, as well as red meats, to perfection. And it does recommend that you serve this between 68 and 64 degrees. Now, I did not chill this wine ahead of time. I didn't chill this wine. I could have, but I didn't. In my haste to get up here and get started with the wine stream tonight, I did not take the time to do that, but it will be enjoyable nonetheless, I'm sure. I'm going to pour a little bit of this wine, and we're going to check it for body. Once again, this is a Tempranillo from Spain, 2014. We'll give it a good swirling here. Okay. Okay, well, it's a little more vigorous than that so it can release all of the flavors, so it can smell everything. And let's see what kind of it does have legs, and it is full-bodied. It does have a lot of body to it. I can smell the cherry. It does have notes of cherry, red cherry. Some floral notes to it. I don't smell any fennel, but let's see, maybe it's in the taste. You know what? I do taste fennel. I do. It is actually stronger than I would have expected. Now, once again, I have had this wine before, but it seemed like the fennel wasn't as pronounced the first time I had it as it is this time. Maybe it's because my nose is a little clear tonight, so maybe I can pick it out a little bit more. Definitely taste the fennel in it. Now, if you don't like fennel, then this wine might not be for you, but I would say that it is worth trying. It is definitely worth trying, tasting out. In fact, I'm going to try some more. In fact, I think I'll try a lot more.
I did like the wine. Did it pair well with cheese? What about cheesecake? These were my recommendations.
We're getting some storms here this weekend, so it's pretty stormy. We had some lightning, a little bit of thunder earlier today, and we're supposed to get really, really hammered tomorrow. I know. Looks like I'm getting really, really hammered tonight. Okay, but that's a different kind of hammered. A couple of other things. I do have some cheese here. This wine, this Museum Reserva, this Tempranillo, does go well with cheese, and my lovely wife Chi has supplied me with some Gouda from Trader Joe's, and I can't say necessarily that Gouda would be the best choice for this wine. Maybe something a little smokier. That's just personal taste, of course. I mean, a kind of a smokier cheese might go pretty well with this Tempranillo, but that's just my taste. It might you might prefer a lighter cheese with it. Maybe Gouda's okay. She's also provided me with some turkey pepperoni. I do the turkey pepperoni, and I make it. It's a little bit spicy. I think it'd be fine for the Tempranillo. She's also provided me with an olive tapenade with some crackers, which I will try later. And speaking of cheese, if this goes well with cheese, it would certainly go well with cheesecake. Now, this is something that it's a special cheesecake. She just made this for me. She made this for all of us this evening. She baked that herself. Let me show you a shot of that, if I can pull that up. Here we go. Oh, that's the burger. You've already seen the burger. This is cheesecake. This is a raspberry, I think she said it was a raspberry cheesecake bar. But it's a little bit more than that. It's very, very decorative the way she did it. The raspberries on top, and I think there's some of that that's inside the cheesecake. She just made this tonight, and I'm going to try a little bit of it with the museum. Now, normally I wouldn't drink this with a dessert per se, but it's cheesecake. And I'm going to try a little bit of it just because it looks really good. It's hard to resist, and I love a good cheesecake. The side of the cheesecake, let me show you this. This is what makes it really interesting. I don't know if you can see it from here, but at the bottom, the crust of the cheesecake is Oreo cookie. I'm not really sure where she got the recipe, or if it was a recipe that she came up with, that, or maybe that she sort of modified from an existing recipe. She does that a lot. We're going to try this. Yeah, cheesecake. My wife, Chi, her name is actually spelled C-H-I-E, but I'm always teasing her about cheesecake. And it is good. Oh, yeah. That's really... I'm going to have to finish this. And I like raspberry, but wow, that is good. It goes great with this.
I've purchased several bottles of the Museum Reserva since this review, and I really enjoyed it every time. Up next, I tell you what wines I don't recommend. These are wines I don't like to drink. There's more to this Rewine, so stick around. I gave you my review of a wine I thought was worth drinking. Here are some wines I don't recommend, but you may be stuck with when you're on a tight budget or staying at a hotel. These are wines I don't like. And trust me, I don't think you really want to get stuck drinking them if you have any other choice.
Now, there are some wines. This is the kind of thing that if you're going to go traveling and you really want a good wine, you probably want to bring a bottle with you, because chances are, if you're traveling around, you're stopping in a hotel for a night, overnight, and you're looking for something to drink back at the hotel, it's not going to be easy to find something like this. I think in most places, I really haven't seen this wine anywhere except Wine Store so far, the one in Blakeney, in the area near where I live. She and I spent a night in Raleigh. We went to Raleigh for overnight for her job, and it was kind of a working trip for her. But we did get to stay, just the two of us, in a hotel overnight in Raleigh. And I was looking for, and just out of by coincidence, there was a Total Wine down the street, but it was 30-degree weather, and we had to walk down there in 30-degree weather to get a bottle of wine. Well, as it turns out, I forgot my corkscrew on this trip, so I didn't have a corkscrew to uncork a bottle of wine. So, of course, I had to go find a bottle of wine that had a screw top so I could unscrew it. Either that or buy another corkscrew, and I was too cheap for that because I already have a drawer full of them here. I was like, well, I'm just going to use it one time and then throw it in the drawer. And it just seemed like such a waste. So I wanted to get some. Well, as it turned out, I didn't want to open a whole bottle of wine in the hotel room if I was the only one drinking it. She doesn't really drink wine that much. And she wasn't planning on drinking any that evening. So I was going to have to get a bottle of wine, and I didn't want to drink an entire bottle of wine that night. I was just too tired, not up to that. And so I said, well, what am I going to do? So, of course, I had to go for these. Yes, I know, Sutter Home. This is, that's... Yeah, Gina says some of the best Aussie wines have screw tops, and that's all they have there. That's true, and I have opened up some really good bottles of wine with screw tops. Some of them very good. It's just that I couldn't. The thing is, I didn't want to buy a whole bottle of wine this time and not drink the whole bottle, and then we were going to leave the next day, and then you can't take an open bottle of wine traveling with you, at least not here, not around our area. So I knew I was going to have to, and I didn't want to have to pour the rest of it down the drain or anything like that, or just leave it for the maid. So I had to opt for some of these, the little travel size bottles. They come in a little 4-pack and 4 bottles. And of course, there were only 2 brands of this that they had there. There was the Woodbridge, and I don't have anything against Woodbridge wines. I know a lot of people, a lot of my friends will drink a Woodbridge. It's a table wine, but it's not my kind of wine. I don't really care much for it, but I have had it on occasion when Woodbridge is all that was around. Gina says, a Savoia who can't drink a whole bottle of wine. And Penny says, I thought I'd heard wrong. Yeah, I could drink a whole bottle of wine, but I wasn't up to it that night. In fact, I guess I better start working on this one, huh? I don't want to break the Savoia tradition. And it's good wine to drink. But you know what I'm talking about here. Either Woodbridge or Sutter Home. So I had to settle for the Sutter Home. And friends don't let friends drink Sutter Home. Really, it's just as simple as that. Unless that's all there is. And you know what? I've been to a number of hotels where you go downstairs and, they don't have a wine bar or anything like that. They just have the fridge where you can buy some little bottles, travel bottles of wine. And it's either Woodbridge or this, and it's usually this is all they have. So if you're going to stay in a hotel overnight and that's all you have to drink, well, it's better than nothing. So, and Gina says you're absolutely right. Well, Gina says friends don't let friends drink terrible wine. Sutter Home, Woodbridge, $2 Chuck. And that's true. See, the thing is, these wines right here are for drinking when there's nothing else to drink and you're in a hotel room, you're stuck in the middle of nowhere and there's nothing else for miles around, and it's 11 o'clock at night and, you're in a dry county or something, and, it's next to dry county, and that's, you're kind of stuck. That's what you drink if you want to drink something. It's either that or soda, and I'm not a soda drinker, really. But then there's this, and we all know what this is. Charles Shaw or $2 Chuck. Yes, why do I have a bottle of $2 Chuck? There's an interesting story behind that. No, I'm not going to open it. I would not debase myself to do that tonight. But I did think that it would be, I bought it as a prop. I bought it as a prop for here. So I could, on the show, for those who join the show for the first time, they could say, what is that? And I could say, this is what you don't drink. And, beware. An example of what not to drink. But it's look, it's not the worst wine in the world. I can tell you some of the worst wine. What is that? Oak? Was it Oak Hill? It's I don't remember. It's so bad. But I had that, and that was some of the nasty one. Okay, I'll take it back. Mogan David. Those are all jokes. Those are old jokes. Everybody knows what that is. But this is a 2016, by the way. Can you believe they aged it? Oak Tree. Thank you, Penny. Oak Tree. Yes, that's it. Oh, you've had it before then. You've had that before. Or have you? I've had it before. And that's what it is. Gina says, if anything is worse than $2 Chuck, it's Boone's Farm. Yeah, it is. Boone's Farm's like drinking cough syrup, I would say. But $2 Chuck is like drinking grape juice that's been in the fridge too long. But, and I'm sorry, I'm being cruel. I shouldn't be cruel. There was a time in my life that Penny says, unfortunately, yes, she has had the Oak Tree. So, and maybe I'll get a bottle of that to put on the shelf someday, just to as a reminder of what not to drink. But this is not the worst wine in the world, trust me. But it's not great. There was a time in my life when I couldn't afford to drink wines like this, and I'm hoping that I will never see those days again, because it was a pretty rough time in my life. And this was all I could afford to buy. And you could buy a case of this, and you can literally buy a case of this for about $30. This actually they call it $2 Chuck, but here in North Carolina, especially with the taxes and everything like that, it's really more like $3 Chuck. What they do is they keep it to $2.99. At the Trader Joe's here, they put it at $2.99 a bottle, so they can still call it $2 Chuck. So technically it's really $3 Chuck, but because it's $2.99, they can still call it $2 Chuck. The thing about what we're talking about the $2 Chuck, the Charles Shaw wines, and they make a Cab, a Merlot, a Chardonnay. They make a red blend. I think they still make a red blend. I know because I've had them all, except I think they made a Pinot at one point. Maybe they still do. I really only drank the reds, but yes, admittedly, I did drink them at one time. And hopefully I'm kind of past that point in my life, but I am going to keep a bottle here. So in future wine streams, we can refer to it and remind everyone the difference between a good bottle of wine and a not so good bottle of wine. Of course, then again, there's the Sutter Home, which is a good thing. This is a small bottle because that was about all I could drink. Well, we're going to put this away, and it'll be our reminder of what not to drink. This is a 2016 Cab, by the way. And, well, you know what? Just for fun, let me see what they say is the alcohol content in here, if they do at all. Alcohol, 12.5% by volume. Okay, well, let's put that away. Enough of that. Anyway, so that right there tells you something.
To be fair, the Charles Shaw wines are drinkable if you can't afford anything else to drink. Just don't expect much from them because, in my opinion, that's about all you're going to get. As I've said before, that's the sort of wine you open when you really, really want some wine and there's nothing else to drink, because that's about all there is with that wine. I think that says it all. In our next episode, we'll review another Tempranillo from Spain, talk about future plans for the wine stream, and why you shouldn't overbuy wines for a social event. I'm Rick. Thanks for watching, and remember, don't drink and drive.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
Welcome to Winning While Budgeting with host Lavonne Smith from LTS Financial Solutions. Tonight, our topic is going to be on budgeting. The theme of this show is called Winning While Budgeting, and we'll touch on all aspects of different things from life insurance to budgets to saving for a new home or a new car or anything. But tonight's show is going to be about budgeting, because that is the key foundation of having a successful financial life. The first thing we want to touch on is, what is a budget? Many of us know our parents tell us, save your money, save 10%, all of that. But a budget is really a plan that helps you understand how to spend your money. It's not a restriction. It's not going in jail. It's not being broke or poor. It's just a plan. And once you have a plan around your money, then you can spend and make wise decisions. It helps you to understand your financial portfolio. Now, why is a budget important? A budget is important because, one, it helps you keep your eye on the prize. You know, you hear the analogy all the time. If you're going to Starbucks every day, it sounds like, oh, $4 or $5. Now it's probably $6. It's nothing daily. That's less than $10. But when you do that over 30 days, and then you do that over a 12-month period, that ends up being thousands of dollars. So a budget helps you keep an eye on how you're spending, and then it lets you kind of monitor and make sense of what you're doing with your money instead of frivolously not being aware of what's going on. It helps you build a happy future. You don't just spend, but then you can plan on how you're going to spend, how you're going to save, how you're going to invest, and you make your money do what you want it to do instead of letting it be however the coins fall. Next, it prepares you for life when it happens. And we hear that people say, have an emergency fund, have a contingency fund, have something set aside for the unplanned and the unknown. A budget can help you put things aside for the unknown and make a better way just for a living. One of the key things I say is change your habits, change your life. And that's what a budget can help you to do. It can help you to change your habits so that you can start having a more successful financial life. Finances is one of the areas that people talk about the most. If you go to church, people say it's always on the prayer list. If you don't go to church, it's always on the complaint list of those people around on jobs. People are always pushing for more and more and more money because we love to consume. So a budget helps you to be aware of what you are consuming. And it helps you, let me just get my notes back up here. It helps you to redefine your habits, your financial habits, so that you can have a clear sustainable, financial, healthy life. How do we win at budget? This topic is winning at budget. Winning at budgeting. How do we win while we budget? The first thing is to start budgeting. Then what the budget does, or be a part of the budget process, is knowing your income. How much do I actually make? Then knowing your expenses. From what I make, how much of that do I actually spend? If your bills are higher than what you make, then you know, Houston, we have a problem. We cannot be living in the penthouse when we're not making the penthouse salary, even though that's something we like and we want. What we would have to do once we realize that our income is not enough to sustain our lives, then we have to find ways to either expand our income or decrease our expenses. Or it could be on the flip side. You have income, you have a lot of, you have your expenses minimized, but then you're using your discretionary funds not wisely because you know you have so much left over. Oh, I have $1,000 left over, $2,000 left over, so I'm just going to shop. No, we want to take that extra money that we have left over and invest it so that 1,000 could become 3,000 to become 5,000. Is called compounding interest. We want to set realistic goals. We want to make sure that we know what our plans are, that they're realistic, and there are things that we can achieve, because if you set goals so high that you can achieve them, eventually you'll become frustrated and you'll feel like, I cannot do this. So your plan should be realistic. And then you want to make sure, we talked about this earlier, you want to have savings. You want to be prepared for the unplanned. When big purchases are coming up, you want to have some things set in place so that you can do it. If you're looking to buy a new home, if you're looking to buy a new car, if you're even getting ready for college, or just some renovations, you want to upgrade your house or buy some new furniture, my option would always be to do cash, or some, what they say in the store, this payment is just as good as cash. That could be a good plan, but you want to have the money available instead of doing those high interest loans and things like that. Then you want to pay off debt. If you do have more income than expenses, then your goal should be to have as little debt as possible so that you can invest in your future. Your budget should be leading to realistic goals that will lead to a healthy outcome and a strong future in your finances. Where should your money go when you set this budget? What are you looking at? You're looking at your household expenses. What are my utilities? What is my rent? What is my groceries? I call them the daily living needs. How much your food, that's how you're spending. What can you do? Which restaurants I go to that may be outside of my limit for going to. It should be more of a treat instead of a regular occurrence. I call those household expenses. That should be a core part of your budget and a core part of what you are managing based on the income that you have. Your vehicle, the insurance, the gasoline, all of that is good. You do not want to have a fancy vehicle and you cannot afford the gas for it, or you cannot afford the maintenance, the oil changes, the tires, the windshield wipers. I've come to learn over time those things are reoccurring expenses for your vehicle and should be included as a part of your household daily living budget plan. It should not be a random, I know I'm going to have to change tires coming up, and then you don't have the money and you're swiping your credit card for it. You should have a plan, even if it's $50, $100 a month based on the type of vehicle you have, that goes along with your maintenance schedule. Next, savings. You should plan for what you want and prepare for the unexpected. We should not have so much what do we call them? Thrill purchases. It's okay every now and again to have some thrill purchases, but most of our more realistic, more big purchases should be planned, and we should be preparing for what we're planning to purchase. Furniture, we talked about that. Even if you need to upgrade your wardrobe, clothing can be expensive if you like nice quality things, or even if you like to have multiple pieces. There's a plan or there's a way to budget for that. In my budget, I always have a clothing line because I know I work in an office, so I need to make sure I can buy a blazer in the winter or change into a summer or spring dress, and just kind of keep little staple pieces in my wardrobes updated so that I could look professional all the time. That should be a part of your budget. People don't think that it should be, but it should be a part of your budget. Insurance. That's a topic that people don't like to think about, but insurance is important in your financial life. It helps to cover major expenses, not just medical insurance, but you should have good vehicle insurance, you should have good home insurance, and you should have good life insurance. I believe that that is so important that that is going to be its own episode coming up on the Winning While Budgeting channel and on LTS as a part of the LTS Financial Solutions educational portfolio, because people don't have enough insurance and it leads them into trouble. If you don't have good medical insurance, you could end up with a large bill from one expense. I have pretty decent medical insurance, and my son got sick one year, and the bills from that was still like, are you kidding me? Are you really kidding me that even with insurance, I end up with $1,000 bill from the emergency room? And that was saying that they paid almost 90% of the bill. So having good medical insurance, if you get into a car accident, you want to make sure you have gap insurance and the things that's needed to pay your vehicle off if it's total, or to repair your vehicle, and that you can afford the deductible that comes along with it. Retirement. A retirement plan should be a part of your budget. You should be funneling money from the minute you start earning into your retirement plan so that you can maintain the caliber of life that you're used to, even when you are no longer working. You do not want to be 70 years old and having food instability or not able to maintain the level of lifestyle because you failed to plan when you had income. That is why a budget is important, so that you can make healthy decisions for your financial future. It's not just only for today. And remember, inflation eats away at the value of your money. So you need to be kind of increasing some of the savings that you put, increasing some of the funding that you're sending to retirement as you realize the change in the cost of living. Next, we want to talk about, let me see my notes here, how to manage and have good, healthy spending habits. One, people who have wise spending habits, they plan and they budget wisely. They live within their means. That is a key factor to being financially secure and winning while budgeting, is living within your means, not trying to be fancy when you can't afford to be fancy, or not trying to do things that you know are outside of your financial element just to fit in, or just to go with the crowd, or just even for self-satisfaction. You know, sometimes we use things to feed a low place in our life. It's better to deal with your emotions, to deal with what you're going through without using external things. It's called peace. And the things does not bring peace. And then another source, if you do know that you're big and fancy and you like to live large, have additional income sources, have multiple streams of income. That side hustle should kick in. To manage your budget well, or your finances well, set some rules and set some boundaries. That is a key to winning while budgeting. Have some boundaries. There are a couple of options you could choose. You can have the 30-day rule, the 10-day rule, the 15-day rule, which means that I give myself a set amount of time to think about something before I buy it over a certain amount of money. So if I say my limit is $50 based on my budget plan, if this costs me more than $50, I'm going to think about it for 10 days, 15 days, 20 days, 30 days before I make the purchase. If I'm 30 days later, I still want it, I still have the $50 set aside for it, and it's still there, I go and buy it, and I can feel at peace with that purchase. There's also a 50-20-30 rule, which means 50% of my income is for my essentials, 20% I save, and then the other 30% I spend. 50-20-20, the other 20% I spend, sorry. That way I know I have my bills paid, I know I have something saved, and then this is just my fluff money. I could spend it however I want. When it's gone, it's gone. And then I know I still have things in its proper place. Or the 80-20 rule. 80% is on spending, 20% is on savings, and you have less restrictions, less limitations, but you know you have put some money aside for savings and retirement and things like that. It's whatever makes you comfortable, because again, your budget should not be restrictive. It should not make you feel anxious. It should not stress you out, but it should be something that actually gives you some freedom, because you now know how you're spending. You're not going to be worried about overdraft fees at the bank or declining at the store. You know what you have, and you are informing your money on what to do and how to work for you, instead of it is what it is. In no area of life, it is what it is really works. We should be intentional in every area of our lives about how we want the outcome of our lives to look like. So we should have a plan today for our finances where we can reap the benefits later. That's how winning while budgeting is going to be beneficial for your life. You're planning now for your future. You should follow your plan. Pay off your debt. Maintain good credit. How often sometimes people say they don't care about their credit, they let it do all kind of stuff. Credit is an essential component of winning while budgeting. It determines your interest rates. It determines the kind of place you can rent, the kind of home you can buy. It determines nowadays a lot of different factors, sometimes even the type of employment that you can have. So you should aim to have good credit. And how do you have good credit? You pay your bills on time. How do you make sure you can always pay your bills on time? You have a good financial plan called a budget. And a part of your budget is knowing your income and knowing your expenses. And when that all works together and you are responsible with your money, it leads to good credit. Save, 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 save. We should not always be spending, but we should also have savings as a part of our financial habits. And then invest in your extra funds. We know we have that all the time, but investing is one of the key ways to building wealth. Stocks, bonds, things that have compounding interest, things that have a return, a steady rate of interest flowing back to you. Instead of paying high interest to debt, you look for high interest payments on your savings accounts, and that will lead to generational wealth. Those are just some of the keys to success. Let me say it a little bit more slower. The keys to your financial success, or what we would call winning while budgeting, is following your plan, paying off your debt, maintaining good credit, saving, preparing for your future, which is oftentimes called retirement or a nest egg, and investing any extra funds that you have that will be able to take your regular savings and turn it into a compounded level of income. You do those little steps, and before long, you will realize that you have a healthy financial life. So some keys to do and implement that are healthy habits is stop living paycheck to paycheck. Start to try to plan that I don't spend every dollar that I have, but I have some set aside for savings. I have some set aside for unknown. I have some set aside for retirement. And that could be hard and challenging, especially with the way that the cost of living is going now. But what we should be thinking of is ways that we can grow our income. Maybe that'll be another episode, ways to multiply your income stream, have multiple streams of income, whether it's from, now there's options like Uber, there's options like DoorDash, and there's things that you could do that still gives you flexibility in making your own schedule. Save at least 3 months worth of pay. We talked about saving for the unknown, but we have 5 months, 6 months. I say let's start with 1 month, build up to 3, and then as you go along, you could build up to 5 or 6 months worth of savings of your paycheck, so that in the event anything happens, you're not completely down to nothing because you failed to plan, you failed to save, and you failed to prepare. Always save the maximum and stay consistent. Consistency is going to be a key factor in remaining healthy and winning at budgeting. You may fall. There may be some times where you don't get it exactly right. But if you stay consistent, if you look at your plan, you redo it, and you try again, and you're always putting in the work, you will see the payoff. That goes for anything: weight loss, finances, your marriage, your relationships. If you are consistent doing the good, healthy things, the outcome could only be a healthy, positive outcome. On the flip side, if you're consistent with spending, you're consistent with not knowing your income, not knowing your expenses, and just going along with the wind, you can expect a negative outcome. So whatever we're consistent with, that is what the outcome will align with. If you have any questions, feel free to email me at ltsfinancialsolutions@gmail.com. I know that's long. ltsfinancialsolutions@gmail.com, or you can find our page on IG. It's LTS Financial Solutions. You could find me on IG, Lavonne Smith. It's tied with one of my other business streams or ministerial streams. It's Lavonne Smith _into the deep. But just find me somewhere and email me or tag it in the comments here, and we will check them and we will respond to you. Or you can go to our website, ltsfinancialsolutions.com, and put questions there, or set up an appointment for us to consult and realign your income with a budget plan that will be successful for you. Success is individual. Your budget should be individual, and it should be tied to the level that you are comfortable with. But one of the key things to remember is start somewhere. It's never too late to start. You're never too young. You're never too old. You're never in the hole too deep. Even if you are in debt, you can start with a plan to find a way to build your way out, but it will require some effort. It will require you to change some habits. It will require some pulling in the belt so that you can, let's just say it like this, it will require some work, but if you put in the work, you will see the results. I am looking forward to being a partner with you in your financial success. Look for more episodes. Look on our page for hints and suggestions on having a healthy financial plan, and look for upcoming seminars or sessions where we can work together to do something that leads to a healthy financial life. My name is Lavonne Smith. I am a certified management accountant. I love working on budgets. I love to see people financially successful. I want to partner with you. That's why our business is called LTS Financial Solutions. We come up with the solutions for our clientele that helps make their financial life much, much better. So like and subscribe to 100 TV, where this show will be aired. Like and subscribe on our IG page, LTS Financial Solutions. And we are recently we're building our TikTok page. So go and follow that, and then look for new and upcoming reels on there for how you can be successful and win while budgeting. Thank you for joining the show, Winning While Budgeting, hosted on 100 TV.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Dive into a captivating journey of personal empowerment and magnetic communication as Melanie unveils the secrets to unlocking your inner confidence and captivating your audience like never before. In each episode of Magnetic Visibility, Melanie will guide you through the art of tapping into your inner power, speaking your truth, and magnetically showing up in the online world. Get ready to magnetize your audience and make your mark in the digital realm.
So let me ask you something. If you're not showing up online, how can people find you, connect with you, trust you, and buy from you? So my name is Melanie Falvey, and I am the host of Magnetic Visibility on 100 TV. Every Tuesday, I will bring you a new episode where we're going to be diving deep into the world of magnetic visibility. So today we're going to start by learning what visibility is and what the difference is between visibility, regular visibility, and magnetic visibility, of what makes magnetic visibility so very powerful. So why would you want to watch this show? Well, if you're trying to advance in your career, if you're trying to get a promotion, if you're trying to get a job, you need to become visible. You need to build a solid and powerful online image, online presence. This is what we're going to be learning on this show. Also, if you're an entrepreneur, a business owner, if you provide services, products to customers or clients, you need to become visible. You need to become magnetic online. So again, we're going to be focusing on how to make the most of building an online presence that lets you be seen, be recognized, and be hired. So without further ado, let's get started. Today, I have a short presentation for you, and we are going to be looking at why visibility matters. Welcome to Magnetic Visibility. Now, I have a question for you. Let me ask you something. If you're not showing up online, how can people connect with you? How can people find you? How can they know what you do? How can you build that trust so that they can hire you, find you, be inspired by you, or buy from you? So this is exactly what we're going to be diving into on this first episode of Magnetic Visibility. Now, my name is Melanie Falvey, and I am an award-winning visibility and branding strategist and the founder of Expert Channel TV, which is an international online TV and media network. And I'm also the creator of the Videos That Sell system. And this show, Magnetic Visibility, is based on one of my signature programs, Magnetic Visibility, under the same name. And we're going to be dissecting and diving really, really deep each week into some of the main aspects of that program. So again, let me ask you, if you're not showing up, how can people find you? So let's get started. So on today's show, we're going to be speaking about why visibility matters. But before that, we're going to start by learning exactly what visibility is and what magnetic visibility is and why it matters and it should matter to you. So again, let me pose this question. If you're not showing up, how can people connect, trust, and buy from you? That is basically the mission, the purpose of visibility. Now, visibility in general terms is the way you show up, or the ways you show up strategically, okay? When there's no strategy behind visibility, it's just, a hobby, it's just showing up. It's not really visibility. In order for it to be visibility, you need to have a strategy in place. Now, we take it a step further because just showing up, even with a strategy behind it, doesn't necessarily bring results. And if it does, it takes a long, long time. So that's why I teach a specific kind of visibility, which I call magnetic visibility. So magnetic visibility is your own capability of being noticed to create an impact. So yes, there is strategy behind it, but you will see in a second that there is a lot more to it. So in order for you to be able to use and leverage the power of visibility, of magnetic visibility, you need to be using three key aspects. One is strategy. Yes, you want an outcome for everything you do online, for every time you show up, for every video you put out. But it's also very importantly about the energy, your inner power, speaking your truth, your inner confidence, and the mood you're able to create for your viewers. Energy has many aspects to it. Strategy has many aspects to it. And the last part, which is also terribly important, is all about skills. It's all about the tech, the software, the tools, the equipment, but also the magnetic communication skills you will be using to deliver. It's your delivery, it's the structure of your videos, it's the way you use your voice, it's the way you show up, it's your online presence, it's also how you command the stage. And actually, all these things are intertwined, and we will be dissecting each of these aspects as we go through this show every single week. But just know that magnetic visibility is a blend, is the perfect blend of all these things. So why do you need to be using magnetic visibility? Well, number one is because it's going to help you amplify your online presence. Okay, we have social media, we have the internet, we live in a digital world. If you're not using that and leveraging the digital world, where are you? No one can find you. So make sure that you're using the power of your online presence and being mindful about it, because magnetic visibility can really help you amplify that online presence. Now, it helps you expand your influence. Obviously, when you become magnetic, you can reach every single corner of the world. So it's going to help you expand your influence and your impact. It's going to help you position your brand. Now, when I speak about brand on this show, it's always going to refer to either a personal brand or a commercial brand. And believe me, you have a brand. Even if you might not be an entrepreneur or a business owner, you already have a personal brand. Everybody has a brand, okay? So we will be delving into this and how to build a powerful personal brand and how to position it correctly with the use of magnetic visibility. But just be aware and be mindful that you do have a brand and you need to control it as much as you can. Now, if you're not an entrepreneur, if you're not a business owner, you're not trying to sell anything, you're still trying to sell your skills, your expertise, and maybe get a promotion, maybe get hired, or maybe just advance in your career. So magnetic visibility is really going to help you enhance your career prospects. Okay, it's also going to help you foster connections, the power of connections. You do not have to feel lonely. You do not have to do this alone. The power of collaboration. 100 TV is a great example of collaboration. A group of creators who have come together under the leadership of Ross Brand, and you know, it's the power of connection, the power of collaboration. I'm connecting with you, you're connecting with me. That is how powerful magnetic visibility is. You will also be able to build credibility, and you want to be building your credibility so that you get hired, so that people can buy from you, so that people can offer you different opportunities. And that leads me to the next one. Create opportunities for yourself, because when you show up magnetically, opportunities will be knocking on your door. You will be able to build your brand authority. Now, we will be looking at what brand authority is, but let me just tell you very briefly that brand authority is what helps you make sales, get opportunities, and be seen as the leader in your field. Okay, we will be doing a whole show on brand authority, so I'm not going to go into that just now, but just know that everybody who is trying to share a message, share the story, share their book, sell something, your skills, your expertise, your business, then you need to be working on your brand authority. And again, magnetic visibility is here to help you build that brand authority. And obviously, we've already said this before, it's going to help you sell your products or services, be hired by the right clients, or if you're not an entrepreneur or business owner, it's going to help you build that expertise, that leadership that is also going to help you in your career. So now let's move on to the next point I want to cover today, because I think that for every concept we cover on this show, I want you to know the why behind it. I want you to be invested, okay? So why does it even matter to be working on your magnetic visibility? Why should it matter to you? Why is it important? Well, believe me, if it weren't important, I wouldn't have built a whole signature program around it because that's a lot of work. So I know that it's what you need to move the needle forward. This is definitely what you need to be implementing to be able to get results from your efforts when you show up online. And if you're still not showing up online, this is really going to help you also commit to yourself and decide that you want to show up online. So here's why it matters. Because in the digital age that we're living in, establishing a strong personal brand online is crucial for professional success, whatever that may look like for you. It also allows you to craft and promote an authentic image of yourself to attract opportunities and build your own reputation. So you could really be in control of showing an authentic image of yourself that are going to attract the right opportunities, and you need to be selective about these opportunities. Again, that's a whole other show, and you will be able to build a solid and impactful reputation. It also allows you to control how people perceive you. And this is the part of personal branding or branding, commercial branding, that we will be speaking about a lot on this show, because it's a big part of magnetic visibility. You cannot control 100% how people perceive you, obviously, because there's other aspects to it, but you can definitely control a huge part of how people perceive you. And that is really powerful. And that is something not everybody does. And you're in the right place because you're going to learn how to be able to do that. And it allows you to share your skills, your expertise, your gifts to improve other people's lives. So I always say the same thing. If you have a skill, if you have expertise, a specific set of tools that are going to make somebody's life, day, or business better, happier, easier, you owe it to them to show up and share it. And that's why magnetic visibility is part of my mission, because I believe we all have a special skill, special expertise, special talent, and we owe it to the world to share it with them, to make, even if it's just one person's day, or maybe one person's 30 minutes, a bit better, easier, or happier. Okay. So now, wrapping up, this is why you want to use magnetic visibility. It will help you build credibility. It will help you build your authority, your brand authority, and we are going to learn exactly what that is. It will save you loads of time because it's strategic, it's specific, it's selective. You don't have to be everywhere doing it all, but you need to be in the right places, showing up in the right way, and speaking about the right topics. It inspires. Being magnetic is being inspiring. It's mesmerizing an audience. It's attracting that tribe that really resonates with you. It's going to help you make a bigger impact. And it's going to obviously make you magnetic. So I hope you're already convinced that you want to learn everything about magnetic visibility. So before we finish this, I have another question for you. We started the show with a question and we're going to end with a question, and I want you to comment down below. Do you think that you can become magnetic? Do you think that everybody can become magnetic? Please share your views, and if you want to explain, I'll be looking forward to reading your comments. And also let me know what topics you would like me to cover on this show. Okay, so I hope to see you next week. Please subscribe to 100 TV Network and make sure you follow all the other creators and that you watch their shows, because this is like a complete university on how to make it work for you online. And there's just simply amazing, amazing creators on this network. So thank you so much for being here on my very first show on 100 TV. Again, my name is Melanie Falvey. You can find me at Melanie Falvey on social media or at Expert Channel TV. So please share your views, answer that question in the comments. I'm really looking forward to reading what you have to say about magnetic visibility. Do you believe you can become magnetic? Can everybody become magnetic, or do you have to be born with that gene? Whatever it is, please share. There's no right or wrong. And I really want to read all your comments and answers. And I invite you to join us next week for another new episode of Magnetic Visibility and another new episode in, from all the other creators. And please watch all their shows, connect with everybody, because this is an amazing, amazing platform. I'm learning from them. We can all learn from each other. So thank you so much for being here with me today. And I will see you again very, very soon. So let me share a bit about how the show is going to run. So as you know, this is a weekly show, a 30-minute show, more or less, and we will be diving into what it takes to become magnetic online. Okay, magnetic visibility is the most complete form of visibility. It's not just strategy, it's not just marketing, it's a combination, a unique combination of different aspects. Think about it as a delicious cocktail where you mix all these juicy and really rich, tasty elements, ingredients, and then you give it a good shake and you have magnetic visibility. Now, you might think that magnetic visibility is really easy for me because I'm doing videos all the time. I'm a video creator, but let me let you into a secret. It wasn't always this way. I used to be terrified of being on camera. I used to be camera phobic, and I have been able to get over my fears, shatter them completely. And now I not only do videos, I teach people how to do videos, how to become confident on camera. I'm an award-winning visibility strategist, and I founded a TV channel. And the reason I'm sharing this is just to let you know that if you're watching this and you're still feeling, that you're not ready yet to start doing videos, to live stream, to create video content, to be in front of a camera, don't let that stop you, because you can definitely overcome your fears. And that is the first step into becoming magnetic. Obviously, you need to take that first step, work around your fears, become that confident communicator, find your inner power, your inner voice, speak your truth, and that is going to lead you into becoming a magnetic speaker, magnetic video creator. And that is what this show is about. It's for people who might be a bit lost when it comes to communicating online, to showing up online. Maybe you don't know how to command the stage, the virtual stage. Maybe you don't know how to structure your videos. Maybe you don't know how to communicate in a more effective manner. Well, magnetic visibility is here to help you. So every week I'm going to be dissecting one of the aspects of the magnetic visibility framework, which is my signature system, and the one we use on Expert Channel TV for all the hosts to become really, really magnetic. And we're going to be diving into how you can implement it into your life or business. So this show is not just for business owners or entrepreneurs, although they are going to definitely benefit from this, because there's a huge focus on how to use video and how to communicate effectively to sell your services or products. But even if you're maybe trying to find a job, maybe trying to, become that leader in your industry, Maybe you're trying to sell a book. Maybe you're trying to share a message. Maybe you're just trying to advance in your career, not stay behind. These skills we're going to share on this show are really going to help you also. There's going to be a lot of strategy, marketing, confidence building, but also a lot of skill building and energy. And when I say energy, that means many, many things. It's about creating the perfect mood for your videos. It's about you entering that perfect mood to become that magnetic speaker. It's about being able to tap into your inner power and speak your truth and become confident. So please join me every single week for a new episode of
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network.
Hello, and welcome to the show. So thank you so much for joining me on Renee Speaks Golden Nuggets. Today, I want to welcome Jeanette Jones, who just had an amazing conversation with me over on Renee Speaks. And we were talking about living victoriously and the importance of self-care, what self-care looks like, what self-care sounds like. And we are now here speaking the golden nuggets, getting more exclusive content only here on 100 TV Network. So please join me in welcoming Jeanette Jones to the show. Jeanette, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Renee. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely my pleasure. Jeanette, you truly spoke some gems over on Renee Speaks, where you were talking about what it's like, especially, and I could relate to you so well because you were a single mom turned entrepreneur. I was a single mom turned entrepreneur. And there's so much as women that we have to do along these journeys for other people that we sometimes forget about ourselves. And so I'd love to dive in a little bit deeper to talk about some practical strategies or exercises that people can use to start developing a more loving and compassionate relationship with themselves.
Right. As I said, Renee, I'll tell you my routine is that to get up and meditate. Meditation clears your mind. I think that's the number one thing people need to be aware of. The power of meditation. A lot of people will tell me, well, I can't meditate because my mind starts to wander. And it will at first, but you have to keep trying that. So that's the number one thing I would say, clear your mind with meditation. And once you do that, you will find that you're able to think clearer and you're able to do more things in the time allotted for the days. And you'll be clear about, like I said, who you are. You know, I don't know, everybody's not in the same space, but as general, you will be clearer about who you are and what it is you want your day to look like, even your day-to-day daily routine.
Right. And then that way you can be more intentional about it, I think.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
And then, and the more intentional you are, the more you can decide whether or not particular activities line up with your intentions for the day.
Exactly.
Right?
And the fact of, healthy living, eating right, exercise, those things go, drinking enough water. I'm talking to myself now.
Water, that part.
Right, that part. just drinking enough water, and keeping yourself active. That's the thing, is those things that we just kind of gloss over. And, in the optimal health part that I have is that we talk about, it's not just the exercise, but what are you doing, mind-wise? Like I said, meditate.
Right. And speaking of mind wise, so much is bombarding us. You know, we have these images and on television and songs on the radio that influence our thoughts. So how can people, in your opinion, how can women, because this show is primarily for women entrepreneurs, how can women overcome negative self-talk and self-criticism and replace it with more positive and empowering self-talk?
Right. Daily affirmations help with that. And, you know, just daily affirmations, you know, on who you are. I have a wall here that says different things. I am determined. I'm thankful. I'm confident. I'm capable. I'm ready. I'm worthy. These are things I keep around me. You know, I have them in my bedroom. I have them here in the office area, just so I'll know. You know, some days I don't feel like doing, you know, helping women. You know, to be honest, some days you don't. You feel like, okay, I need that help.
Right.
These affirmations around you, you know, you'll say like, okay, these are things that I need today. You know, I need to know I am thankful. I am determined.
Yes.
So just daily affirmations to help you through the day. And like I said, always the meditation, and also just the spiritual awareness. You know, I don't know, I don't want to get too off on the spiritual side because some, people have different opinions about spirituality, but know that there's a higher power than yourself. And to tap into that is your key also to direct you on, okay, calming your spirit down. Where do I need to be right now? Do I need to listen to some music to calm me down? I have a daily walk that I do where I just put in my music, listen to different artists, that's going to feed my spirit.
Yes. Yes. That is so good and such great advice. Being intentional and taking control of the things that you allow in through your eyes, through your ears. All of that impacts your spirit. And we have to be aware of those things and make sure that what's going in is good stuff.
Yes.
Positive things, whether it's a book on audio, an audiobook, or because for me, it's hard for me to find the time to sit and actually turn pages. So I will listen to an audiobook and the words just feed me. They're so positive and they're so encouraging and uplifting, and they just build me up and help me to stay strong and stay positive. And those positive affirmations are so critical and so crucial to making it through each day, sometimes from moment to moment, especially if the day is getting out of hand and going crazy and people pulling at you from all different directions. Sometimes you just have to step away, take a break, and reassure yourself.
And sometimes people don't know that they can listen to these affirmations on YouTube. You can just pull up positive affirmations and just listen to them.
Yes. And you know what? I found one. It's so funny, Jeanette. I found one YouTube video of daily affirmations, or of affirmations, not daily. It was just a YouTube video of affirmations, and it was 10 hours long.
Yeah.
And so you could literally put in headphones or put in whatever and fall asleep and listen to them subconsciously.
Right.
All night
long. That
long.
Is recommended, Renee. Really, it is, because it feeds your subconscious. Because half of the things that we think and do is coming from our subconscious.
Oh, see, now here I thought I was being unique. And that's actually a thing.
No, it's coming from your subconscious. All these things that you're telling yourself, that's your subconscious. It's not even, that's my mental health side coming out now.
Okay. So you're the expert. So again, for our Golden Nuggets audience, why don't you tell us a little bit about you, a little bit about your background and what kind of feeds you in this entrepreneurial journey?
I just love seeing women break free and just having a spirit of, oh yeah, I want to do that. I know what I want to do now, just knowing what they want to do. And also, I worked in the mental health field. So working with clients there, just seeing people break free from trauma and just past issues, it's just a feeling that you just really can't even describe. Because us as helpers, it just gives you this adrenaline that, okay, I helped that person. And it's not anything to be like, oh, I'm so great that I helped that person. It's just a feeling of somebody else was freed from something that they were bound by.
Yes.
So that's the glory right there of just feeling that somebody was released from some things that they were bound by. And even in the life coaching side, people come, it's a little different vein with life coaching than counseling, but because it's a lighter touch, it's a lighter. Counseling is a little bit more deeper and heavier touch, but you're still getting freed and directed.
Right. And it's so important to have that guidance, and because you don't know what you don't know.
Exactly.
Right. So you need sometimes you just need somebody to say the words.
Right.
Just put the words out in the air for you to hear. And then once those words land in your ears and you're able to make them a part of your consciousness, you now have a different way of looking at things, or a different way of seeing things that you never would have had before had those words not been lobbed out there.
Right. Because we've all, Renee, been in situations where, you're talking to somebody, maybe a friend, or it could be a therapist or whoever, or a life coach. And then they say one little nugget and you're like, oh my God, that did it. I never thought of that.
Yes.
So it's important to, speak with people, to have coaches in your life, therapists in your life, and friends, to just pour into you, friends that are positive, I would say, to pour into you with positive affirmations and things that maybe you didn't think of, but that will help you. Just that little small nugget that will help you.
Yes, absolutely. So important. The value of community, the value of positivity, the power of positivity.
Yeah, absolutely.
So far, so far. So as we talk about the power of positivity, how would you suggest entrepreneurs prioritize self-care and set boundaries in their work and personal lives without feeling guilty or selfish?
The boundaries for entrepreneurship it's hard. It's hard, very hard, because we all want to grow that business. We want to do this and we want to do that. But at some point, you have to take time and say, hey, I can't keep pushing myself, because your mind can't take but so much. So it's like you're pushing yourself. Am I really doing myself any good? So some days you may need to. I found it's one place in Florida that has this 1-day spa where you can just go to for a day. You don't even have to spend the night at the hotel. It's a hotel, but it has a spa, and you can just go for a whole entire day. That something like that, to just take yourself away for a day from engaging in any kind of business. Sometimes we'll say, well, a couple of hours, but what about a whole day?
Wow.
Just to take yourself away.
You see, as an entrepreneur, and I'm thinking about being away for a day, that gives me anxiety.
I know.
It truly does.
I know.
Because so much happens in a day, and there's so much to be done in a day. And so that's scary for me. I don't know why that's feeling scary to me right now.
And you're not alone. You're not alone. But a day at the spa, try it, Renee, and see how you feel.
Okay, there's gonna be a lot of planning and preparation to plan for my day.
Yeah, and that's what I've done. I planned a day, and I planned a 2-day one. Yeah, but in order for me to stay connected to my vision, I have to take the time, because I can't pour into these women if I'm not connected to my own vision. I can't pour into them. I can't have them at this retreat and I'm all over the place thinking, okay, what's the next business deal? What I need to do? Where? I can't do that to them, and I can't do it to myself.
Right.
So
well, you mentioned the retreat, Jeanette. I'm sorry to cut you off, but yeah, before we run out of time, tell us more about this retreat.
The retreat is 7 days in Savoia, Costa Rica. And I did the retreat myself as a retreat leader before, because all my retreats, I'm going to try to go there before to check out, everything, and to go through the whole program myself.
Right.
So I went there in February, and it was, when I first got there, I'm like, okay, am I, going to feel comfortable here and all, but it was great. It's little casitas where you stay in, and some, it's 2 beds in there. You can have 2 people in a room, or you can have your own space. But all the meals are included. Everything basically is included. Your meals, your breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And we all just bonded. So you got a pool there. We had pool time. We had meditation. We had yoga. We had just time to just sit and relax. And I even came up. I was sitting in the hammocks out there, and I even came up with the title for my second book.
Really?
Yeah. So it was just time to just relax. You had like maybe 10 other people there, but some days I just wanted to be Jeanette by herself.
Right. And that's so important.
So I took the time to just be me and came up with the title of a book.
Wow. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
On that. I love that. And so while we still have time, can you talk about even more the importance of work-life balance for entrepreneurs and how they can achieve this while still pursuing their business goals?
Right.
Because as you can see, I don't have it and I need it.
Right. And one thing I talk about in the curriculum too, Renee, is what we call it mental health. Mental health and life coaching, we kind of balancing it out because it's kind of similar. But cognitive behavior, you change your thinking and you'll change your behavior.
Change your thinking and you'll change your behavior.
Yes. So if you change your thinking about how you're viewing your business and how you want your body to feel, how do you want your mind and body to feel? If you change your thinking about that, you're going to change your behavior. You're not going to be pushing yourself. But it first starts in your mind.
Right.
And you have to change how you think and how you're viewing what you want your life to look like. Right.
Well, but what if, so now I think I'm going to get some free counseling here. So, so what if I have these lofty goals for my business and I know that it's going to take, a lot of me to reach those goals, and so when I'm not doing the thing, then it's hard for me to be content or relaxed or okay with the thing not being done. Do you understand what I'm saying? So even though I want that thing and I want to feel relaxed and I want to feel, all of that, that can't really happen if my other stuff isn't done.
So yeah, we're going to get into the counseling. So who told you that wouldn't happen if you did? Who told you that?
I don't know. I guess I just made that up in my head.
Okay.
Okay. So, all right. So
subconscious.
My subconscious did that.
Yes.
Okay. So, all right. That's something I got to work on. That's a me thing. We won't bore the audience with my me things. But just know, audience, that it's in your subconscious where you're telling your own self that you can't be relaxed and still have a prospering, thriving business. So,
right. Because we tell ourselves all sorts of stories, but if you just take that one day, see how it feels. And did the world stop turning because, Jeanette's business wasn't running for one day or Jeanette left for one day? Did the world stop? So
nope, the world certainly will not stop.
Right.
It absolutely will not. And I think the more we come to that realization, the world will not stop if I take a day off.
No.
And believe that as a fact.
Right.
For our own selves, then we can start to prioritize ourselves as women, as entrepreneurs, as business owners, as moms, wives, whatever titles we carry for ourselves.
And that's the thing, Renee. I think we were born with that nurturing nature as women, but we need to know boundaries.
Yes.
So we tend to just do, whether it's for somebody else or things that we desire. Sometimes we go push head in, just keep pushing and pushing.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Because those boundaries can get crossed so quickly by our children, constantly pulling on us, and our husbands, and trying to make sure that they're satisfied and happy, the house, or jobs. Some entrepreneurs are working full-time day jobs and running their business and nights and weekends, and I know exactly the struggles that come with the lack of boundaries.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Just
So we have to make ourselves a priority if we want to live victoriously, which is the name of your business, Living Victoriously. And your website has such great golden nuggets on it, right? Even on the cover pages of different suggestions for how we can live victoriously by prioritizing ourselves. And I love some of the pillars that you were talking about, that your company stands for and helps women to realize that optimal health and how to reflect positive thoughts and embrace how they feel about money, and get to the root of what were we told about money, and what impact does money have on how we think today and how we think about our future.
Right.
And then also talking about purpose, living a life of purpose, and living a life of balance.
Yes.
So in the few minutes that we have left in this segment of Renee Speaks Golden Nuggets, is there any one of those pillars that you want us to take away from today and make sure that we remember until the next time we meet?
I would say self-awareness and spirituality. Connect with yourself. The importance of connecting with yourself and knowing that it's a higher power than you. You don't have to carry the load by yourself.
Right.
You don't have to carry it by yourself. You don't have to figure out everything by yourself.
Right. Because that load is heavy.
Yeah.
The load can be so heavy.
Yeah.
And sometimes, when the load gets too heavy, it causes some people to fall into depression. It causes people to feel overwhelmed. It causes people to have anxiety because you're trying to carry it all yourself. So I love the point that you're making about referring back to your higher power to know this is not for you. This is for you to lay at the feet on the altar and let it go.
Exactly. And the self-awareness, if you come in, like I said, with the meditation, then you may see that, hey, this is not all on me. I can lean on my higher power, whomever, someone wants to worship or say who their higher power is. But you don't have to carry the load. You really don't.
Right. That's right. And we've got our higher power. We've got community. We've got a community of
supportive
women,
relationships.
Friends. Yes. Those supportive relationships are so, so, so important. So, Jeanette, this has been truly an amazing experience. Thank you for diving deeper with me, talking about living victoriously and how we can live intentionally victorious by taking active steps in having balance and all those things that we just talked about. So critically important. And we're going to end up being happier because of it.
Yes.
So,
anytime you can live victoriously, I believe God has created us to live victoriously. He didn't create us to just be all over the place and not enjoy the life that we have here.
That's right. That's right. Because we are here for that long.
Exactly.
And so we need to make every day count and be victorious every single day. And with the wisdom that you've shared with us, you are empowering us to do just that. So I'm so grateful for you. Cannot wait for your retreat in Costa Rica, October
the 14th through the 21st.
14th through the 21st. In Costa Rica. I know the women are going to be truly blessed by that. And I hope that so many of our listeners sign up for that and are recipients of all of that awesome self-care that is just awaiting them.
Yes. I can't wait. I'm so excited.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
So
come
this has
join
been
us.
amazing. Yes, come join Jeanette and her Living Victoriously family in Costa Rica, October 14th through the 21st in Costa Rica. I think there's a website that people can go to
Yes,
sign
it will be
up.
on my website, JeanetteJonesLifeCoach.com.
Yes, and we will pop that up super quick so that people can see where they can sign up to join you on this self-care retreat, which is so critically important to all entrepreneurs, but especially women.
Yes.
Women, take care of yourself. You were made for something great.
Absolutely.
So go and be awesome.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Jeanette. It's been great having you on the show.
Thank you, Renee.
I appreciate all your golden nuggets.
Okay, thank you.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network. Welcome to the Viva-La-Stage show with Claudia Santiago, exclusively on the 100 TV Network. An entertaining, interactive show. Enjoy various genres of music from Claudia Santiago's different stage shows. Interactive. Music, fun, comedy. Celebrating your birthday. Even enjoy her travel and tour footage. Take a break from your week, unwind, and enjoy Viva-La-Stage with Claudia Santiago.
Claudia Santiago here. Welcome to Viva-La-Stage, exclusively on 100 TV Network. I love that you joined me here today, and I'm excited for this show. We have, you can see up, scrolling above or sideways, not down, up. You will see that we've got shows June 6th. This is our debut one, June 6th, 13th, 20th, and 27th. How's everybody out there? So good to see you. Hey. All right. You'll also see scrolling by that we have Celebrate Good Times, baby. Yeah, we celebrate birthdays and anniversaries. Love, come on over. Come join the party. Come over here, and we want to know where you're from and when your birthday is or your anniversary or both. To submit your birthday or anniversary to be part of the show is interactive. Go to vivalastage.com/submissions. You'll see up above, also scrolling by, is some of my releases that are available all across digital, and you'll hear me and see me performing them live as well as on this show. Now, today's episode, we're going to also show you some behind the scenes footage, and this is with all our episodes. So you'll get music, you'll get the behind the scenes footage, some of it's travel, culture, languages, Espanol 101. Hey, I'm Latina, and I love all things culture and languages, so come along for the ride. We've got some funnies too. I won't even tell you what they are. You'll have to watch this show and check it out. So with each episode also, you're going to see the different shows that I do on a live stage. So some of those shows are Claudia Santiago Jazz, which is what we're watching today. I also have a vintage jazz show called Sophia LeBeau, It's 20s to 40s jazz, full costuming, era settings, the whole 9 yards. We have great, amazing, historic multimedia. Stay tuned for that episode. Then we have Platinum, and that's my dance, party, funk, soul, everything to do, even the disco era. We got some smooth, grooving stuff. Then we have our World Tropical Latin Show. Cha-cha-cha. Yes, we have La Fragancia del Amor. We have so much fun with that one. I bring in dancers with full like costuming, samba, tango. Then we've got Voltage 177, baby. It's my rock show. Everything classic rock, progressive rock, dance party rock. Also, you'll see scrolling by a whole bunch of different things. Some is my new music releases, and we're going to be talking about some of those today, some behind the scenes footage. We've got some studio stuff, some travel stuff. My name is Claudia Santiago, and I am your host and performer of Viva-La-Stage, and I'm glad you're here with me today. We are interactive. We're going to be celebrating some people, birthdays, anniversaries, all that kind of thing. But for now, without further ado, drum roll, let's get to the music. First song you're going to hear is Fever, and Fever is a song written by Eddie Cooley and Otis Blackwell, who used the pseudonym John Davenport. It was originally recorded by American R&B singer Little Wiley John. The song topped the Billboard R&B bestsellers in the U.S. and peaked at number 24 on the Billboard Pop chart. It was received positively by music critics and included on several lists of the best songs during the time it was released. This awesome song also was recorded by Peggy Lee, Elvis Presley, Boney M, Madonna, Christina Aguilera, just to give you a little bit current, Michael Bublé, Lelouch, Beyonce. So it's really an old standard, but it's very much also current. It's been covered by numerous artists from various musical genres, most notably by Peggy Lee, whose 1956 rendition became the most widely known version of Fever. Okay, here we go with my rendition of Fever.
Never know how much I love you. Never know how much I care. When you put your arms around me, get a fever that is hard to bear. You give me fever. When you kiss me, fever when you die. Fever in the morning, fever all through the night. Sun lights up in the daytime, moon lights up in the night. High love, you call my name, and I know I'm gonna treat you right. Give me fever. Georgia had a very bad affair. When your daddy tried to kill him, she said, Daddy, oh, don't you dare, he gives me fever. With his kisses, fever when he holds me tight. Fever, arms, Daddy won't treat him right. Now you listen to my story. He's the point that I'm made. Fix the point to give you fever. Because Fahrenheit is 30 degrees. Give us fever. Give me some fever if you live in love. Fever. So what a lonely way to find. What a lonely way to find.
So this is so cool. Now, one of the funny things for me is I saw Fever on the Muppets. Yes, with Animal on the drums and the lovely Rita Moreno singing, and it's absolutely hilarious. If you can find it online, check it out. It's pretty funny. Woohoo! It's got hot in here. All right. The next song that I'm performing is called Orange Colored Sky. And here's a little bit about it as well. Orange Colored Sky is a popular song written by Milton Duluth and Willie Stein and first published in 1950. The best known version of the song was recorded by Nat King Cole with Stan Kenton's orchestra. It is a fun song to perform, and while the first song that I did, Fever, was a studio version, here is a live version with some of my musicians. Enjoy Orange Colored Sky.
Oh my God, these liquids. Welcome to our Renee. My name is Tony and I'm here with some fabulous musicians. And I want to say thank you to this table over here. They just brought me some amazing white wine. Thank you so much. What a treasure. We've got 3 birthdays going on over here. And yes, some people have asked me if they can get pictures with me later. Of course. Yeah, you just come see me. It'd be great. Okay, yeah, you got it. How are you doing today? Great. So nice to meet you. I was walking along and minding my business when out the orange colored sky flash, bam, out of the sand, wonderful you came by. I was humming a tune, drinking in sunshine when out of the orange colored view. Flash, bam, out of the sand, I got a look at you. One look and I looked timber.
musicians in the jazz club, baby. All right. Great to have you here for All That Jazz. That's this episode today at Viva-La-Stage. My name is Claudia Santiago. The next song is called Blue Skies. Blue Skies is a popular song written by Irving Berlin in 1926. It is one of the many popular songs whose lyrics use a bluebird of happiness as a symbol of cheer. Bluebirds singing a song nothing but bluebirds all day long. The sunny optimism of the lyrics are undercut by the minor key, giving the word an ironic meaning. This is such a fun song to perform. What you're going to see is a little bit of performance and behind the scenes. It was during one of my rehearsals and at the very beginning of me studying jazz. And so I am literally starting to implement a little bit of my baby steps in jazz scatting, and it is so fun to look back, and I hope you enjoy it.
Blue skies can't be nothing but blue skies. Bright sea, bluebirds singing a song. Nothing but bluebirds all day long. Never saw the sun shining so bright that all the days hurry by. Don't seem to take hurry high on their love. Mind how they fly, oh bluebirds, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Nothing but blue skies all day long. All right.
Summertime is an aria composed in 1934 by George Gershwin for the 1935 opera Porgy and Bess. Lyrics are by DuBose Hayward and the author of the novel Porgy, on which the opera was one of the finest songs the composer ever wrote. Gershwin's highly evocative writing brilliant mixes the elements of jazz and the song styles of blacks in the Southeast United States from the earliest 20th century. Composer and lyricist Stephen Sondheim characterized Hayward's lyrics for Summertime and My Man's Gone Now as the best lyrics in the musical theater. Really interesting and a beautiful song to sing. I hope you enjoy my rendition of Summertime.
And the living is easy. There's jumping and the cotton is high. Your daddy's rich. And your ma is good looking. Little baby, don't cry. Summertime and living is hey, you spread your wings and you'll take to the sky. But until that morning, there ain't nothing and mama journey goes on base, yeah. Oh, summertime and the living is easy. Fish are jumping and the river is high.
summertime, and the living is easy. Well, that wraps up this segment of All That Jazz. We've got another segment coming up, so hang tight. I hope you enjoyed the songs that I performed for you. Fever, Orange Colored Sky, Blue Skies, and Summertime. I absolutely love working with jazz musicians. Oh, they're just amazing, brilliant musicians. My hat goes off to you guys and gals. You guys are amazing, and I love performing songs with you live on stage. Welcome to All That Jazz, and now we're going to roll some behind the scenes goodies for you. Woo! Awesome. So what do you got there? Let's let everybody know. What kind of kit have you got there?
Like I said before, if you're just joining us, this is a Renee kit, and it's a jazz configuration, so a little bit smaller drum, so the bass drum, and it's just and not as many drums as the other kit I just showed you. So.
All right. Well, do you want to show us a little bit of maybe some jazz kind of rudiments kind of thing?
Yeah, I can do that. I want to say one thing though. One of my favorite parts about this drum set is the color. It's what they call it turquoise. I believe the turquoise sparkle. I just love sparkle kits. But yeah, we can show you some. I'll show you some very simple jazz type things. So, we'll just show you a basic jazz pattern to start off with. Jazz is a little bit more subtle. It can be loud or soft, but it swings, right? So jazz swings. So we have this kind of a pattern on the rise. Right? And then we have the hi-hat joins in. And then what I do is I basically, for lack of a better term, I talk back and forth with the snare drum and the bass drum. And then I will do some fills around the other drums. These are called toms. So let's try and play some. Here we go. A one, a two, a 1, 2, 3.
with all the travel, with all the behind the scenes, I have to pick locations because they mean something to me, whether it's family history, whether it's a special location where something maybe beautiful happened, whether it's something that means something to my writers, and it helps me also, to languages and all of that. It helps me to just interpret the songs for my story so that my story is authentic to you. So I hope you have enjoyed what you saw there. There's so much more to say that it would take me a whole show to explain to you. But stay tuned for more of behind the scenes, more funnies, more everything. So it's exciting. And now let's roll them to the second part of the music on this episode, All That Jazz on Viva-La-Stage. Whoop.
I'm on the move, I'm going up. I'm a man on a mission with no missions, and I'm looking for love. Oh, I'm just looking for love. It's gotta be against the law to look this damn good. Watch out now. Cause baby, I feel real good, and I wish I would. Watch out now. It's gotta be against the law to look this damn good, baby. Watch out now. Everybody watch out. Watch out now. Everybody watch out. Watch out now. Watch out.
All right, we are back for the second portion of our music and All That Jazz episode of Viva-La-Stage. This next song is called It Don't Mean a Thing If It Ain't Got That Swing. All right, this was composed in 1931 by Duke Ellington with lyrics by Irving Mills, and it's now accepted as a jazz standard, and jazz historian Gunter Schuller characterized it as now legendary and a prophetic piece and a prophetic title. In 2008, Ellington's 1932 recording of the song was inducted into the Grammy Hall of Fame. Okay, that was fun. You got to see a bit more of the band, and woo, that song just grooves. You know, every time I perform it, the audience just is up and jiving around. It's so much fun. Okay, this next one, it's called So Danzo Samba, and it is a bossa nova song composed in 1962 by Antonio Carlos Jobim, with lyrics by Vinicius de Moraes. English lyrics were later written by Norman Gimbel. On occasion, it has been known as a jazz samba and I Only Dance Samba in English translation of the original Portuguese title. So it's a really cool song, and again, this one's one that jives and just grooves along, so enjoy it. So Danzo Samba. Okay. Bye, 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 bye. So danzo samba, so danzo samba. Bye. I also perform this in my show, La Fragancia del Amor, which is my World Tropical Latin show, and but it also crosses over into my jazz repertoire. Georgia on My Mind is a 1930 song written by Hoagy Carmichael and Stuart Gorrell, and first recorded that same year by Hoagy Carmichael. However, the song has been most associated with soul singer Ray Charles, who was a native of the United States of Georgia. In 1979, the state of Georgia designated Ray Charles's version the official state song. The song has become part of the Great American Songbook tradition. Enjoy Georgia on My Mind.
Georgia, the whole day through. Sweet old song keeps Georgia on my mind. I said, Georgia, Georgia.
So Danzu Zamba and Georgia. I love performing these songs as to my musicians, and that wraps up this portion of music. Now stay tuned for the party! We love to celebrate. Let's go! Woo! It's time to celebrate! Woo-hoo! Celebrate good times, come on! Woo! We're here to celebrate! Yes! Celebrating you! Celebrating birthdays, anniversaries, we're here to celebrate you! Alright, happy birthday! Our birthday list! Woo! Happy birthday, Lori Grimwood, Maria Powell, Elizabeth Taylor, Frank Soka, Barb Sim, Jared Smith, Dale Evans, Wendy Stevens, Brenda Sweet, Arturo Sandoval, Melanie Talk, Jesse D, Frank Milan, Patricia Cole, Alright, here we go with improv one. Happy birthday, Maria. Happy birthday, beautiful girl. Happy birthday, Maria. Happy birthday. How we do it? Marisa. Impromptu. Dos. That's what you say in Espanol. Dos. This one goes to the beautiful Elizabeth Taylor of Calgary, Alberta. Happy birthday, Lizzie, Lizzie, Lizzie. Happy birthday. I know you're out celebrating. Oh, happy birthday, Elizabeth. You're beautiful. Oh, you're so intelligent. You love everyone you meet. Even you love me. Improv 3. This one is to Arturo Sandoval. Ready? Arturo Sandoval. Arturo Sandoval. Oh, yeah, Arturo Sandoval. It's your birthday, feliz cumpleaños. Arturo Sandoval. Arturo, Arturo. Es tu cumpleaños. Así, duro. Arturo, feliz cumpleaños. Happy birthday, bro. It was a bad place when you came into it, Arturo. joining us here. Woo! We had a party. We did some behind the scenes. You got to check out a little bit of that jazz. Pretty exciting. Thank you so much for coming out here. Thank you so much for joining us here. Make sure you come over and see all the other shows at 100 TV Network. Go to 100tvnetwork.com, claudiasantiago.com/100TV. Check it out. There's shows all Monday and now Tuesday. So I'm pretty pumped, pretty excited to be here with you. And of course, it's always awesome to celebrate you. What is your stage? What is your stage? Viva-La-Stage, Viva, we're celebrating everybody's stages. You just happen to come on to mine, but you know, what is your stage? What are the things you love to do? You know, it doesn't have to be camera, it doesn't have to be public, but what are the things that you love to pour out your gifts into and bring joy to others? Go do that.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
Hello, and welcome to Renee Speaks Golden Nuggets. Thank you for joining me, Ashley, and welcome to the show. As you know, this is a continuation of our Renee Speaks podcast, which airs every Friday. And so we are continuing the conversation, doing a deeper dive into what we were talking about originally, which is primarily what it's like as to live as a rock star virtual assistant. And you have pretty much mastered that. And I consider you like the epitome of the definition of rock star virtual assistant. And so we're going to continue with a deeper dive into what that actually means, what it looks like, and how you got to be so great. So I'm going to start out with giving you an opportunity to share a little bit about yourself and who you are and how you started on what interested you the most about being a virtual assistant.
Well, the flexibility. I mean, the flexibility of being a virtual assistant and working from home and creating your own schedule. I mean, that's everybody's dream. You hear people all the time want to be able to have that kind of job, and I do. So that's just amazing. It's one of those things where you just thank God every day that you got to have such a cool job.
Yeah. Oh, could not agree more. And that what I have found in just different discussions that I've heard different business owners and corporate folks talking about is how competitive the employment market has become, because so many people are demanding, not just asking, but they're demanding that they have more work-life balance and that they be allowed to work from home. You know, as a condition of taking their job offer.
That's right. I mean, I think there is a shift because people are tired and they're burnt out. And I think everyone's becoming more aware of burnt out. And one of the things I had a conversation with somebody is kind of unlearning the grind. I think we're especially my generation feels like, you know, it's grind, hustle. And we're so burnt out that now it's like we're trying to unlearn that a little bit. It's important to have a good work ethic, but not at the cost of your sanity and your health.
Exactly. Not at the cost of your sanity and your health. And like you said, it definitely is a mind shift. Because that's the way we were brought up. That's the way we were raised. You work hard. You go to the same job every day. You know, you put in your 8 hours and you give your absolute best. You know, this is after going to school and working hard in school, getting your degree, all of that. be committed, be devoted, be dedicated to this company, and they'll take care of you. And then you retire after 40 years or whatever. At least that was my generation. You retire after 40 years, they give you a watch or something. And then you supposedly retire and go live your best life at 65. Yeah, no, I think this generation of folks is like, I don't think so. I'm 20, I'm living it now. So it definitely is a shift in the way people are thinking and their attitude toward work and what place work has in our lives. Yeah. So when you think about working as a virtual assistant, how do you train and mentor new virtual assistants to ensure that they're successful in their roles?
So that's a tricky question because it's really customized to each virtual assistant that comes to our team. Everybody comes to our team with a different set of skills. So it's part of that is having open communication to assess what those skills are and to make sure that you continue to nurture those skills and to nurture new skills. The more skills you have, the world is your oyster. The more things you can do, the more demand you're in, the more things you can do, and the more opportunities you have to decide, like, well, I do general admin work, but I got to start playing around with social media, and that's really nurturing my soul. That's bringing me joy. Maybe I want to do more social media stuff. And so I have such a unique position to be able to connect with all of our team to find out what their skills and passions are every week.
Yes. And I love that because sometimes they may not even know what they like until they're presented an opportunity to actually do it, or practice it or like, because I know there was one team meeting where I had asked or given, I asked who had experience with a particular program, and no one had that particular program skill, but there was a similar program that they were aware of. And I said, well, this is an opportunity. If you want to learn more, go here and play around, go watch some videos, see if you like it and see what you can learn. And you never know what client may be looking for that particular skill. And you can add that to your resume. Yes, I have this experience. I have done these things. And now, like you said, you are more valuable because your skill list has grown from general admin to now you can specialize in social media or this, event planning or whatever that could look like. So I think it's really great that you not only nurture them where they are, but give them opportunities to stretch beyond what they already know to explore what could be possible for them in the future. And I know that we did that as well with some others with video podcasting and editing and producing and all of that. And that's been so fun to watch as well. Just the growth and now some of our team members are training other team members. And so now they're trainers that they can include that on their resume. Yes, I'm a trainer and I train people on how to do this, that, and the other. And so to be a part of someone's professional journey in that way, it's just truly, truly, truly rewarding, and gives me a really great feeling of purpose. And do you agree? Can you relate? What do you?
Oh yeah. Well, and you want people that you care about to be happy, and so and not to mention how much fun it is when you share something with somebody and you watch their mind be blown. Like that is my favorite thing is when they're struggling with something and I'm like, well, there's this really cool resource or this really cool tool. And then you literally watch them like I love that. That is my favorite thing to do to our team members.
Same. It's like their life has changed forever because you have shared this with them. And I can completely relate. I love it when that happens. It's fun. It's fun to watch, really. So as you think about it, how can virtual assistants provide value to businesses beyond just administrative tasks?
So one of the things, just like my relationship with our team members, our team members build relationships with our clients. And so you become really privy to personal information, family members and doctor's appointments and all that kind of stuff. And so I think you kind of become, in a professional sense, like a friend. And so being able to show your support for them beyond just, for example, one of our clients lost one of their big clients recently, and it was kind of a tough week for them. And so I reached out to our client and I said, I know you're feeling the pressure. I know things are really challenging for you right now, but I know you've got this. Let me know whatever I can do to help ease. I have a couple of ideas of things that might help you feel like you're more in the loop. And I think that's valuable to be able to be like, I can schedule a meeting, but whatever else I can do to help ease your burden, I'm happy to do. And they are always appreciative, even if they can't take you up on the offer. Just knowing that you care in that way they know you got their back.
Yes, absolutely. And because one of the things that as virtual assistants, we truly learn quickly how valued a partner we are on their journey. Whatever our clients are dealing with, like you said, they know they're not alone. We are their partner. We're in it with them, the good, bad, and the ugly. And because we're virtual assistants and we're like Fort Knox and they can trust us with this information or this thing that they're going through, and know that no one else in the organization will ever find out, because that's our job, to keep things private. And so when we partner with our client, we give them that assurance. We kind of are that little security blanket where they know they can be their true selves. They can say things to us that they would never say to anyone else, but they need somewhere to vent. They need somewhere to get it off their chest. And they know that we are a safe place. We're a safe place for them. And that relationship is not one to take lightly. We do not take that lightly at all. And I'm so glad that you are so experienced in knowing what that means and what that looks like, that at Executive Help now you can train, and that you do train at the virtual assistants on our team, what that's all about and what that looks like and how that works. And I know our clients are so grateful for that. And they are, when I check in with them regularly and I ask, well, so how's everything going? And they're like, oh my God, they're amazing. They're so great. I didn't know how great life could be, once they came on the team, because now I can do this and I can do that. And I can actually go home and have dinner with my kids, and not be at the office after dark, all of these things, that they say to us. And it's just so great to be the source or the reason I consider it a blessing and a gift to be able to be in this position to help somebody else's life be better.
Well, and we've had a client who, I believe when we first came on, he had said, I've been playing defense for so long that now I get to play offense. And that was valuable. I mean, that was 3 years later. I still think about that, because I can't imagine, how do you grow your business if you're spending so much time on the administrative stuff?
Right. Exactly. Hand that off. And they don't even like it.
No, because their businesses are not virtual assistant businesses. Their businesses are something else. So nobody wants to do the administrative stuff. That is the perfect stuff to pass off to other people.
Exactly. And busy people meet with other busy people. And how many times do we play phone tag or send back 10 different emails trying to schedule one meeting? If you are the president and CEO of a company, that is not your job. That is not what you get paid for. Okay. So hand that off to somebody who not only has a skill to be able to do it, but also loves doing it.
Well, and you think in terms of like monetary and finances, if you're running your own business, the administrative stuff doesn't typically bring you in money. If you're spending time on administrative stuff, you're not spending time doing the things that bring in money. So it's valuable and important and a strategic move in your business to make sure that you are delegating things that aren't bringing you money so that you can focus on the tasks that do bring in money to your business.
That's right. Absolutely. Then that is definitely one of, we have a freebie called How Do You Know When You're Ready for a VA? And that is definitely one of the things that is mentioned. You know, there's these different buckets of things that we can do, but which one of those are most beneficial to your bottom line? You know, and so, and it makes some people hesitate, I think, to get a virtual assistant because they're like, oh, by the time I explain how to do something, I probably could have just done it myself. And, you know, it takes too long to explain and all of that. But I think what they fail to realize is that if you explain that task one time, sure, it may take some time. And then your VA gets the hang of it, you know, they get up the learning curve. You never have to deal with that again as a business owner, because now you can completely and fully entrust it to your virtual assistant to take care of it. And you know they're going to take care of it, right? Because you trained them. And your VA has taken great instructions and they follow instructions very well. And so now it's like you're doing it yourself, but you're not. Because you got this other person on your team now who is able and capable and willing and ready and wants to see you succeed by taking this off your plate and doing it. So I hope that's making some sense and resonating with some business owners and entrepreneurs on the value of virtual administrative support or virtual support in whatever that looks like, whether it's podcast support or calendar management, email management, all of the things that are taking you away from the things that make you money. Take them off the plate. Delegate. Delegating is your friend. Delegation is your friend. Repeat after me. Delegation is your friend. Okay, so Ashley, moving on. How do you see the role of virtual assistants evolving in the future, particularly for women entrepreneurs and working moms?
To be honest, I have a suspicion that in 10 years, all assistants are going to be virtual assistants. That's just my belief, because there are very few industries that require your assistant to be physically in-house. Like they're everything that 99% of the things that you're doing can be done virtual. And I think that this is a turning point. I think as people are becoming more aware of what a virtual, because I mean, even when I started 4 or 5 years ago, people were like, what's a virtual assistant? And I now that people are starting to figure out what that is, it is something that can absolutely be done from anywhere. And I think that it's going to become more and more and more popular, especially as businesses realize that, you get a contractor instead of an employee, and you're not kind of dealing with some of the brouhaha, as employee stuff. And I just think it's just watch. I bet you in 10 years, there will be mostly virtual assistants versus in-house assistants.
Well, I think I can agree with you on everything except for the 10-year part, because I think it may happen quicker. and I think that is why differentiation among virtual assistant companies is so critical. And one of the things that we really have prided ourselves on, our model that we have as a differentiator, because the market is just flooded. I mean, there are virtual assistant companies everywhere, and people can pick anyone. And so it's a very competitive market. But part of what we do that helps us stand apart is the development of those client relationships and how we train our team members, and the focus that our team has on the nitty-gritty inner workings of our clients, and becoming experts at those things, so that we can be so forward thinking and proactive about the things that they need, that by the time they realize they need them, we can already say, oh yeah, that's been done.
Yes. That's almost as much fun as blowing our virtual assistant minds, is when you have anticipated your client's needs before they do and you've already taken care of it. Oh,
Yes.
that is so satisfying.
It truly is. And it's so relatable to us, because that's our passion. That is what, so like when I was in school, I was, young, and in Madison, Wisconsin, they had a summer youth employment program that truly was the foundation of the passion I have for helping others, because they assigned me 3 different assignments. So 3 different summers I was a part of the program. And the first summer I worked at the Madison Urban League, and they needed a library, and they helped me identify my passion for organization. So I got to categorize all these books and magazines and set them up on these bookshelves with their little bookends and in their little cases and all of that. And I loved the way it looked, and it was so uniform. And I became very anal at that point. I was 12. And then the next summer, I got to work at Norrell Temporary Services, assisting the office manager with handing out applications to people who were looking for work. And then once they finished their paperwork, I got to key it in and type it. And then the sound of the keys of the keyboard clickety clacking, it just really just resonated with my spirit, because the more I heard the clickety clack of the keys, I knew somebody's life was changing, because their application was being put into the computer and they were going to get a job and be able to take care of their families. And at this point, I was 13. And so I made a decision right then. I was like, one day I'm going to run an office. And so little did I know that after more years of schooling, more years of education, more years of, marketing classes and DECA and business classes and learning shorthand and all of the things, that it would grow into now being an entrepreneur of, running my own virtual assistant service and teaching people how to do what I have learned to love from 12. And so it just comes. And so this is just such a full circle kind of thing that I just absolutely love. And I'm so grateful for it, to have had this opportunity. So, and I know that you can relate.
Oh yeah. Yep. Absolutely. It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. And I relate to the clickety clack of the keyboard, because I took a typing class, and like the faster I can hear the clickety clack is like, oh, stuff's getting done. Stuff's getting done. It's so satisfying.
Yes, absolutely. And everyone has their thing, right? So for us, it's the clickety clack of the keys. For another virtual assistant business owner, it was when she got to take her papers and go like this, and hear the papers on the desk, coming together. That was a sound that she absolutely loved. And so everyone has their thing, their thing that drives them, their things that gives them energy and joy in their work. And so I'm just so grateful that we have an opportunity to do the things that we love to do, and as fulfilling our purpose as our passion. So it is awesome. So before we wrap up, any more Renee Speaks Golden Nuggets? Do you have any more nuggets of wisdom that you would like to share for any tips or business entrepreneurs who are considering hiring a virtual assistant for the first time?
Communication. Get the word out. Whether you're a VA that is a new VA and you need clients, or you are a small business that needs help, get the word out. There are so many people out there that are looking for help or needing help for their business, that it's all word of mouth too. If you ever notice, like all of our team is made up of people that have come by word of mouth. So just get that word out and let people know.
Yes, that is so critical. And that too reminds me of the importance of networking. You cannot underestimate the value of networking and being a part of some organization that has people, just people that you don't know, because everybody knows somebody, like you were saying earlier. Small business owners know other small business owners. So networking is so critical, whether you are wanting to be a virtual assistant or whether you're needing a virtual assistant. Especially if someone that already has a virtual assistant, you can ask them, how's that going? How does that work? And those kinds of things. And then they can refer you to somebody that they trust. And when you are connected to somebody that you trust, then it's easier to build on that kind of a relationship and to kind of dip your toe in the water and get started. So that would be my piece of advice to any entrepreneur or small business owner. Dip your toe in the water, just a couple hours a week or, 10 hours a week or whatever, to see what it could be like. Give it a try, and, see how your life has changed by being able to get some of those things off your plate and delegate. Delegating is your friend. What? Delegating is your friend. All right. So Ashley, thank you so much for being an amazing business operations manager for Executive Help Now, virtual assistant, our virtual assistant service. And keep up the great work. You are truly amazing. You are impacting lives and being there for our clients. And I cannot thank you enough, and truly appreciate everything you've done for us and our team and our clients.
Oh, I love it. Well, thank you for having me today. And yeah, I love our team. It is so much fun to come to work and be around people you care about and you enjoy working with. So it's just a blessing.
Awesome. Well, thanks again. You have an amazing day.
You too.
Thanks.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network.
So one of the most important things that make a difference between a product and something that we want to buy, it's the brand. And to talk about brands and how you can make your brand resonate, being relevant, I'm gonna bring you the BrandIn Show here on 100 TV. Stay tuned. Hello. I'm Marco Novo here at 100 TV with this first show about, well, not the first BrandIn Show. And why this name? Because I think it's a really important thing when we talk about business, and it doesn't matter if you are a professional, if you have a corporation, an institution, whatever, a brand, it's a really important asset. Because if you think some products, and even some, they even become the name of the product. I believe that there are so many products that you call them the name of a given brand that kind of stick on that product. So this is a show to tell you, to share some insights with you about how you can embrace and take advantage of brand for personal, professional, individual uses, or for corporation, because there's no that difference. But of course, in some live show, in some shows, I will be talking about more for personal branding. In some, I will be talking about more corporation branding. Okay, so just stay tuned. Another important thing is I'm gonna bring in the next episodes the chance for you to make a question. You just need to make to use the hashtag Ask Branding Show, and then I will be bringing your question and make you a shout out on my show to reply to you. Pretty nice, I think. So if you don't know me, I'm Marco Nova from Portugal. I'm a live streamer since 2015. I'm also a marketing professional, and this was why I felt in this live streaming content creation world back in 2014, 15. I think it was 14. I had the need to get known to people, to understand what I could make for them. So I started a live show, and I started broadcasting, creating content, video content, live shows, so people get to know me. At some point, I became known as a live streamer, and here I am sharing things about two of my passions, live streaming and marketing, a perfect blend for you to be known and bring a nice brand. So today we will discuss some important topics. I came with 10, at least. This is what I have prepared. Maybe during the show I will think about some more, but I believe these 10 points would be really important. Okay, so just write them down, and don't forget, if you have any question, if you want to make any question, hashtag Ask BrandIn Show, and I will be happy to bring your question to my show. So the first thing that I believe it's pretty important is to build emotion. Okay, think with me. How many times you are seeing a TV show, a TV series, or a movie, which you know that thing, it's not real, but you are living it as it was. Why? Because they are appealing to your emotions. So this is why it is important for you to bring emotion. And it doesn't need to be laughing all the time. For instance, if you have an insurance company or so, at some point you should go to that thing about scare. Because when people are scared, they tend to act. Okay, so it's important. Of course, if you are a comedian, you should bring the happiness, the laughter. If you are a musician, you need to bring beauty feelings, beauty emotions. Also, for instance, if you are a chef, you need to bring those desires and those other feelings, emotions to your potential customers. But you should not by any means be as rational, because there's this thing about being rational. At some point, yes, it is a little bit important to be rational, but it is way more important to be emotional. So think about and you should not, and this could be a mistake. Oh, I want to bring all this range of emotions. Please don't. A couple of them would be enough. Sometimes even one, it's enough, but it's important to to bring emotion to your communication. And for instance, for your content. Another thing that it's pretty important, it's being relevant. Okay. And I kind of slice it, this relevancy thing, into another two other topics. One, it's time. Okay. So if, for instance, you are bringing ideas about warm weather, warm feelings in winter, maybe they don't work. And the opposite as well. If you are trying to talk about umbrellas in summer, so this is way important to be having this time relevance in your communication, and also the context. If you don't understand the context in which your potential customer is, you will fail building a brand. Okay, so if you don't know what he's feeling, why does he wants to hire you? Why does he want to buy your products? Do you know that? So it is important to understand the context. So, for instance, because sometimes, and this is important too, sometimes we are not honest about why we need to buy something. Because when we buy an Harley Davidson, we don't buy a Harley Davidson because we want to go from the point A to the point B. When we buy an expensive Louis Vuitton bag, or pointing to my shirt, this is not because we want to buy a bag. Okay, so this is important to understand the context. Okay. Third thing, and this is one of the most important if you want your brand to succeed: consistency. And this is one of the reasons why we fail so much. Because I've knew, for instance, content creators that started and they were entrepreneurs, then they started creating content so people get to know them, so people could trust them, so people could hire them, and all this, and ultimately love them as well. There's no problem about loving a brand. We know a couple of them that they're customers, which they are more than customers, and this is something that you should have in mind as well. You should have kind of built this sense of community, this sense of belonging, that it's not just about get my money, give me your product, and goodbye. We need to talk. We need to go way more further than this, just that to build a brand. But the thing is, if you're not consistent, you will fail. Why? Because people won't get you serious, won't take you seriously if you are not consistent. Just let's think that today I'm a comedian. I want to start my comedian career. So let me share some jokes on YouTube. And then I disappear. And after 6 months, okay, I want to be a comedian again. So let me share another content. And then during that week, I share 10 videos. And then I disappear for 1 year. Would people take us for serious? I doubt it. Also, this is very important. And when we talk about content creation mainly, and using content creation to build a brand, if you are not consistent, you won't get feedback. Okay, so people won't talk with you, telling you, okay, this is good, but maybe but I will talk about this a little bit later. So this is important. Being consistent to get feedback, but also it's important for you to improve. There's no way you can improve without being consistent, because if you make a content, if you communicate, if you show up from every 6 months, you don't get the chance to learn, to get better, to understand, I can improve this. Maybe this content is good. Maybe I can create more content around this. That's the thing that for me it's because sometimes we hear, oh, consistency is good. Yes, it's good, but not just by itself. It's everything that consistency can bring to you, which is important. Okay, so have that in mind so you can become better, but also people get to know you, understand, and with that create those emotions that I've spoke about before. Another important thing, being unique. Uniqueness is one of the best things for you to get known as a brand. And with this, we have some kind of mistakes we hear often. And I'm probably sure that you already saw these kind of nice quotes or slogans. We are different. We make the difference. Understand why we are unique, way better than others. And by the end of the day, you don't understand why these people, they are unique, why they are different. Because if everybody are saying they are different, they are all the same. And this is something that I don't want you to do. If you actually, and you should, if you actually have something different, talk about that. I have this that my competitors don't have. I do this that my competitors don't have. Or you should listen, you should ask to your customers, what do I have that makes me different? What do I have that makes you buy from me and not from my competitors? And then start building and putting even more coins on that difference so other people that don't already know you understand why you are unique and build something around this. Because another mistake that I see in this uniqueness thing is that we want to be everything. Oh, I'm good because this, and this. And we think, how come could we be so good in so many things? Impossible. Like the song from Elvis, it's impossible. So you should think about this. You should think again. Probably you already know some things that make you different, yes, and unique. But I believe that your audience, your customers, they know something too. So kind of bring all these opinions together, which maybe they are not so different one from another, and understand if there's a pattern, if there's something that it's unique around you. Or you can understand a kind of a call inside of you that makes you feel, oh, I think this could be my X factor, and then build the thing around that. And something that it's important and relates, it's pretty linked with this uniqueness, it's being niched, because this is another struggle, a big struggle when we talk about businesses, about being about professionals, about brands, about corporations, which is, and the thing is, most of the times we can understand if the thought it's not right, if we see and we ask who would be your potential customer, and if the conversation starts with everyone, it starts wrong, because it's not everyone, it's just people that blah blah blah. I want my customer to be, for instance, about myself, who do I want to be my customers? Just people who wants to use live streaming to build their brands, to improve their business. With that, okay, I understand there's this thing. I'm putting away lots of people, which could, who knows, my customers. But this will kind of make me understand I want to work with those people which already understand the power of live streaming, which already believe in live streaming, and I won't be wasting time. And believe me, I ran that road some years ago, trying to convince people which didn't understand what live streaming was, which didn't understand why live streaming was important, which advantages the live streaming could bring to them. And the thing is, and some of them, they kind of make this sneaky question, which is a little bit, oh, sell me that live streaming thing. And yes, I was innocent. Okay, I was naive, telling to explain them. But just let me share a secret with you. If the person in front of you asks you to convince them they are not the right person for you at that moment. So yes, you can create other content to these kind of people, but if you have to prioritize, think about the people that already want to work with you. And with that, you will make a more accurate content. You will start building a stronger brand. Of course, not for everybody. For instance, Ferrari, they know this. Louis Vuitton, they know this. Mercedes know this. Apple knows this. So they know that they are not for everyone. And that's the thing. They are just for. So this is one of the tasks that I want you to make after the end of this video. My customers, they are just the people that blah, blah, blah. Okay? I want to see that. So, and the sixth thing, okay, let me bring this to the end of the line. Let me put it here. Sixth, it will be something important, which is easy to understand. Okay? And sometimes there's this mistake that we see often. I made this mistake as well. This is something that all these topics, they were mistakes I made when I started. Shame on me. And the thing is, we tend to want to seem smart, to look smart, like, oh, Marco, it's a genius. Rose, it's amazing. Maria, it's awesome. Antoine, it's a genius. But the thing is, people need to understand us. They need to understand what we do, how we can help them, why we are the right person to work with them. So if we overcomplicate, if we want to look the new Einstein in the block, we may miss something. So make your communication easy to understand. Why do we love that brand? Because this. Why do you love that brand? Because this. This is something that I understand. This is something that makes me want to work with them, to buy from them. This is really important. Okay. Also pretty important. This is the seventh, I think. Yes. Being coherent. Okay. This is something that we see also often. And I made lots of trainings. I made lots of public speakings. And one of the questions that people used to make to me, oh, Marco, what do you think? It's a nice topic to go viral, to get lots of customers. I want to create content, video content. I want to make live shows. But what do you think would be a nice topic to talk about? And I said, I have no idea. Because this is not the thing that I should think about and get the sweet point or spot wherever between what do I know, what I can bring value. and this bringing value, it's important as well. How can I help people? And what do they need? How they could resonate with me? Again, this is pretty important, because if we are going just after the market, we may lost ourselves, because today people, they want, for instance, and we can see this happening often, people going after the new shining star. There was the Clubhouse, then there was the metaverse, then it was the TikTok, and people don't understand, what the hell are you doing? What the hell can you offer you to me? I don't know. Please tell me, help me. So this is important, to be coherent. Okay. Another important thing is to listen. Okay. There's no way you can build a brand without listening. As I said at the beginning, it is important into things that I talked before. One, it's about being unique. If you don't listen, it will be difficult for you to understand how you're unique, because there's this thing. Sometimes we tend to think, I'm unique because because it's my thought. I'm seeing my own perspective as an entrepreneur, as a professional, and as a freelancer. And the thing is, sometimes we miss the real thing, the real ingredient, let's call it secret, why people want to work with us. And I'm pretty sure that we don't want that. So it is really important to listen. Also, it is important to listen to your competitors as well, because if you are saying the same as them, if you are doing the same as them because you don't know, or you listen but you are replicating. The thing is, listen or watch, whatever, to make different, to improve. Okay, for instance, you can go to your competitors' websites, you can go to Amazon to see reviews and whatever, to understand, people, they are asking for this, I can bring this, I can help them even more. So this will will make your brand even more valuable. Okay. And value, it's way important, because you understand that people tend to spend more money, to pay more if they recognize value in your brand. And I believe we all want that. Another really important thing about branding and building a strong brand, it's evolve. Because sometimes we think, I don't want to change. This was because people love us because of this. People, they buy from us because of this. And we kind of tend to froze everything. I don't want to move because we made this since ever like this. I don't want to change. This will be like this. But at some point we realize, I don't want to change. But the thing is, where are my customers? Where are they? I lost them. Oh my God, Houston, we have a problem. And we don't want that. Okay. There's one of the mistakes I hear often, mainly here in Portugal, is, I don't want my business to grow. It's good enough. I don't want to get new customers. The thing is, you need them, because someday will die. Someday will stop from buying for you. So it's really important to be seen as a brand that evolves. And if you listen to your customers, for sure, you will evolve, because there's no other way to make things happen, because you will evolve. And the thing is, it doesn't mean that you need to evolve or to change everything. No, you just need to, because for instance, I don't know if you know, we have this marketing mix, 4Ps, promotion, price, place, and price. Again, place, promotion, price, and product. You have these 4 many ingredients that you can play around with them. And maybe you didn't need to change the product, but maybe you can change the place where you are making it to people to get it, because usually we had these physical stores, but now maybe we can get them online. We can create an app where people can communicate with us, and maybe they can buy from there. Okay, so you don't need to change everything, but you need to evolve. And if you listen, you will evolve. Okay, that's why it is important. And the last thing, but not the least at all, it's bringing a human side to your brand. I'm pretty sure that it's pretty by these days, and this is something that I believe that we are seeing this often. Behind an amazing brand, there's an amazing human being. There's this thing, and don't be afraid of making mistakes. Be afraid of not recognizing them, about not asking sorry, about not overcome, about not repair the damage that your mistake made. But it is important to bring a human face, and also bring people that work with you, or even you, if you are the CEO from your company, the founder. Be present, show yourself, so people can get an idea about your brand. Okay, so these were the 10 topics I believe would be a nice way to start your branding process. Okay, and just to finish, I decided to bring on each show a book. I chose this one, okay, by Jia Jiang, Rejection Proof, which is a pretty nice book, which will tell you how he overcome rejection, how he learned from rejection. And I believe this could be really good for you too. So I came to the end of this show, BrandIn Show, first episode at 100 TV. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget, ask BrandIn Show, and I will be pleased to answer to you. Bye bye. See you in the next episode.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
Welcome to Renee Speaks Golden Nuggets. It's so good to have Jen Sapel with us today. Y'all, Jen Sapel is truly amazing. She is one of the greatest financial advisors that you will ever meet. We just had a fantastic show on Renee Speaks, and we're going to dive even deeper into the golden nuggets that she teased us with before, so that we can learn even more about how to be better financial ambassadors with the funds and the dollars that we are given and we have the privilege of being able to use. Jen, tell us a little bit about yourself and your journey in starting Utor Wealth and how we can benefit by joining forces with you.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. My parents got divorced when I was 10. My mom was super stressed about money. I saw that and was like, no thanks. I started working a full-time job after college. I was managing a gym. So it was like not related to finance at all. But one of my members was a financial advisor, and he looked at me one day and he said, have you ever considered doing what I do? And I said, no, it sounds boring. And he was like, we should go to lunch and let me tell you a little bit about the career. And what got me to interview was that he said, I show people how to fund college for their kids, and then I get invitations to their college graduation. And I was like, Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I'm more interested in that now. And language that I know today, 20 years later, really what I love about what I do is that I really love where our money intersects with our life. So how we use our money and how that makes for our own personal quality of life, how it makes for the quality of life of those around us. That's the point that I get most excited. And so here I am 20 years later. I spent most of my career in a Fortune 50 company. I spent a lot of time in sales management and sales leadership, but I started Utor Wealth when I needed the flexibility to have a family, and I needed autonomy and flexibility in my time, which I couldn't find in the corporate world. So here we are.
Yes. I know what a challenge that can be, and the joys and flexibility of entrepreneurship. And when you are your own boss and you're devoted and dedicated to building your own business and leaving your own legacy for your own family and not a part of someone else's dream and building their dream, it matters. It truly matters, because we have such limited time. Is a hot commodity, and as is money. When you combine the two, it's a great combination when done well together.
Agreed. I wish I would have done it 10 years ago, but here we are.
Yeah, live and learn. And like you said, it's never too late. It's never too late to get started.
It's never too late. And like, we don't get out of this journey without mistakes. Like we're all going to make them.
Absolutely. And listening to in our previous conversation when we were talking about the 5 different places where your money can go, because there's 5 things that your money can do. And as a refresher, you can earn it, you can save it, you can give it away, you can and share it, and you can invest it.
Spend. We gotta get that share to spend. Give away and share the same thing. But we're missing spend. That's a skill.
Spend. That's it.
Spending, guilt-free and joyful spending. Yes.
Right. Exactly.
There we go.
Thank you.
Perfect.
And when you were talking about that, those are the 5 buckets. It took me back to the place in my life where I mentioned that I was a single mom and I had 2 boys, and I was, doing okay, but just still barely making ends meet. But one of my goals, because I was a teen mom and I was a statistic, one of the things that the story I told myself, that vow I made to myself, is that I would never be another statistic. And one of those statistics was that the teen moms the girls who get pregnant, they will end up on welfare. So I said, that's not going to be me. I've already messed up one statistic, but the others are not going to be me. And so I did everything I could to not end up on welfare. And so I worked a full-time day job. I worked a part-time night job. I had this little 1-year-old baby, and it was really hard. But I worked hard and I saved, and I ended up getting my own apartment. And that was when I had to figure out very quickly how to pay bills and how to not become a burden on the system and actually make my own way. And so one of the things I did was I would pay my rent twice a month. So I got paid every other week. So every other week I was putting away like half of the rent, so that the time the second half came around, the first would be coming, and then I would have the money already. That was as far as I could go in terms of how to manage all the bills and the paying and all of that. And I got to the point where I didn't go on welfare. I did, actually. Let me back up. So my story has lots of twists and turns. So I went on for a very short time, but then when I came back off, then I had very few funds that I could have to get through the rest of the week. And I had these little envelopes. One of my friends said, you need to have money from one paycheck to the next. You just have to. Even if it's $20, you need to stretch the $20 from one paycheck to the next. That means you get $10 a week to do with whatever you want. So I had these little brown, the money envelopes that they give you at the bank.
Yeah.
And I had my $10, and I put $2 in each of my little envelopes for the week. Every morning I would pick up my little $2 envelope, and as long as I had my little $2 envelope, I felt like I was not broke.
Yeah. Yes.
And it gave me such a feeling of security. And I know that probably sounds so ridiculous to some people right now, but
Yeah.
it truly made all the difference in the world, not having to live paycheck to paycheck with nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I hope that experience and that story resonates with some people, that no matter where you start, just start somewhere, even if it's $2 a day that you get to have for yourself, so that you don't have to live paycheck to paycheck and can have that bit of security in those small amount of finances, and be faithful with those small finances, and then the rest will come, and you'll get better and better at saving and being focused and intentional about where your dollars are going.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that story.
You're welcome.
And I really am not a fan that needing help has been equated with being a burden. So it's okay that you needed help.
Oh, thank you for that. That really means a lot. Even today, even though I'm not there anymore, and I've lived and learned and gotten past all that and lived through and went through tough times as a single mom on welfare, it was hard. It was super, super hard. But
we ask too much of moms in society. We ask way too much of them. And that's a whole different conversation.
Yeah, that's a whole other conversation.
There's a
But
lot
yes.
of invisible, unpaid labor in our culture. And so much of that falls onto mothers. And that's not just physical, it's emotional, it's all of the types of labor. So
yes, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. But as single moms, and we are so responsible for the financial stability and structure of our families that we're raising, it would have been nice, and it was nice, to have somebody in my life at that point to be able to show me, this is what you need to do. This is what you need to do. So in your experience of being a financial planner and helping people with their finances, how do you believe financial empowerment can benefit not just individuals, but also the broader community and society as a whole?
yeah. So it's documented in research. I'm going to get the numbers wrong. I should have had this study handy for this conversation. We know it's been studied that when you resource women, however, with time, with money, whatever the case is, communities are healthier. It means like the health of the community is healthier. The children are healthier. There's less crime, there's more food, there's better health outcomes. When you resource women, that money stays in the community. It helps children, and everyone benefits.
Absolutely. Could not agree more. And I also read a similar statistic. I used to work for an organization called CARE. And one of the pillars was empowering women, and they would give these microloans to women in Africa. And before they started those programs, their children were dying and the communities were just suffering. As soon as they started those programs, everything changed. Everything changed in that community and neighboring communities because they would share. It was just truly such an amazing program that they had, and you could see it. It was so evident. And even though I didn't have the report, you can see with your own eyes.
Yeah. And even here in the US, women haven't had access to resources and still don't at the same degree that men do. We just still don't. My grandmother worked for the phone company in the 50s, but she wasn't allowed to take out a loan for a car or a house or for anything because banks were allowed to discriminate against you for any reason in the 1950s. And it was common practice. It was common practice for a bank to require a man's signature in order to access capital. It wasn't until 1974 that became illegal. That practice became illegal. And even then,
Thank God for 1974.
Yeah. And my mom graduated high school in 1971. So it's still, I bought my first house at 21. My mom couldn't have done that.
Wow. It's so incredible how times have changed and how it seems so far, but it's really not so far.
Not that far. Yeah. And we haven't come that far. Women own less than 1% of all banks today.
Wow.
Even though Access has become legally available, practically speaking, right? Less than 3% of all venture funds go to women founders, and less than 1% of banks are owned by women. So while it's illegal to discriminate, there's still some mechanisms in place that are not breaking down those barriers.
Wow, we've got some work to do.
We do. But I'd love to, you had touched on, I'd love to offer some like practical, your listeners, golden nuggets, actionable things they could do.
Yeah,
You mentioned pillars, and I love that idea of pillars. I think so much of what stops us from being great with money is that we get really caught up in methodologies. So, oh, how should I invest? And how should I take loans out? And how should I do this? And how should I do that? All of those things are methods, right? All of those are financial products and financial methods.
Right.
First, what we really need to be good at are just a few core principles, and like just a few of them. So being good with your cash flow, spend less than you earn. And I love your story because what you described in your story is the envelope method. So the principle is that you have to spend less than you earn.
Right.
The method looks different for everybody. So the envelope system that you used works beautifully for a lot of people. It's never worked for me. I've never been an envelope person. I'm an automation person. So my favorite system was direct deposit. When I worked at the corporate gig, I had two direct deposits set up, and I had one monthly amount that went into my checking account every month, and that was my budgeted spend amount. And then everything on top of that, everything above that amount went into my investment account. So it's just an automatic, I'm going to spend this much and the rest I'm going to invest.
Wow. That is so smart. That is just so smart, because it's like first of all, with direct deposit, it's like you don't ever really miss it because you never see it. You know what I mean? And so when you have all the things automated, this just happens. This just works.
Yep.
It's like it's a habit that you have that it's just a way of life.
Yeah. And for me, and I'm this way too with food, right? I know that if I buy the cookies, I'm going to eat all the cookies. I'm going to eat all of them. If I buy cookies,
go like this.
Yeah, exactly. I don't buy the cookie. I just don't buy the cookies. I might buy one cookie as a treat sometime or whatever, but I know if I bring that whole bag of cookies in my house, that whole bag of cookies is going to be in my belly in a day or two. I just know that about myself.
Exactly. You need to know our limitations.
Exactly. So that just like having that automatic barrier is enough for me. That's enough for me. Again, we beat ourselves up over, I tried what my friend did and that didn't work for me. Try something else. There's lots of ways that you can be successful at spending less than you're earning. And what works for your neighbor or your best friend might not work for you. So just try a different method.
Exactly. And you said that there were some other tools too and other resources to make sure that we're managing not just the method, but maintaining our pillars.
So yeah, the pillars. So the first pillar is spend less than you make.
Yeah.
The second pillar is manage your risks. Yeah. So there's a few circumstances that financially really can devastate somebody. Losing your job, being sued. So if you are liable in a car accident, as an example, they can sue you for millions of dollars. I've seen this happen with clients. It was actually a minor child of a client. So somebody hit somebody, a pedestrian, and it was a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. They can take your bank accounts. They can garnish your bank accounts. They can garnish future earnings. Losing your job, being sued, being found liable for something, death, disability, and divorce. So those are the 5 like really big risks. Right. And all of those really big risks are relatively easy to manage. We can't eliminate them, but we can manage them by either legal documents or insurance policies.
Yes.
With the exception of unemployment. With unemployment, it's important just to have a savings account of like 3 on the really light end of the spectrum, 9 months on the heavy end of the spectrum. Just have that much cash in savings in case you find yourself without a job unexpectedly. It's also just fun having that much in your savings account, because if you get a toxic client or toxic boss, you could just be like, nope, I'm out.
Yep. I'm out. Peace.
Yep. No,
Like
your life is worth more than that.
Exactly. That is awesome. I love that advice. And I love how you broke that down, that there it's like you said, manage the risks. Insurance policies. So many people don't see the value of insurance policies. They feel like they're throwing the money away because they never use it. When in actuality, they should be glad that they don't have to use it. But when the time comes, and you never know when that time is going to come, that you'll be glad that you can call somebody and say, hey, cashing in that insurance policy because this, that, and the other happened. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
if you never had it and you can't make that call, you are on the hook and being garnished.
Insurance, it might help to think about insurance as like the GoFundMe before the event happens.
Exactly. Yeah. Which
we've
back
all
in my
gotten.
day, they didn't even have a GoFundMe. But anyways, that's a whole nother story.
Yeah.
So-
We might have had it right with church or with some other kind of communities, and people will come to help. But we've all had that time where my husband just had a 46-year-old work friend of his died suddenly of a heart attack. And he has 4 kids, and 2 of them are still in school. And so you just don't know. And when you have people who depend on you financially, you got to have life insurance.
That's right. You have to. Yeah, one of my friends was talking about that as well. She recently went to a funeral of a man who didn't have life insurance, and very similar situation. Children in school, and his wife now is just, I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do. And then the other thing that I think is so super important too is when you have these policies, make sure somebody knows where they are and how to get into them, like logins, passwords, account numbers, all that stuff. I think it's like really important to know before you need it. You know?
Yes, agreed, 100%. Yeah. And update beneficiaries. I've seen a lot of, just a couple years ago, I saw a woman who had gotten divorced and then remarried, and in between didn't change the beneficiary designations on some of her insurance policies. So yeah, you got to do that too.
Yeah. Okay, I need to add that to a checklist or something.
We have them. There's all over. Yeah, I don't have a checklist, but I can send you one, because if you just Google financial checklist for death, you'll get pages and pages of checklists and things so that you can document, like you said, and plan ahead. But the last pillar that your audience needs to know about, so if we're spending less than we earn and we're managing our risks, that difference between what we spend and what we earn needs to be invested.
Invest.
Yes. You have to invest. You have to invest
like
in your
the stock market, or like in cryptocurrencies, or in bonds and treasuries. What are you investing in?
I love it. So all those things you just mentioned are methods.
Okay.
So you have to invest. Your method, it can be whatever you want. You invest in the stock market, invest in real estate. Crypto is like on the very, very high end of risk for an investment. So I'm not a fan. Generally, I would say if you were going to do the crypto game, it shouldn't be any more than 5% of what you're investing. It's that risky, and generally isn't appropriate for most people. But traditional investments, cash, insurance policies, even there's some insurance policies that offer future payouts and cash values and things like that. CDs in the bank, stock market, mutual funds, ETFs, all of those things. Those are all methodologies for investing. And I've got clients who started out only investing in the stock market and switched to only invest in real estate at some point. And then I've got clients who invested in real estate and had some terrible experiences and tenants and said, I'm out. I don't want to play the real estate game anymore. I'm going to stocks only. So just pick one and go with it. You'll get better at it the more you do it. And if at some point you decide you want to try a different investment trajectory, then try a different investment trajectory.
Right. Because there's plenty of them out there. As long as you're doing something.
Yes.
Do something.
Yeah.
Your money has to work for you. I heard someone say that you can't get rich working a job. Like you have to have these other income streams. And I think someone said you need like up to 6 different income streams in order to, and I don't know if that's written in stone or if that was just their experience or whatever, but they had all these different income streams in order to build wealth and to just be comfortable and being able to do the things that they want to do when they want to do it while they're still young, and not have to wait till they're 65 and trying to live their best life in retirement.
Yeah. So that, I think, like even the 6 income streams, that's a methodology. What the core kind of principle we're looking for there is financial independence. And for some people, they're like, you know what? I love what I do. I plan on working forever. And that's fine. I would say we come at a risk. We have a lot of ageism in our culture. So we come at a risk where there's at some point in our lives, we're either unable to physically, or medically, or we age out of the system that we live in economically, and people just don't hire us, whether clients or employers. So prepare yourself that at some point you don't have to work beyond age like 60, 65. I still have clients that are working well into their 70s and 80s and happy and love it. Yeah. And they don't have to. Huh?
But they're doing it because they want to, not because they have to.
Yep. Okay. And that's how I define retirement. Retirement is when are you going to work because you want to and not because you have to. Yeah.
I like that definition.
But to your point, like the 6 income streams or not, the only way you get to know this is how you want to do it is by investing. So you start to invest, you start to see that income coming in. Really, all financial questions come down, or all financial decisions come down to only 2 questions. And that is, how does this decision impact my cash flow, the money coming in or the money going out on a monthly basis? Or how does this investment or decision impact my net worth? And your net worth is everything you own. So if we add up all your bank accounts and everything that you could sell tomorrow and get a check for, minus money you owe or things you owe to other people. So credit card debt, car loans, mortgages, things like that. That number, net worth, that number you want to grow over time. And that's the number that's going to allow you to be financially independent at some point.
Right, absolutely. And that one of the things that we were talking about on Renee Speaks was about planning and investing in the stock market, and how we were planning our trip to Italy and that sort of thing with my young son. And that was around the same time I learned about compounding interest. And I started teaching my son about that, and how when you invest in accounts that where you're in, the compounding interest is what continues to grow. The more you deposit into it from the younger you are, the sooner you can retire very wealthy as a millionaire. So I think it was like, if you start investing, I don't know if it was like $100 a month or whatever it was at 18, by the time you're 40, you can be a millionaire or something to that effect. And that could have a lot to do with inflation, and those numbers could be completely different.
No, I love that. Compound interest is a beautiful thing. The most fun, the exercise for this, for you and for your reader or your listeners, is to ask, would you rather have $1 million or 1 penny compounded every day for 1 month?
I think this is a trick question. I'm going to say the 1 penny.
You're not wrong. The 1 penny compounded over the month is much higher than the $1 million. And it depends on if you do a 28-day month, a 30 or 31-day month. But the number is, let's Google it really fast, because it's several million. It's several $1 million. Wow. And that's because of the power of compound interest. But even in that exercise, Google it, because you can see each day how big that number gets. As that number gets bigger, then every time it compounds, right, it becomes so much bigger. So it's a great exercise, like, again, for school age kid, for anybody. But the key component of that is it isn't sexy until it's had like the end, until it's had the last couple of years. And the same goes for investing. So many of us start to invest and we get frustrated because that account isn't growing or it's not growing fast enough. But investing and compounding isn't really that sexy until you've had 20 or 30 years of time to compound. So I'm glad you brought that up, because it's a good one.
Yeah, and I love it. And my father-in-law says compounding interest is great. For those who know what compounding interest is, either they earn it or they pay it.
Yep. Yep.
And so it's good to get an understanding of what that is, because either you're going to earn it in your investments or you're going to pay it in credit card debt.
Yep, it's true.
Because it compounds us. But I believe we are at the end of our amazing session of these golden nuggets that you've shared with us, Jen. Thank you. Thank you so much. This has truly been an impactful session, and I'm truly honored that you have shared your wisdom and knowledge with us and helping us to be better financial stewards of the resources we have available to us so we can make a difference in the world around us.
So grateful to be here, and thank you for being such a lovely host. You're obviously providing a lot of value to your audience. So thank you for doing this.
Thank you so much. You have an amazing day.
Thanks, you too.
Bye.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
Hello, and welcome to Renee Speaks Golden Nuggets. I am so excited to be your host today, and my guest with me is Lynn Howard. Lynn, thank you so much for joining us today and continuing our conversation from the Renee Speaks show. I know I gave a very high-level overview of you and who you are and what you do, but if you could just share with us here on the 100 TV network a little bit about you and your background, and start us out with the question, answer to the question, what does intentionally successful mean to you? That should get us started.
Speaking my love language, setting intentions. Okay, so intentional success, what that means to me is actually thinking about the end goal, or essentially, and it doesn't have to be a point. It could be a feeling. It could be an accomplishment. It could be even something so personal as in breaking the poverty cycle out of your family, right? So it's really about digging deep and like understanding the purpose behind the actions in which that you're doing, with some kind of end goal of some sort in the front of you, right? So you can figure out your pathway. Just a bit of background about me. You know, I have been in business for, feels like forever. I can't believe I graduated 30 years ago this year. I was like, when I was writing my other book last week, I was like, 30 years ago? Holy crap. Anyway, I've been an entrepreneur forever, bootstrapped all my businesses, was COO of a global company for a while. And really, what I'll boil it down to get into a little bit deeper than what we did is, I've always known ever since I was a young child, this is because I am intuitive and spiritually like gifted, we'll say. But I've always known that my purpose was to leave this place better, everything, person, place, thing, better than when I found it. Now, it's expanded upon that, but that's the simplified version that I heard really loud as a child in my head, outside of my head too, but in my head, like over and over again. Your purpose is to leave each place, person, thing better than you found it. And I go to the Gandhi phrase, quote, be the change that you wish to see in this world. And for me, that is truly why I do what I do. I work with entrepreneurs, mostly in the SME world at this point, but I still work with some solopreneurs to really help them get shit done, but in a sustainable, scalable, and sellable way that will help them really be able to lay foundations and be able to step it into the next level, whatever that might be, even if that is selling the business, right? And sometimes it is actually stabilizing it, especially after COVID. I did a lot of work with stabilizing companies that could afford working with me. Yeah, that's what I do. And again, I work with SMEs mostly, and sometimes it's in training format. Sometimes it's coming in and working with a small group of their people. Sometimes it's only working with their high level leaders. But I work with the people who can actually create the change, who need that support in order to be able to like implement and create that change. So,
wow. Well, that is awesome. And I know personally how invaluable your coaching and training truly is. And so grateful that you offer that service, not only to small business owners, but especially to executives and businesses who are trying to affect and impact the lives of the people that work within the organization. Because the growth of the company, whether it's your own personal company or a company that you work with, really truly is a testament of the leadership and how much they believe what they're saying.
absolutely.
You know what I mean?
And I would say this, and I know that a lot of leaders don't like to think of it this way, but it's not just about the employees in your company. It's about their families. It's about their communities. So we are the ripple effect in a lot of ways in our own lives. And when we can look at how we are the center point of that ripple effect and how we're creating change, support, whatever we need to, each ripple that comes after us, and it does expand, then it gives us the ability to be more intentional, because we see that what we do today is affecting more than just me. And it's also like not just my family, but all these other people's families, even our clients and customers' families. So I definitely sometimes they don't know this, but I mean, I'm very, very open with it now. But in the beginning, I wasn't as open with my intuition and my spirituality side, because I do have great intuition and I hear things, see things, and have like a very sixth sense, a very strong sixth sense, we'll say. But also with my entrepreneurial like expertise from being, a bootstrapped entrepreneur, many businesses across 3 different continents for so long, like it just, that combination of both really helps me be able to like position a company or person with the company, really is more what it is, or the group, and help them make those changes that are in alignment with themselves, the culture of the company, and their core values, vision, mission, and the purpose, their KPIs, their goals.
Right. Well, and that is so awesome. So what are some of the biggest challenges or trends that you see in the entrepreneurial landscape today? And how do you think entrepreneurs can adapt and thrive in this environment?
Oh, that's a couple of things. So if I'm sticking with more entrepreneurs, like solopreneurs and smaller businesses, because there are some with the larger ones as well, I would say like speed of implementation. Things are changing so rapidly that we get distracted so easily on the next thing. And the thing is, and I just had this conversation with my co-author a couple weeks ago, because she's definitely one who's like, okay, let's do this and let's do this. And I am too. However, I was like, okay, we need to strip away everything and hyper focus on this, because even though we can, doesn't mean we need to. And when our audience can't keep up with our changes, and that's kind of us, because we work at a very high level. Like I literally wrote, and I think you might have saw this, but like I went away for 8 days and I wrote 32,000 words for my personal book. And this is like, I had to dig deep because it's like my memoirs.
Wow.
Crap got real. Anyway, but like, so we produce high level, right? So we do a lot of things. However, for entrepreneurs and stuff that are in today's, like things change so quickly. Like you need to hyper focus in on one thing and don't be distracted by all these other things. And also, and I was just having this conversation at dinner, is like this one woman who's really great at chat GTP, and like she's a social media like expert, and she's like, but I don't want to start my consultancy because I feel like I need more to learn. Yeah, of course, you're always going to have more to learn. However, all you need to be is one step in front of the perceived step in front of the individual that you're helping. And I know that might sound a little funky to some, but really like my zone of genius is very different than hers. Mine is not technology. Mine is the entrepreneur side, the action side. And so I feel like that also plays a role right now. Is like, do the step, like do the work, but stay hyper focused in what you're doing, niche down, perfect that, and then move on. Don't get distracted by all these different things, and then make sure that you're taking that step. Don't be afraid to take that step. Don't be afraid to make that move and continue to make that move. I just heard on my girlfriend and I joke about it. My newsfeed is Instagram like stories.
Same.
I don't want to watch real news. But there's this one that is it's a reel or whatever. And I hear this guy and he says, if you spend 18 minutes a day, by the end of the year, you'll have 100 hours or something in this. Like if you spend 18 minutes a day on this particular task or like skill set or thing that you're wanting to learn, at the end of the year, you'll have like 100 hours. And you will be 90% better or more of an expert than anybody else in that particular craft, right? So if it's like learning the splits or whatever, like if you dedicate just a small amount of time every single day, it's that consistency that helps get you to that. But if you're so distracted by everything and like changing it up and like one day you're this and the next day you're this and the next day you're serving this, you're not going to get that. You're not going to get that far. It's like you're start stopping. And the last thing I'm going to add, just because of this day and age, like do not get bamboozled and fooled by the get rich schemes. Like they're all over, like make $10,000, get your first $10,000 client in like 2 days. Yeah, that might happen for some, but it doesn't happen for the majority, and it's not sustainable because you're not typically putting in the foundational work that needs to be done in order to rinse and repeat. So just be aware of that. So I know that's a lot of little nuggets, but
well, those are absolutely golden nuggets, every single one of them. So relatable. I love that the advice that you've given to keep up with the pace and not get distracted, and don't get bamboozled by the get rich quick schemes. Those are 3 golden nuggets that, had you not said the words, we would be, much less benefited by. You know what I mean? It's like we would be suffering because we hadn't heard you say those words. And just recently, I had a conversation with a guest, and we were talking about shiny object syndrome. And she was saying, but there's so much coming at you, and so many people are so well-intentioned, and they'll say, oh, do this and oh, do that. You should do this and do that. And there's so many distractions that are coming, and especially with the internet, and every fraction of a second, there's another, video or a reel or something or a short that's trying to tell you to do this or do that. And this is what you need to do. But no, you have to have a vision, and everything in your purpose leads you to that vision, and everything that you do intentionally in support of your purpose, in support of the vision, all has to align, and all the other stuff can go on a board for you to do at some other time.
Absolutely. And if you're having problems with this, and this is not a shameless plug, since I'm a consultant, it is not a shameless plug for me.
Of course not.
However, what I will say is, because I have multiple coaches and consultants and mentors all at once in different fields, depending on what I'm doing and kind of the season that I'm in at the moment, right? But find somebody who can be your outside source, and it should not be somebody you're related to. I'm sorry. It should not be your significant other. It shouldn't be somebody else. They're good, but you need somebody who can hold that space for you. And I'm a big advocate of paying for services, because that exchange in money, again, we talked about this on the last one, that exchange of money means that you are putting in more work or more committed typically versus something that's free. So the mentorship I do like, but that's a little bit lighter, but like finding someone, even if it's a little bit of money, like you're paying them to teach you something so that way you can niche down. But that really, finding that, or even belonging to a mastermind group of some sort to have that accountability and to stay hyper-focused is really important. We need the support. We're not meant to do it alone, even as solopreneurs.
That's right. That's right. And I love how you mentioned that. We are not meant to do this alone. We are not meant to build our businesses alone. We're not meant to do life alone. We are meant for community. So find somebody, find a network, find a group, find a mentor, find someone to be the iron that sharpens the other iron. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And encourage them to
Absolutely.
work. Yeah.
I mean,
For
that's how
sure.
we met, right? Through a network.
Yeah, absolutely. The International Association of Women. I mean,
Absolutely.
that is one of the best organizations
Which
that
we both love.
Yeah, yes, we both absolutely love that organization. Tremendous networking, truly talented women, and gifted. Oh my goodness, just gifted in their
Absolutely.
crafts, every single one. So
Absolutely. I do want to add something, because speaking of the network, it reminded me of one other thing is like, don't just go through the motions, show up and actually put in the work. So we could have been on that call together. Like lots of people like will join an organization and not participate. Like if you're going to join something, or you're going to be mentored or have a coach or join a network, like actually show up, put in the work. That's goes back to the intention thing. Like I'm a big manifester. Actually, my co-author and I joke about this a lot because she is far on the other side, not so. And I love manifesting. However, I'm an action person too. I've put those steps in. I've walked that journey. Don't think things are going to just come to you. And I think that that's like a testament to, you know, especially like us building a relationship and a friendship in me being here with you, is that we reached out to each other. Like we kept that ball rolling, even if a couple of months passed, right? And even when I was home back in Christmas, I know we wanted to try to meet up, but it just didn't quite work out with my crazy schedule. And you traveling too.
I was, yes, definitely. And so for those that don't know, Lynn and I met through the International Association of Women. We were both invited to be on a platform to discuss what it takes to move your business to the $1 million mark. And it was truly just a fantastic experience. And I learned so much. And it was from that initial contact that I said, I've got to stay in touch. This woman is just so incredibly amazing. I want to be a part of her circle and do life together. And so and she lives in Bangkok. So I was like, okay, that's a bit of a challenge, but maybe, you know, when she comes stateside, we can connect. But yeah, it was truly. But like you said, we had to be intentional and we had to reach out, and you reached back. That's the thing. So I reached out and you reached back.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, it's a two-way street. And when you both put in the work, then you both can expect to benefit from the relationship, whether it be just accountability or just friendships, just knowing that there's someone out there who knows what you're going through and you're not by yourself. That's the key thing.
Absolutely. And one thing I'll say about you, and I think that this is a good nugget for the listeners too, is like, because you said that you reached out, I reached back. And one of the things that really, I believe, makes our dynamic work really well too, is that we're both givers. And so when we have, because relationships are a two-way street, however, we have givers and takers in the world, and both are great, and you need both at different times, and you can learn from both. However, for those of you who are really, 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 really like deep givers, just watch that, because there's sometimes where you get into a dynamic where you'll be depleted. So, and for the takers out there, I'm not throwing shade, like do your thing, and you still need to deposit into those relationships always, or eventually like you're going to run through them too quickly. So it becomes exhausting. So just watch that dynamic when you're working. Are you a giver or a taker? And are you engaging with a giver or taker? And those relationships can work. You just have to have different agreements, even if they're not spoken agreements, and boundaries, but they're beautiful when you can be aware of that.
Absolutely. And then I think there's another component to givers as being a receiver.
Oh, hands down.
and don't
I'm
be
still learning that one.
It's not, I don't know why it's so hard to be a receiver when you're a giver, but that's a thing. I mean, it truly
is. I'm still learning that. You know, I got the best piece of advice a long time ago, and it has sat with me forever. I was always that person, like, you know, I'm such a giver, and I am. And even though I'm very high D on the DISC assessment, which is typically not, they're not always givers. However, that's a whole other story. But somebody told me once, they're like, you know how it feels to give and give and give, like how it feels to buy somebody's lunch, because I was the first one who would always pick up the check, or how it feels to like give someone that service, or give someone that, or give someone that.
It feels so good.
Who are you? So they asked me, who are you to rob somebody of that feeling? And I tell you what, that question in itself started my journey of being able to be a receiver, because who am I to rob somebody else of that? And when I get into that mode where I don't necessarily, like I don't receive, or don't receive well, like downplaying or deflecting like compliments or whatnot, like I have to sit there and remind myself, who am I to not allow somebody to have that same feeling.
Right. So don't be a robber.
Don't be a robber. I love that.
I love that. And that is definitely like a whole new mind shift, like a whole new mind shift for those that are givers who may be listening to this or watching this later. Don't be a robber. The same way, the same great feeling that you get giving and being of service and helping somebody else and easing their lightening their load and easing their pain or whatever. Give someone else the opportunity to do that too, or have those feelings. Give someone else the opportunity to have those feelings. Don't rob them of that. So we're not robbers. That's awesome. So Lynn, how do you approach coaching or consulting with clients who may have different backgrounds or experiences or perspectives than your own?
Do it every day. So 2 things. First of all, yeah, absolutely. One thing I will say is I'm definitely more of a consultant than a coach. So coaching typically is asking questions to allow that person to come up with their own aha moments. I still use that skill set. I was ICF trained. I understand that ICF's International Coaching Federation. Love that. Did it from a neuroscience background. However, I'm more of a consultant. One, it's the intuition, but it's also the expertise. Like I've started and sold businesses across 3 different continents, ran a COO global organization, 26 countries, blah, blah, blah. 3 continents, 26 countries. I think I might have said 26 continents. That's not true. With that being said, this is a couple of things. First of all, having humility. You don't know everything. I don't care how much of an expert you are in something, you don't know everything. 2 is having higher emotional intelligence, like understanding my own self and where my stuff is coming from and being able to separate that. 3 is sometimes you have to do the research, like especially like learning the cultural ways or the background. 2 is like, or 4 and another is like, understanding that you don't know everything, right? So that's like not just with the know-it-all, but you don't know everything and you don't know what you don't know, right? So being able to approach things in that manner. It's also too making sure you're attracting the right people, because regardless of the cultural differences, like having that ability to be able to still attract the right clients, even in that culture. And it's something that I actually struggle a little bit with here in Thailand. And I don't have too many Thai clients. And that's because I am very, I would say, forward with my thoughts and like, let's cut through the BS. Like, I'm not going to we don't need to do this. And so I realized that I can work with some companies who are more global in thought and more global in the way that they did things. Right. So, and what I mean by global is more of like their energy, their thought, the type of clients that they attract and different things, their mindset. Versus those that are a bit more Thai traditional, because I don't have what I call Thai tact. I don't have the tact of that. And I know that. And so because I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea, it's also that. So it's really knowing what your target audience is, even if it's from a psychographic standpoint, and then making sure that having that humility, only staying on point of what you need to do. And I think me moving to Saudi Arabia when I was in my mid-20s with my now ex-husband. He's my best friend, but he's my now ex-husband. But we were married at the time. And my family was so afraid for me to move there. It was right after 9/11. And I'm this like, I am speak my mind. I stand up for what I believe in. Blah, 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 blah. You can imagine, like you've been listening for 20 minutes. So, and they were so afraid for me to go. And the thing is, I learned a couple of things. Never talk about politics, never talk about religion. And you have 2 ears, 1 mouth, use them accordingly. Use them accordingly. Like stay out of the cultural business unless you need to be in it. Like stay out of the religion, stay out of the politics of it, and actually do what needs to be done in the business. And really working with all of, like thousands, and I'm not exaggerating because I was also director for a networking organization, thousands of different entrepreneurs, over 1,000 at least. And I want to say close to 2. A lot of the differences and the nuances are, a lot of the problems and the nuances that are problematic in businesses or things that need to be worked on, they're all pretty darn near close to same things. It's just if you speak the same language. And I'm not talking about Italian, English, that it's like talking the same language isn't like you and I, like we're sitting here, we get each other, right? So you can get each other without having the same cultural background, without having the same religion. So hopefully that answers.
Yes, absolutely. And I love how you stay true to yourself. No matter what the circumstances, no matter where you are in the world, business is business. And you just kind of tweak it a little bit to make it a little more palatable to the recipient based on their culture. But just because you do that doesn't mean you're not being true to yourself. It's like you're meeting them where they are so that they can receive what you have to say.
Exactly. I don't need to push my agenda onto people. That is not my job. And that's actually not my position. And at the end of the day, like if you need to communicate, and this is a whole behavioral style thing too, which we didn't even get into, but I learned a long time ago, like communicate in a way that people can hear you. And that's one thing actually a lot of entrepreneurs, and actually I checked my girlfriend today at lunch because we were like downloading like what her flyer will be for this new workshop. And I was like, you're talking to yourself. You're not talking to your target audience. So you need to watch it. And I think that that's really important. And at the end of the day, like I believe in respect. Like, okay, we have differences and I know I can't help you too. Like actually also knowing when to say no. Like I know like we won't be able to get over this barrier. So I would rather you work with somebody who can help you. I'm not here to take people's money. I'm here to make a difference. And I know some people, including my co-author, be like, what do you mean you're not here to take people's money? Take their damn money. Yes, pay me for my services. But I lead with, I'm here to help you create change.
That's right. That's right. And that's the most important thing. As long as they are getting what they need, you don't have to be the one to give it to them. They just have to get it from somewhere. Correct. That's what's the most important thing. So that is fantastic. Well, we have just a few more minutes together before we're going to be finished with our coffee and donuts and our golden nuggets. What's in the future for you? How do we reach you if we want to stay connected, learn more about you and the books that you have written? I don't even know if we've mentioned it. The Pursuit of Badassery, the franchise series, and the Pursuit of Badassery in sales. How do we stay in touch and get to be a part of your world?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, definitely get on the pursuitofbadassery.com. That's Pursuit of Badassery, IE, not Y. Actually, we bought the Y too, but get on that website, get on our mailing list for my co-author and that brand. As my personal brand, it's linahoward.com. I need to update my website, so don't judge. But you can follow me on social media as well. But yeah, we have the 2 books out. I'm actually writing right now, and by the end of the year I'll have that book published, which is my almost like a memoir kind of autobiography of like essentially my life and life lessons. So yeah, so hit me up on social media. Definitely DM me if you want to ask questions. Hopefully by the time this launches I'll have my new website up with all my fabulous pictures. But yeah, those are the 2 best ways.
Okay, sounds good. Well, Lynn, this has truly been an honor and a pleasure to be in your presence for all of this time because I know that you were so busy. So I am so grateful to you and cannot thank you enough for sharing all of these rich golden nuggets with us as we endeavor to be our absolute best in everything that we do as solopreneurs, entrepreneurs, small business owners, whatever it is, doing the thing. Thank you for helping us be our best.
Same, Renee. Thank you for having me. I appreciate you and everything that you're doing. So,
all right. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
All right. Welcome to the show. We are now on Renee Speaks Golden Nuggets with Consuela Munoz. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. And Consuela, thank you so much for that fantastic episode of Renee Speaks. I cannot wait to dive a little bit deeper into the conversation with you, especially as we talked so much about how what you were saying resonated so much with me as an entrepreneur. It truly is a challenge to not be distracted by all of the shiny objects that can pull us in different directions. And I love how you said we have to have power goals in order for us to stay focused and know what it is that we're supposed to be working on. Because those power goals are driven by the individual things that we do on a daily and weekly basis. And what you were talking about, the 12-week year, was brilliance. Absolute brilliance. I love that. And if anyone has any questions about what it is we're talking about, they're going to have to go watch the original episode on Renee Speaks. And because here in Golden Nuggets, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into what you were talking about earlier. So thank you for joining me here in the green room, we're going to call it, to talk Golden Nuggets. And so, Consuela, can you tell me how you stay motivated and disciplined in your pursuit of goals, despite the distractions and the challenges that may arise? How do you stay motivated and disciplined?
I absolutely love this question because this is something we didn't get in our previous conversation. And I talk a lot about, because I talk about squirrels, and so we got to get our tails in gear, y'all. Now, I could have said any other word, but I'm going with tails because cute little squirrel tails. But really, we got to, and so we're talking about goals, evaluating every idea, accountability, which is owning the goals. But that last one is the R, and that is rewards. You have to reward yourself along the way. We talked about how important your daily actions are and keeping track of the amount of actions you're taking each week, because we know the results will happen. And a lot of times we wait to reward ourselves until we get that goal. And that could be the whole 12 weeks. So how do you stay motivated on week 5 when you're not there yet, when you're not seeing it? And so we like to think of, we create our reward system before we get started. And we figure out, how are we going to reward ourselves for taking action, not just the result. But if I said I'm going to do this every day, and I did it every day this week, and I had 12 actions I was going to take in this week, and I hit 7 of them, I get a reward set for that. And so I know I'm going to get a reward. So one of my rewards, if I hit 50% of my goals for the week, I get to have an hour of squirrel time where I just play. I'm either creating, painting, drawing, playing on Canva, but I get an extra hour of create time that I've earned as a reward for doing the actions I said were important to me. So rewarding yourself along the way is how you stay motivated. But also, we have a community, right? So coming together once a week and saying, yeah, I hit my 50%, I hit 75%, and recognizing each other. An excuse fest. We're not having that. No. But we are going to say, yeah, I hit my goals, or I fell short a little bit this week, but I'm going to do harder this week coming up, and recognize each other for the actions we take.
Yes.
It really helps all of us stay accountable and stay motivated when it gets tough, because we know it gets tough. It's a simple thing and a simple process, but that doesn't mean it's easy. And how can we support each other along that way to make sure we stay motivated till the end?
Right. And that, I love that. And everyone's reward could be something different, because like, you love doing being creative and crafty and doing Canva and having an outlet for the things that you enjoy, the things that bring you happiness and that kind of thing. Because although we love our businesses and building the business and helping others and that kind of thing, we still have to have some me time. We still have to have whatever that looks like. And our reward, it could be a massage, it could be going to get your nails done, it could be doing whatever it is that
going to the movies.
Exactly. And I think that
buying a new baby chicken. I have chicken. Like, looking at baby chickens, whatever it is. But we want to make sure the reward is also aligned to what your goal is. So if we talk about like, oh, I'm going to lose 10 pounds, my reward cannot be to eat a chocolate cake. Like it has to be like, if I reach a certain point, like I get a new outfit that aligns.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it has to
smaller
align.
size.
Right, well, hopefully, right? But it has to align to what we want to achieve. And that the reward has to align to that in a way. And something, because some people are like, oh, but I have so much trouble setting rewards because I get a massage anytime I want. Like, okay, what is something you don't let yourself have? That becomes your reward. So figure out those things that you feel you've put off limits, and how do you turn that into your reward and have it aligned to that specific goal that you've set for yourself. Very important.
So good. So good. And that also would entail some self-awareness.
Yes.
I think, because you have to, because when you get so in and you're laser focused and you're just open, you're just so focused on building it and being the best and doing all the things, you can sometimes lose yourself in that. And then, when you have to make a switch and you're thinking, and I can only speak for myself. And then I had to stop and I think, and I'm like, who am I? Without this business, without my husband, without all the house, with all the things, who am I at my core? What brings me joy? I have to stop and think. Okay.
It's hard. It sounds like, well, we should know ourselves. It's easy, but it can be difficult. And it can be something that you're easily able to help others do, to see themselves clearly, but yourself, you're like, well, I don't know. And so that's why for me, I told y'all I'm a bit of a nerd, strengths nerd all the way, but the strengths helps that along, right? It is the most amazing parts of you. And when you're feeling like, oh, I don't know, we go back to that strengths and who I am, because your strengths are you always, regardless of what work you do, regardless of your personal environment, that is you. And so it's the best of you, but it's something that's so natural to you and it makes you so amazing that you don't necessarily realize it till you look at it. And when you get your report, I mean, there it is. It's black and white, words on a page, and those words are from somebody else saying, yes, this is how you're most amazing. And we don't want you to lose sight of it. So we keep that as part of our focus. And that helps you figure out, this is what I'm most amazing at, to figure out those goals and to come back to when things get tough. Because when I know there are days when you're like, man, I should just go back to bed. This is not working. But okay. All right, take a deep breath. Let me look at this report. Let me remember why I'm so amazing. Let me look at my goals that I have set and the actions I put with them and remind myself what I'm here to do.
That's right.
To bring yourself out of that man, I'm going to go back to bed kind of day, right?
Right. Yeah, I love that. That is so good to have those reminders written down so you can see
Yep.
them. This was the goal I set for myself. This is how far I got. I am pretty amazing. And even though it seems like the world is falling apart, this part got done, and I can do this. I can overcome whatever is happening right now to deal with this thing and make me want to stay out of bed and keep on moving forward.
Like, I'm getting out of my pajamas today for sure.
Right, for sure.
For sure. I mean, I can't even tell you how many times we get to our Monday morning meeting and people had felt like the week really didn't go that well. And they do their review and be like, no, I actually did 70% of my actions. So you can, it's how you can feel. But when you look at the data, then you're like, oh. So people talk about knowing your numbers, and you need to know your numbers, your financial numbers. But I think keeping track of the actions you take is just important, because you then can know that you got more done than you feel like you did. So we can feel bad about something else that can change our perception on how our week actually went.
That's right.
And actually seeing them can motivate us to be like, no, I got a lot done. I'm going to get even more done this week, right? And that is another way of really just helping us stay motivated to keep doing the things.
For sure, because you can quantify it.
Yeah.
It's not like something you make up in your head and like, oh yeah, I did a whole lot of stuff.
I did a bunch. What is a bunch? That's not a number. That's like you put a dash of salt in. Come on, I don't know how much your dash is. I've got little fingers. What are you talking about? Right?
Exactly.
But actually looking at it. What's the difference between a dash and a pinch, right? Like, I don't know.
Right, exactly.
Like, I don't know. But I know, like, between 1 and 2, I got it. Then I know, right?
That's right. 1 + 2 is 3, and I
go.
did them. So that is amazing. Consuela, can you share with us any particular mindset shifts that could be helpful for overcoming shiny object syndrome?
Like, how long is the show? No. So one of the biggest things I feel like folks coming in is some of that perfectionism, procrastination, but also some fear of success. That quite a bit. People having to really get over that, because putting yourself out there, I could be successful, and then I'd have more work to do. And so the stories people tell themselves about that can hold them back from taking those actions. And so we say, nope, these actions are important. If you say an action is important and you don't take that for the first whole 5 weeks or 6 weeks, that's a breakdown. Let's look at why that's not working. And let's make that shift and be like, no, I'm afraid that if I do this, but there's that self-awareness, getting into, why am I not pushing forward on this action? Why am I not doing this thing that I know is super important? So that fear of success can really get in people's way. And it's one that I feel like sneaks up on people. Being afraid of failure, people kind of got a handle on that one, right? Or procrastinating. But that fear of success and what that could mean can really sneak up on people. So being ready to be successful and changing their story around what that means to them can make all the difference in how many actions they'll take each week.
Wow, that is so relatable. And it's so relatable to me, getting over the fear of success, because it's something and I'm going to keep it personal to myself. I always want that for other people. I'm like, you can do this. You're amazing. You're great. You're going to have this. You're going to have that because you do this. And so I'm always encouraging others and telling them, this is for you. You are going to be blessed beyond measure because you're whatever it is. But it's always them. It's never for me. So when it started happening for me, I was like, oh, it's scary.
It is.
It was the weirdest thing. And I'm so glad to know that I'm not alone and that someone else can understand what that fear of success actually looks like and feels like. And that there's a whole community that you're associated with that can talk you through what this is and how to get over it. This fear of success is a thing. And I had no idea it even existed before it started happening to me. And I'm so grateful and so thankful for all the blessings that have come my way to me personally, because it's allowed me now to do things and have conversations and be something more than I was because of all the blessings that have become mine. And I just can't thank God enough for blessing me in this business and us and the lives that we get to touch, whether it's the virtual assistants on our team or the clients that we serve at Executive Help Now. It's just so incredibly amazing to be able to do that every single day. But getting over that fear of success really took a toll on me for a minute, because it was just an inconceivable notion to me that I could be telling everyone else how successful they're going to be and have all kind of belief in them and help them believe in themselves. But when it came to me personally, not so much. And I'm like, why? I know, that I know blessings come and that God is real and all of that. How come it couldn't be for me? Of course it can be for me. So I have my community too that helped me get a grip and say, look, lady, success is for you too.
Well, and it's it's that one that sneaks up on you, right? Because it's easy to say like, oh yeah, I procrastinate. People will say that, or I like to perfect things. Like that's easy, right? To kind of, but to think, it feels a little different to think you're afraid of being successful, and we don't really acknowledge it. But once we do, that makes the difference, because then we're like, what? And we figure out what have we told ourselves about what successful means. And now we can be like, no, this, like anything, you might be afraid, like you can't handle the workload, or you will let people down, whatever it is that you're telling yourself why you're afraid of that success. You can now face it and change that story to one that actually works for you and does open you up to all the blessings, because the blessings are always there. Yes. They're always there, but sometimes we're not open to them if we're in that state of fear, whatever we're afraid of. So we have to face them if we're going to be able to open and receive everything that is waiting for us.
Absolutely. Oh, that's so good. So good. Being open to receiving. That is brilliance. That's a golden nugget right there.
I think so. I really think it.
Yes, be open to receiving. That's so critical. So, Consuela, as we dive a little bit deeper, how can entrepreneurs determine which opportunities are worth pursuing and which ones are distractions? So we're talking about shiny object syndrome in this episode of Renee Speaks Golden Nuggets. And we want to know, how do we determine which opportunities are worth pursuing and which ones are truly like distractions, looking like opportunities in disguise?
So I have a big idea generator. That's like my distraction. I have brand new ideas for like completely separate business ideas that have nothing to do with what I'm working on. So I popped in that I got baby chickens, right? I have chickens, call myself a farmer because I'm raising chickens and selling eggs, right? My husband's like, you can't be a farmer. I'm like, I'm selling eggs. And now
right, you can be a millionaire.
How do you think I got all this gold? I sell eggs. But so here I am. I'm a speaker and I help folks with shiny object syndrome. And yet I have this brilliant idea for a product for my chickens. And when I've shared this idea, people are like, oh yeah, you should work on that. But I don't work on it, because even though that could do really well, and it's like a super brilliant idea, if I do say, it has nothing to do with what I'm trying to achieve in my business. And so for me, that's a distraction. Like maybe that's something I work on once in my bonus week. Like, oh, I'll play with my chicken idea in my bonus week, right? But it's not where my focus is, because it has nothing to do with me growing my business. I had this other really cool experience idea, like go to the bar and have this fun thing to do. Really, people are like, oh, when is that happening? Where do I do that? I'm like, no, it's just an idea in my head, right? But that's on my distraction board, because it has nothing to do with who I am as a speaker and what I'm doing with my business.
Wow.
So
yeah.
And how do I get to that? How do I know those are distractions? It comes down to that power goal again. And that power goal isn't just some random power goal for the 12 weeks. It's aligned up to my bigger vision. So I have this giant, ginormous, amazing 10-year goal.
Ooh.
And then I have my 36-month goal.
Okay.
And that is aligned up to that. And so my 12-week goals align up into my 36-month goal, align up into that bigger vision. And selling a chicken product has nothing to do with my big vision.
Got you.
It
Got
could
you.
make a bunch of money. I mean,
Mhm.
who knows? It could be that, weird little products make millions of dollars someday. It could be that, but it has nothing to do with what I want to achieve in my lifetime.
Got you.
So I'm not working on it right now. It's a plaything for sometimes, but it is not. It's a distraction from when I'm doing my focused work because
Got
it doesn't align up to that big, ginormous. I call it my ginormous goal. It doesn't align up to that. So then it's not for me right now. I keep track of it. I'm not going to forget it because there's this thing of like, we play an idea over and over. If we leave it in our head, you'll play through it. You'll cycle through it. You'll be sitting at a stoplight thinking about that idea.
Right.
And all the time, if you keep all those ideas in there, imagine you've got 3 ideas and you're cycling through all 3 of them. Off how much churning that is, how much confusion that is, that's not clear about where you're headed. So we pull them out.
Right.
And then we're like, nope, this is what I'm doing. And so it's really easy to see when something is a distraction. So that's for me. I have all these crazy business ideas that don't relate. But other people, it could be like, well, I want to do a podcast and write a book and do a thing, right? Like whatever, a blogging or whatever it is, all those things. And so if you try to spread your energy on all those things,
yeah, it's a lot.
pretty soon you start out here, your energy's like, woo, I can do all these things. And then you got all these projects started. And then next week you have less energy because something happened or whatever. And you're like, dang, I still have these 3 things up here going and I'm at my energy here now. I can't do them.
Right.
And then doubt comes in and bad feelings. And we don't want that. So it's pick the thing that I'm going to work on right now. And with the 12 weeks, you can have building 12 weeks where I'm going to do a little bit this week, this 12 weeks. It's going to build into what I do the next 12 weeks, what's going to build, or you can do a one-off thing. Like I'm going to write a book this 12 weeks. I'm writing a book. Everything else, nothing. I'm writing a book in this 12 weeks, but you're going to do all the parts for that book. And imagine if you only focused on that book for 12 weeks, how much further you'd get then. I'm kind of writing this book, but I'm also getting my podcast going and I'm trying to speak twice every week. You can easily see how if I'm writing the book this 12 weeks, those other things can kind of happen, but I am really focused on getting this book from writing it through the editing, getting the publisher, all the things that you have to do to get a book done and out.
Yeah.
But you can do that in 12 weeks. We know people that do it. You can do it in 12 weeks if you're focused. If you're not focused, you could be at that for 12 years.
Absolutely.
Right? I know people that have done a book in 12 weeks, and I know people have been working on it for 12 years and aren't there yet, right? So it is back to that power goal that you've set, that thing that's so important to you. Then it becomes really easy to shed the things that aren't. It just becomes easy.
Right. Well, thank you so much for that incredible wisdom, all those many golden nuggets. And I love how you were talking about the distractions and how you got to get them out of your head. But I love the idea that you have about having a distraction board so you don't lose
the impact. Yeah, the impact board. So we've got
board.
You write your goals at the top of it. It's like a whiteboard that we use. You write your goals at the top, and then you've got this big area to store your actions and distractions. Very important.
Actions and distractions, because sometimes those distractions that are just distractions for the moment or the distraction for this particular time and space. But maybe somewhere down the line, there could come a time when this could actually become the focus, or it could be where you take your interest, or like you said, and as you discussed, every year there's 13 weeks, and in that 12 weeks you're doing your thing that you're focused on, and in that 13th week, this could now become your 13th week thing that you do, so it doesn't get lost, and you can continue to nurture that goal and that desire and that interest, and not completely lose yourself in your business, because you have your list of of distractions, and I'm going to call them distractions in air quotes, but they're the things that make you feel good, the things that interest you as a person, and it's part of your self-care.
Yep.
You know
It
what I
is.
mean? Because that's so important to take care of
You know,
yourself.
that
Yeah.
playtime, and I, in my years, I've done many different diet, right? And I'm at the point where I'm not saying yes to a diet if they tell me I can't have chocolate. Like, no. If
Right.
you're
Yeah.
not going to let me have chocolate, that's sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not eating cabbage every day, all day. No, I need to have some chocolate here and there. And so this is the same kind of thing. If you say I can't create or can't ideate, that's going to be hard for me to do. But if I say, well, I get this week to do it, or I earn an hour of it, that's different. I get
Absolutely.
some, but I control it. It doesn't control me. It's not running willy-nilly everywhere it wants to. I'm saying, no, you get an hour this week. You get this week to work on those things. So you are in charge.
Yes.
And then you're going to get what you want. That's how it
Yes,
works.
exactly. And you get your rewards. And
Right.
rewards are so important as you continue to hustle and you're building and you're focused on the vision and the goals that lead up to the vision, and you're producing and you are accomplishing and achieving. You know, that 13th week is your reward and your rewards along the way of the accomplishments that you achieve every single week. And it's important to remember to celebrate along the way, celebrate along the journey. It's so important. So, last and final question, because I know we're running out of time. This has been so incredibly amazing. How can entrepreneurs strive to strike a balance between being open to new opportunities and staying focused on their long-term goals?
So again, it's having that time. It's having that time for that. Bringing them in, you evaluate them, put them on the board, but you do want to, it's a quick evaluation, because if you got squirrel brain, you can't be spending all day thinking about if you're going to do this thing or not, because you'll end up jumping in, right? So you're quickly going to go through this thing and be like, you know what? I'm going to store it here. It may be something I do in the next 12 weeks, or it may be something that sits on the board for a year or two. Or it may be something that I'm looking at it 12 weeks later, like, what was I even thinking, right? But you have to allow those things come in, because if you try to block them, it's just like trying to never eat chocolate. It's not going to work. You have to take them in, look at them, decide what you want to do with them, make that decision.
Right.
And make the decision in the favor of staying focused towards your goals. But you have to let them in and look at them. Otherwise, you won't have that balance.
Right. So we do take them in, look at the opportunities, take in the opportunities, look at the opportunities, see if they align with the purpose and with the vision, and then determine whether or not they go on the distraction, impact board, or if they actually do need to become a part of the process of our current plan. So I love that. That is fantastic. So any closing thoughts for our viewing audience about shiny object syndrome?
Well, one thing I really like to say, and if you are listening to this anywhere, go ahead and say this along with me, but the more you focus, the more you impact, and you are meant to impact the world. So Renee, I'll ask you to say it with me. The more I focus,
the more I focus,
the more I impact,
the more I impact,
and I am meant to impact the world.
And I am meant to impact the world. Oh, that felt so good.
That's right. That's right. Say it every day to yourself. Say it every day to yourself.
Will do. Oh, Consuela, it has been absolutely amazing having you on Renee Speaks Golden Nuggets, and I wish you nothing but the absolute best.
Thank you so much, Renee.
All right, take care.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Thanks for watching 100 TV. Subscribe for daily uploads and join us again next Monday for another full day of live streaming new shows.